Never happen again. We sincerely apologize to everybody, but we're going to show you the Goldberg DDP match. We won't even make you wait till the end of the show, they said. We'll do it right there at the top of the hour.
They said that proves it's not a ratings ploy.
Yeah. What they should have said to prove it's not a ratings ploy was that they lost like $1.5 million because of this fuck up.
Oh my gosh.
And when you consider that all of this bullshit with the Warrior that we had to put up with, and all of these 9 million video packages for Halloween Havoc was because they paid this fucker $1 million. Mm-hmm. So they're out that $1 million for a -5-star match, and another $1 million because they fucked up the timing of the show. So you could tell, I mean, they were upset about this whole thing. So, anyway.
I actually thought the speech was going to be a lot wackier, and I put a lot of work into transcribing the entire thing, and frankly, it was not worth it. But I do want to note, at the very, very beginning, he described this as, an instance occurred that was out of the control of World Championship Wrestling.
Oh, yeah?
Well, that's a lie.
That was a lie. I mean, it was out of their control that people shut it off after you didn't tell them. But give me a break.
You were the ones who decided to go 320.
I will say there was one thing, though, when they said, we're not going to show you the end of Hogan Warrior, which a lot of people also didn't get to see. He goes, the only way to see that is to buy the replay.
Well, they explained...
I was like, that's not fair.
I forget what word they used. Oh, disgusting. They said the finish of that match was too disgusting to show on network TV.
Oh, yeah. The whole fucking match was too disgusting.
Remember the finish of that match?
Oh, they didn't. What they showed here, and I remember
there was
won.
flash paper involved, which Hogan could not light at one point.
And he threw
the
up
imaginary
his hands,
flash paper, and it blew up in his hands.
Where pretended his face was on fire.
Yeah, it was a terrible
horrible.
match. We did not go back and watch it, everybody. We've reviewed it like 2 times in the archive, so go back there and listen to it. I'm pretty sure it's just as bad now.
They opened, by the way, with pics of another match from Halloween Havoc.
Oh, hold on, one other thing. Before they moved on, at the end of this whole thing, okay, they just go into this whole spiel apologizing to fans for everything that they got screwed up the night before. And they go to Larry, and he just absolutely at random brings up the KY2 bug that's coming.
He did say that.
And you just look at Tenay, and he just shovels up his brow and looks at Larry. Goes, KY?
Yes.
The fuck?
Yes, there's a problem with lubrication in the future.
I see. Now, before all of this, they did show pics of Sting and Bret Hart from Halloween Havoc. There was ref bumps and foreign objects, and Bret hitting Sting with a baseball bat, and Bret won with a sharpshooter.
Yes.
You may update your database.
One other thing before this first match. So when they replayed the Goldberg DDP match, it did in fact draw the highest rating in the history of cable television.
Huh.
They beat Raw. With that said, the opener on the show was Kenny Chaos versus Stevie Ray. They're actively trying to lose.
Thank you. That's what I thought.
They are actively trying to lose this war.
If you had told me this entire show, this opener was put out there to prove that they are not in a ratings ploys.
Really, the first 4 matches of this show.
Well, it was Chaos and Stevie Ray. It went 90 seconds. It was almost as bad as the Tiger Ali match. Buff runs out, throws a slapjack to Stevie Ray, and Stevie slapjacks Chaos, hits the lifting pedigree for the win. It sucked.
Bagwell, who was a babyface last week, is a heel again. I don't think they told us why. Maybe in the Bible of information they gave out at the beginning, it was in there somewhere.
Well, he's mad at his mother.
They got... Well, maybe it's in this some point. This thing that happened with Rick and Scott and Buff and the tag titles... A ridiculous, convoluted pile of bullshit.
So what happened was, it was Rick and Buff against Steiner and... I don't even remember who.
Let's go back. It was supposed to be Rick and Scott one-on-one.
Yes.
The Giant comes out and says, hey, we, the NWO Black and White, have the tag belts. Why don't we do me and Scott versus Rick and Buff?
All right.
Now
Buff walked out on Rick, and Rick got the win.
Rick still won.
So Rick won the tag titles by himself.
Right.
But has no partner.
Right.
Because I guess Bagwell walked out.
Which, shouldn't Buff still be half of the tag team champions?
Well,
Absolutely.
you'd think. But I guess because he walked away from a title match, he disqualified himself. I don't fucking know.
Now, on top of all this, if the NWO gets to decide who's defending these titles, and when do they defend the titles, why did they volunteer to put the titles on the line?
Fuck if I know, dude. And
the
they still
tag
did.
division in 1998 in WCW is the worst of all time.
They still did Rick and Scott after that match.
Yes.
which Rick also won.
So, Stevie Ray and Buff. Well, Buff's dropping legs on Chaos. Stevie drops the worst leg I've ever seen. Rick Steiner runs out and chases them away. Then Rick cuts a promo saying, look, I won the World Tag Titles. I need a partner to fight the NWO. Somebody took a chance on me and gave me an opportunity back in the day. Kenny Chaos, I want to give a chance to you. I want you to be my partner tonight.
Kenny Chaos.
Yeah.
Is Rage hurt? Is that
Yes.
the
Yes,
problem?
actually,
Okay.
Chaos explained.
Yeah.
Rage is on the shelf with a bad shoulder. Now, what Rick said tonight was, I need someone to help me fight the NWO tonight. So I thought at the time it would just be a one-time thing. But regardless, Chaos says he's idolized Rick for a decade. It would be an honor to defend the belts with him tonight.
Well, I mean, is it a one-time thing?
Well,
They're champions.
later, Chaos came out wearing the belt.
Yeah, for tonight.
Maybe.
But maybe Rick just chooses a new partner every week.
That would be an awesome gimmick.
Yeah.
Well,
Actually,
let's just see where this
tune in
goes.
to find out who was the tag team champion this week. Regardless, at the time, I was fine with this. The match sucked. The post-match thing was fine. Canyon versus Prince Iaukea.
Oh, God, dude.
Moves.
It's not even the moves. This is Canyon won with Flatliner, okay? That's all you need to know.
Okay.
This is not necessarily a Canyon thing, but it's happening all the time in WCW. It happens a lot today. And that is people finding it more important to try to have a good match than have a match that makes sense in context. Why in the fuck was Canyon selling this much for Prince Iaukea? They're just doing a bunch of moves. Canyon's selling and taking all these giant bumps for fucking Prince Iaukea. And then he wins. It was preposterous. Thumbs down.
I did like, here was where they broke the news about the Hogan Warrior finish being too disgusting for network TV. And they kept repeating the claim. And the more they repeated it, the funnier it got. Mm-hmm. The Four Horsemen came out for a promo. And they said Mongo was missing. He had been partying too hard in Vegas the night before. But Flair promised he would be there by the end of the show, which turned out to be a lie. They run their mouths a bit. Out comes Eric Bischoff. And he is playing Mr. Nice Guy. He admits he made a mistake. These fans wanted to see you wrestle Ric Flair more than I understood. To prove that I am a bigger man, I'm big enough to admit I was wrong. There's no doubt fans want to see you. I am putting you in a match tonight. Flair begins to call out everyone in the NWO. Says he's going to be ready in 10 minutes. Bischoff refused to name the opponent, but says, he said you will wrestle tonight. And Flair said he did not trust Bischoff, but he'd be out there later dressed to kill. Nitro Party clips. These guys have their own Nitro Girls, which puts them higher than most Nitro parties on the totem pole.
Or all.
Almost. Well, others have had Nitro Girls before. Pics of Scott Hall versus Kevin Nash from Havoc, where the finish was Nash hitting 2 powerbombs and then walking out to lose by countout.
Yeah.
He didn't pin.
Welcome to this week's Geek of the Week back then in 1998. What a fucking geek he
All
looked like
that
on this
build
show.
up to that match, and then Kevin Nash doesn't want to win.
And the payoff later on this show.
Alex Wright versus Barry Horowitz.
I thought it was Ty Dillinger.
I wrote the same thing. I spent this whole match trying to figure out, okay, Ty Dillinger is obviously Barry Horowitz. Who is the modern equivalent of Alex Wright? And honestly, I couldn't think of a good one.
Yeah.
It's a hard one. If any of you have a suggestion, I'm open to it. They did the funniest jump off the top rope and hit your face on the guy's boot spot of all time.
Oh, that's horrible.
Alex does that in like every match.
I think he just jumped extra high this time, so it looked sillier.
Remember Barry Horowitz in WWE, just a glorified job guy?
He wasn't even glorified.
awesome.
He was
Okay.
a job guy forever, and then finally he got like a big win.
He beat Chris
And
Candido,
Yeah,
That's
they
right.
played it off like it was this giant thing,
and they just kept beating him again.
and then he literally was Ty Dillinger.
Yeah.
It's like they gave him a tiny bit of credibility, and they just went out there and jobbed a guy.
He got an entrance after that, and that was it.
He was really good.
Barry was awesome. So, he went up top after this boot to the face spot, but Alex kicked him down, hit a neck breaker for the win. They showed Hulk Hogan attacking Horace last week. Then it was time for pics of the Hogan Warrior match. Giant interfered. Horace interfered. I didn't show this part, but Hogan eventually won. Sick Boy and Wrath.
Oh God.
Do any of you have any idea what they were doing in the first 15 or 20 seconds?
Well, no, I don't.
I just kept rewinding, asking, what are you guys doing?
But what I got out of this match was Wrath has been coming out every week and squashing dudes. And then they bring him out here and they have a competitive match with Sick Boy. Sick Boy actually got offense on Wrath. And you want to know what happened when this occurred? The crowd died. And they stopped caring about Wrath. And finally he had his meltdown. They cheered for that. And that was the end of the story. Why did they give Sick Boy anything in this fucking match? What the fuck's going on with this company?
There's a young man that was not well, was winning on Wrath for a minute.
That's true. Yeah, this sucked. This absolutely sucked. DDP versus Goldberg from Halloween Havoc.
I haven't watched this match since 1998.
Yeah.
By the way, I posted this on Twitter. When DDP was walking out, they had, the cemetery at the entrance of the ramp, and one of the big screen read Diamond Dallas Page, and I don't know why, but the tombstone right below where it said Diamond Dallas Page, the name on the tombstone was Wash. So it said Diamond Dallas Page, Wash.
Okay.
I think they were trying to send Diamond a message here.
Oh, I see. He's dirty.
He's an unclean man.
Yeah.
I liked Michael Buffer being sure during intros to say it's not the main event, it's the final match. I'm sure there was somebody's contract that insisted that be done that way.
Yeah, I wonder who that might have been.
So Page and Goldberg wrestled. It was really good.
Yeah.
It was very good, but at the time, I remember people were thinking it was just a classic match, and they were playing it up like a classic match.
I believe earlier in the show, Mike Tenay called it the greatest match he'd ever seen.
Well, it wasn't.
No.
The first couple minutes, Goldberg was so out of control.
You know what's weird, too, is I watched it. When it was over, I thought, that was a really good championship match, but, maybe it's just we see so many great matches today, and I don't know, felt like a 3.25 star match watching it with modern eyes. Go back to the Observer. Dave gave it 3.25 stars.
Oh, there you go.
So apparently everybody else thought it was awesome.
It was good.
It was the best match of Goldberg's career up to that point.
Sure.
Probably ever.
It may have been his best match until he ran into Brock Lesnar at WrestleMania.
Yeah.
Which was his new greatest match of all time.
That's true.
But yeah, it was good.
The best thing about this was it went maybe 10 minutes. Not far off that. And Goldberg beat his ass for the vast majority of it. Page cut him off a bit. Then Goldberg made his big comeback, but then he hit the spear, but he'd had a bad shoulder because he hit the post. So the drama now was only Goldberg could take Goldberg out because he hit Page too hard. So Page had a chance to recover off the spear.
It wasn't even so much his shoulder. He speared him so hard he drove his own head into the mat like a DDT.
Mm-hmm. That happened too.
Thought he knocked himself out.
And I will add, by the way, Goldberg selling his arm after hitting the shoulder post and Page working it over. Awesome. His arm's just hanging limp as he's reversing Irish whips and stuff. So there's the spear spot. Then Goldberg goes to the jackhammer, but he can't get him up because of the bad arm. And so Page turns the jackhammer into the diamond cutter. Everyone in Las Vegas jumps up to their feet. Page is down for a second, but he's down for a couple seconds, and then he goes to make the cover, but still Goldberg kicks out at 2. Not 2.9, 2, because he's Goldberg. And the best thing about this was everyone knew that was Page's one shot. He hit his one shot. It didn't work. They knew he wasn't winning. They didn't waste anyone's time. Because Page picked Goldberg up for a suplex, Goldberg turned into a jackhammer and pinned him. Done. It was a very good match.
It was a very good match. Mm-hmm. Played to everyone's strengths. Like Goldberg, there's some things that Goldberg is so green at, but there's other things he does really well. Like he was really good at selling.
Yeah.
Which is weird. Doesn't even make any sense because he never sold. But when he had to, he was pretty good at it. Or he really killed himself throughout this match, which is also a real possibility.
So they go back to Nitro, and Tony Schiavone said this. I wrote this down too, and this I will share. It always comes back to the common denominator because that's the thing that's going to drive ratings. The thing that's going to bring the fans back to the arena. It's not the shock value of things you see on TV anymore. It's great competition.
Man.
This poor guy.
If only he was right.
If only he was right. If only he knew what was to come.
Yeah, it got worse.
I think he was starting to figure it out.
Maybe.
Calling this goddamn show every week.
That's actually possible.
Let me talk about this next segment.
Okay.
This shit show. Jesus Christ. Gene goes into Nash's locker room. He says, "Can I talk to you?" And Nash says, "Come on in." And Nash is slumped over a little bit and just kind of shuffling, meandering. Goes and sits down, and in the locker room is also Scott Hall. And Gene says, "What happened last night?" And Nash says, "I didn't pin Hall because it wasn't about winning or losing. It was about helping him out." And that's when Hall shows up. These two fuckers then just start mumbling at each other. Gene's right in the middle with one goddamn mic, and first, Nash starts mumbling. So Gene's like, "Well, I got what the fuck's he saying?" So he puts a mic by Nash's mouth, but then Hall's talking. Mm-hmm. So then Hall's mumbling, and then Gene tries to get the mic over to that guy. No one can hear a goddamn thing that's going on.
Not to mention, Gene is very short, and these are two very tall men.
It was so horrible. And then they shake hands, and of course, Giant rushes in, and him and Hall beat up Nash and toss him through a wall. I was like, oh, so this is the only explanation, okay? They had one wall.
Yeah.
So they toss the guy through the wall, and they realize, dude, no one could hear what the fuck you were saying. Like, Gene, can you get the mic up to the guy's mouth? And Gene goes, "Well, I'll do it better next time." "We can't do next time. We fucking broke the wall." "Okay, put it on television." That's what aired on TV. This was hideous. This was as bad as that one interview where Diamond Dallas Page was in the room and the light was waving back and forth because they were talking about Hall, but they weren't allowed to talk about Hall, so they wouldn't allow them to put footage in. God, this place is just collapsing.
I'm
We had a guy call today and say, "Man, Raw last night, it's like watching WCW then." I'm like, no, it's not. Are you kidding me?
I'm skeptical on the construction of this wall. The studs are supposed to be 16 on center, and
they weren't 16 on center, I can tell you that much.
I know, because yeah, he's a big man, and there's no way. Yeah. Anyway, I'm guessing this was a prop. Call it a hunch.
Craig.
Thank you, Craig.
I just like the couch is against the wall, and there's the wall, and Nash goes through it, and as you know, Nash is a big guy. So Nash goes through the wall, and they poke a camera into this bin or whatever is in there.
Disappeared.
He's gone. He's like Harry Potter. He's vanished. Okay, we got that segment down. NWO Hollywood comes out for a promo. I'll cut to the chase. He bragged about beating Warrior. He inducted Horace into the gang, and that was that. Took him 15 minutes to do that, but that's
Gave
what
his
happened.
nephew 17 stitches.
Yes.
Or 11 stitches.
Whatever.
Doesn't matter.
Saturn versus Eddie Guerrero.
I love when they call the black and white the colors.
That's what he said.
It's fucking black and white.
The absence of color.
I guess one of them is all colors.
I guess.
Saturn came out, and apparently Rob Halford had a yard sale of some kind.
Yeah.
A black bandana, black tights, and a black chainmail vest. Not a good look.
Hey, I'll put the guy over. He was not a great wrestler, but he had some great things that he did.
Yeah.
Like cool suplexes.
He had a bunch of cool suplexes.
You put him in there with Eddie Guerrero, they had a great match.
They had a 2017 Raw match, basically. Just all cool moves. Saturn did a bunch of cool suplexes. Eddie did a bunch of cool, like, head scissors and arm drags and kicks. And Saturn was about to win with a DVD when the LWO ran in for the DQ.
All of them, including some guy that nobody knew who he was.
Well, first
What the hell was that guy's name?
First, it was just two guys. I forget which two. It doesn't matter. But between those two and Eddie, they cut Saturn off briefly, but then he made a comeback. And Saturn's comeback after the match was better than anything that actually happened in the match. And then like 6 more guys all ran in and beat him down, including a new person. Legit, at first, I thought it was Raging Bull.
Yeah.
I did too, actually.
And then I realized he was way too short.
But it wasn't.
No.
Apparently it was some childhood friend of Eddie's, but I can't remember. I cannot remember. I mean, it must not have been that big a deal because I don't remember a thing about him.
No, they laid out Saturn. I believe this new guy hit a brain buster, and Eddie hit a frog splash for good measure. Me and Gene interviewed Judy Bagwell.
You know what? This was not that bad. I thought she did an all right job here. The fans hated it. But, I mean, it wasn't that bad.
She talked about Marcus degrading the Bagwell name.
True.
Said she was a mother on a mission.
True.
She was tired of being nice. She loved Marcus with all her heart, but she'd had enough of Buff.
Okay, so it was corny. But
You don't say.
I've seen a lot worse, so I mean, we'll have plenty to rant about on this show.
That's all fair, but the fans did not like her. The fans have not liked her since her first appearance, and it was clearly time to just pull the plug on this, but that's not what they did because they're WCW.
No. There's lots to do with Judy still.
Giant and Stevie Ray versus Rick Steiner and Chaos.
Okay. So, there was so much awkwardness in this match.
Stevie worked twice on this show.
I thought...
Did he?
Yes.
He did.
He worked the opener.
Yeah.
I was writing about the awkwardness, and I was getting ready to just go nuts on Chaos and Stevie, because they're Chaos and Stevie.
Right.
But then I'm realizing that it's actually Rick Steiner and the Giant that just can't get anything right. They are fucking up left and right. And then at the finish, I have never seen anything like this before. The finish was the biggest clusterfuck I have ever seen that didn't get fucked up. Am I wrong?
Oh.
It was incredible. Giant and Chaos, I swear to God, Stevie Ray and Rick Steiner are doing a crisscross spot. And in the middle of it, Giant and Chaos did a spot in the middle of the crisscross, didn't get hit, and everything went off without a hitch. I was like, the crisscross is going on, and I'm like, what the fuck are Giant and Chaos doing? They're walking right in the middle of it. And Giant knocks the guy out of the ring, and the crisscross occurs, and nobody gets hit, and nobody falls down, and they pulled it off. And I was like, that was impossible. I don't know how they did it.
There was a point here where it looked like Stevie Ray and Giant whipped one of the guys into the ropes, like they were going to do like a double clothesline, and then Giant just changed his mind and walked away. I think I mentioned this last week, but Giant's on his way out of the company, and he has senioritis, if you want to call it that.
He's so fat.
Yeah, he's let himself go.
He does not care.
He gives zero fucks about anything. He comes out with Stevie, and the camera's in his face, and he turns to Stevie and says, I'm going to walk like Lex Luger. And he flares his lats, and he sticks his ass out, and he walks in as wooden a manner as possible, and Stevie Ray loses it. They're doing this match. I don't know who decided that Giant need to be running corner to corner, but I suspect it was not Giant. It looked horrible. He's so gone. He is so checked out. He's punching in, he's punching out, and he can't wait for this all to be over. So, yeah, Giant left, and Rick pinned Stevie with a bulldog. Eric Bischoff joins the announcers. He's totally over the top, trying to show what a genuine good guy he is who regrets his actions.
You know, when he first came out, I just started fast forwarding because I was like, fuck, it's just Eric on commentary. Next thing I know, it's footage from Flair and Hogan in 1994.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what's an odd clip to show? And I'm watching, and they play the fucking last, 10 minutes of the match.
Forever.
And I'm like, now I gotta rewind and find out what the hell's going on. I go all the way back. Finally makes sense in storyline. But I was so completely lost for a while there. I was like, did I push a button and, end up on a different show? What the fuck's going on right here?
So, yes, Flair did not wrestle on the show. They showed footage of Hulk Hogan beating his ass for 10 minutes. Hogan wins the match, and then Bischoff gloats for a while. And actually, the announcers both before and after the clips were fantastic. Because Bischoff's being evil, Tony's being the voice of reason, and Heenan's just being the goof.
He's guessing up to Eric.
I didn't think Flair looked good at all, Mr. Bischoff.
I think it was, Eric goes, man, Flair didn't look good. And Heenan just goes, I thought so. And Eric goes to leave, and Tony is so appalled. He goes, you're spineless. You're absolutely spineless.
And Heenan says, you got to butter up to the boss.
Yeah, that was great.
Before they show the clip, Bischoff's explaining, we're going to show footage of Ric Flair, and Tony says, you said there'd be a match. Bischoff says, no, we can't have a match. Flair couldn't pass the physical. Heenan at the other end of the desk says, what's wrong with him? And Tony does the slow burn to look at Bobby. There's nothing wrong with him. It was so awesome. Shivani and Heenan didn't always have great chemistry, but they did here. Juventud Guerrera and Kidman Here's where it occurred to me just how long this show is. It's not their fault. They actually had a good match for the time they had, but
Yeah, they had a good match. In fact, it was so good that when Kidman first came out, nobody cared because he is still not recovered from being killed by Scott Hall.
yes.
But they had a good enough match. It was so much better than last week's Kidman match. And by the end, the people were totally into it. And Kidman won, Shooting Star Press. Everybody got on their feet. Everybody cheered and clapped. I nearly cried. It was a glimpse of WCW superiority in the middle of this depressing, slow death. Sad.
I watched this match and shed a tear because 205. Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Anyway, yes, this was a very good match for the 3 or 4 minutes they had. Very good shit. Scott Steiner came out for a promo. First, he said he and Buff were friends for life and they hugged. So Buff was funny for like a minute. He says women should talk about his mom. Women are good for cooking and cleaning. Dad, if you're listening, set mom straight.
He had a message for all of the mothers out there. I was like, I'm sure there's tons of them in this audience.
Mm-hmm. Scott Steiner said something about, ladies, I hope you don't love me for my body, but my mind. My wife just happened to be in the room. She said, can I love him for either?
I see.
Yeah.
Huh.
Say that again.
I didn't picture him being her type.
No.
He's more a Shawn Michaels type.
All right.
How about a Craig type?
Let's be fair, Craig.
What are you talking about?
So where were we here?
I have no idea. So Scott starts talking. He calls out J.J. Dillon.
Oh, my God.
This went off the rails quickly.
Dude, I was trying to translate for Steiner. I just couldn't. I don't know what the fuck he was talking about. He couldn't do anything right. He was like you earlier in the show when you tried that tongue twister.
Pretty much, yes.
Yeah.
So the gist of it was he wanted...
Please, what was the gist?
As far as I can tell.
Help me here.
He wanted JJ to name his favorite Steiner, and JJ wouldn't do it. I don't know why. Because Steiner was outright saying, I turned my back on the company. You've sent out other refs to help.
Well, JJ knew that if he said, my favorite Steiner is your brother, he was going to get his ass kicked.
But he's going to get his ass kicked either way.
He didn't know that.
So why did he come down?
Well,
Regardless, he got his ass kicked.
he sure did.
And,
You know what's so funny about him getting his ass kicked? Scott kicks him, and of course all the geeks are running down. Scott's trying so hard to put this guy in the recliner, and it's just not working. And then Bobby Heenan is so appalled, and he goes, he's wearing glasses.
Yes.
And I suddenly remembered when I was a little kid,
Yes.
and the thing was, you never hit a guy with glasses.
Oh, you get glass in their eye. That'd be bad.
Like, man, I haven't heard that in like 20 years. 19 years is the last time I think I heard that.
Unless the kid does have a glass eye.
Can't hit a guy with glasses.
Anyway.
So my favorite part of this was he's attacking the commissioner, this big scary monster. And it's so concerning that they put up the logo that says we're about to go to break before security has even hit the ring.
Mm-hmm.
I was hoping he'd still be in the hold to win the break, but no.
I don't think he ever got in the hold.
Well, that's also possible.
These two did not fit together like Legos.
They did not have chemistry.
No.
They were not on the same page. The arena went dark. Warriors music started. And I thought, okay, this is going to be an NWO skit. It's going to be Renegade or Vincent or something. No, Warrior came out.
Yeah, I thought he was gone.
I thought after Havoc he disappeared and they put him in the Hall of Fame.
This may have been his final appearance. I don't remember. But I have to say this because I'm a fair man, okay? This was his hometown.
Yes.
So he got a big pop. There were some boos when he started his promo. But he cut a good promo. He was very angry about the last night. He kept it quick. He said Hogan could have done the right thing, but he failed. He's going to be haunted forever. There's a difference between beating a man and beating a man up, and he beat Hogan up last night, and that bullshit pinfall didn't change anything. He said the time is near, same warrior time, same warrior place, same warrior channel. He just got in, did his promo, and was done.
That's true.
And he had fire, and he was angry about losing.
Yeah.
Hogan comes down to the ring, sends in Horace. Warrior beats Horace's ass. Giant hits the ring. Warrior low bridges him, sends him outside. Hogan hits the ring. Warrior lays him out. punches Bischoff. Bischoff takes a bump off the apron. The place is going nuts. And that's it.
Got his heat back.
Even this fucking company of shitheads knew you put the guy over in his hometown.
Yep.
This was great.
Yep.
That had to be the highlight moment of Warrior's entire WCW run.
Absolutely.
Probably, actually, yes. I was going to say the moment he first appeared, but then that was followed by his promo. So, no. Yeah, they did everything right here. Scott Hall and Scott Steiner versus Lex Luger and Conan. First of all, when they came out, I felt like I'd already seen Scott Hall and Scott Steiner wrestle about 4 times each. So they come out, and it's time for a brawl. They brawl here, they brawl there. 2 guys brawl up the aisle with the other guys doing moves in the ring. Then they just switch places. Chairs get involved. Lex goes for a torture rack. It gets broken up. There's no ref. There's no match. I don't know what's happening. Then they go to commercial, and when they come back, everyone's gone. What? What happened?
The best part of this is they're in the middle of a brawl, and they just go to commercial.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, when they come back, they'll tell us what happened.
Mm-mm.
They come back, and literally Tony Schiavone mutters, "What a brawl." And then they go to the ring announcement for the main event.
Yeah.
Yep.
Did we switch channels?
Is it that hard
Did we jump the time stream?
to
Are we on the
just
wrong
let
show?
us know what happened? My God.
They don't want to run long like they did the night before. So
the main event is DDP versus Bret Hart. Remember earlier when I said the Giant don't give a fuck no more? Bret's on the same page. Like the most boring Bret Hart match of all time. He did nothing.
Yeah, but you know what? I believe this was the first Nitro that ended with a good match and a title change since July.
Probably.
it's a pretty good match.
It's almost November.
You thought so?
I thought it was pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, if you imagine like a great Bret Hart match, it wasn't that.
Maybe perhaps my standards were just
But if you imagine like a Nitro match, it's pretty damn good.
He did do, I must correct myself, and I corrected myself at the time. He did at least do a top rope superplex. So I can't say he did nothing.
Totally popped the crowd too.
It did. So, let's see. Bret throws a mule kick.
This was actually great. They're in the corner, and DDP's banging his head into the buckle, and Bret does the old mule kick, but his leg's so goddamn long that he hits Paige and the referee in the balls. Both of them.
1 leg, 4 balls.
Yeah. And down they go. It was like a good bowling strike.
It was. So,
It was a split and a strike.
Yeah.
I didn't know that was possible.
Bret pulls out a weapon, then he revives the ref, and he swings the weapon, but Paige ducks, hits a diamond cutter, and the ref counts 3.
For the title.
It has not been a year since Survivor Series, and Bret's just doing clean jobs for secondary titles on Nitro.
Yeah, but it was good.
For what they did, it was good. It blows me away.
It was really hard for Bret to get any kind of heat in the match because the first 4 rows on the hard camera, these fans absolutely loved them some heels.
Sure.
Every time he'd start yelling at him, they would just stand and applaud.
Yeah. So Bret goes crazy afterwards. He's attacking Paige's leg with a chair, puts him in the sharpshooter. Paige is screaming and screaming, and nobody comes to break it up, so Bret gets bored. And he lets it go, and he grabs the chair some more. And finally, Goldberg runs out, and the show ends just as he hit the ring. And I wrote them down.
There's been something really weird with my Apple TV because I knew Goldberg ran down, but it just ended before he ran down.
That's how it ended.
He got like 1 foot in the ring when it went out.
I see.
Yeah. So I wrote them down, so I will list them here. Although, frankly, the record of finishes in the show, by and large, is pretty good for a Monday Night War show. We had pin after interference in a weapon, pin in a squash, pin in a squash, clean pin in a pay-per-view main event, DQ due to run-in, clean pin, whatever the fuck that tag match was.
I believe that would have been a no contest.
I wrote WTF schmaz.
Yeah.
And then a clean pin. That's pretty good. So the finishes in the show were very good.
Can you imagine? They're beating Raw in good finishes. But if you watch the show, it seems like everything's horrible.
Somebody told me on Twitter this is the last time Nitro actually beat Raw in the ratings.
I believe that's true. And they had to lose $1.5 million to do it.
That's right.
Yikes.
Can you imagine? All right, everybody, that is the show here for today. We'll be back on Thursday with NXT and whatever. I haven't even decided yet. What do you think, Vinny?
What have we not watched in a long time?
I don't know. Going by the poll, everyone wants seem to want Impact.
Yeah, I have not watched Impact in a while. We can do an episode of
Maybe
Impact.
we'll do Impact on Thursday.
You guys both get Access TV?
I don't.
Never mind.
No.
Okay.
Well, I don't want to watch it anyway because I watch the New Japan when it happens.
That's true.
So I'd be reviewing old stuff that I've already seen.
Oh, that's
Although
horrible.
it would
Who would
be
want to listen to that?
New for Vinny. We'll think about it. I'm still taking requests, everybody. At Brian Alvarez, Brian at WrestlingObserver.com, the board. However you want to communicate, go ahead and let us know there, and we'll figure it out for Thursday. And that is it. We will talk to you again after a while.
Good night.
This podcast is brought to you by Invasion, now on DVD. Invasion is the hot new series which follows bizarre occurrences in a small South Florida community beginning the morning after a storm. Get caught up in The Invasion, the complete first season, now on DVD.
I find this scientifically fascinating.
All that is visible must grow beyond it, extend into the realm of the invisible.
Welcome to Mysterious Universe, the program dedicated to bringing you news from beyond the mainstream, from future science, ancient history, and the paranormal to the UFO phenomenon. Join us in taking an alternative look into the universe around us. Welcome to the Mysterious Universe podcast. I'm your host, Benjamin Grundy, on the SOH Radio Network. I'll join you this weekend with episode 39 of the show. But until then, we have a very special installment. We have an interview with famous UFO researcher Stanton Friedman coming up over the next hour. And if you've had any interest in the field of ufology, you must have heard of Stanton Friedman. The guy's something of a legend, and if you haven't heard of him, I'll just read out some of his credentials. He's a nuclear physicist who got his degrees in the University of Chicago in 1955 and 1956. He was employed for 14 years as a nuclear physicist for companies such as GM, Westinghouse, Aerojet General Nucleonics, and McDonnell Douglas, and worked on advanced, classified, and eventually cancelled projects such as nuclear aircraft, fission and fusion rockets, and nuclear power plants for space. Now, since 1967, he has lectured on the topic of flying saucers are real at more than 600 colleges and over 100 professional groups in 50 states, 9 provinces, and 16 countries. He has published more than 80 UFO papers and appeared on hundreds of radio and TV programs. Now, in his biography, it states that Stanton takes a clear-cut, unambiguous stand that some UFOs are alien spacecraft, that the subject of flying saucers represents a cosmic Watergate, and that none of the anti-UFO arguments made by a variety of noisy negativists stand up to careful scrutiny, and that we are dealing with the biggest story of the past millennium, visits to planet Earth by alien spacecraft, and the successful cover-up by governments of the best data, alien wreckage, and bodies recovered in New Mexico for 59 years. So yes, like I said, a bit of a legend in the field, and certainly someone I've looked up to over my years of casual research. So it's shaping up to be a very interesting interview. It's brought to you by Horst Sarubin from the Mysterious Universe production team. And don't forget to visit the Mysterious Universe website at sohpodcast.com, where we'll have links to Stanton Friedman's sites and his published books as well. And his official website is stantonfriedman.com. So without further ado, here's Horst with the interview.
This is Horst Sarubin with the Mysterious Universe podcast. Joining us on the phone today is Stanton Friedman, physicist and UFO researcher. Good afternoon, Stanton. How are you doing this afternoon?
It's great here in beautiful Fredericton, New Brunswick, Canada.
Stanton, I wanted to ask you a little bit about your background. You're a physicist. How's that helped you with your UFO research, and has it hindered you at all?
Well, it's helped in several respects. One, I worked in industry for 14 years on a wide variety of advanced nuclear and space systems, and you learn to get your facts first before reaching a judgment, to hold things in abeyance until you get more data, to try to reach conclusions that are only fact-based, and sometimes to say, I don't have enough data. I'm stuck. I can't go further in this path. I'll try another one. And it helped me in an entirely different sort of way, because I bring to bear on this subject of flying saucers, this controversial, exciting, stimulating, frustrating subject, several special features related to my background. One is, many scientists will try to tell you you can't get here from there, flying saucers would violate the laws of physics, stuff like that. Well, I worked on far-out advanced propulsion systems. I spent 3 years working on nuclear airplanes. Now, this wasn't just 2 professors and 3 grad students at General Electric Aircraft Nuclear Propulsion Department. We were spending $100 million per year in 1958, employed 3,500 people, of whom 1,100 were scientists and engineers, so professional activities. I worked on nuclear fission rockets for Westinghouse Astronuclear Lab. We actually tested, we did operate jet engines on nuclear power, I should add, for GE. The program was canceled, of course, but that's beside the point. At Westinghouse, we tested nuclear rocket engines on the ground. There were a whole family of them. We worked on them. Los Alamos National Laboratory worked on them. Aerojet General worked on them. Our biggest was only 1,100 megawatts. Los Alamos tested one 4,400 megawatts. That's twice the power of the old Grand Coulee Dam in something that was less than 7 feet wide, 7 feet in diameter. These were real, in other words. They weren't paper studies. I worked on nuclear fusion at Aerojet General Nucleonics. That was a paper study. We spent $9 million from the Air Force. And it turns out nuclear fusion, which is the most abundant source of energy in all our lives, the sun is a fusion factory after all. If you use the right stuff in the right way, and there's no point in doing it if you don't, you can kick particles out the back end that have 10 million times as much energy per particle as in a chemical rocket. The point here is that working on advanced propulsion systems allows you to reject the silly arguments of what I call the ancient academics and fossilized physicists who, sitting happily at their desk, think they know all about what's going on in the world. Now, these programs and several others I worked on were all classified. We didn't publish in the physics journals. We published technical reports. We had to satisfy a customer. So that's one thing. The technology arguments don't stand up against UFO reality. The second thing is that I worked under security for 14 years. And I've reached 4 major conclusions about flying saucers. The first is that the evidence is overwhelming. Planet Earth is being visited by intelligently controlled extraterrestrial spacecraft. In other words, some, underline 27 times, some UFOs are alien spacecraft. Most are not. I don't care about them. The second conclusion is that the subject of flying saucers represents a kind of cosmic Watergate, meaning some few people within major governments have known since at least 1947, when 2 crashed flying saucers are recovered with bodies in New Mexico, that indeed some UFOs are alien spacecraft. The third conclusion, none of the arguments made against the first 2 conclusions stand up under careful scrutiny. And the last one, of course, that we're dealing with the biggest story of the millennium. But let's go back to conclusion number 2. Cosmic Watergate. I worked under security. I wrote classified documents. I understand how security works. And I have been to 20 different document archives, Canada and the United States. So those people who say governments can't keep secrets really don't know what they're talking about. As an example of that, the National Reconnaissance Organization, whose very existence was kept secret for more than 10 years, and which has an annual budget in the several billion-dollar, many billion-dollar range, finally admitted late last year that they had launched 7 Poppy satellites, P-O-P-P-Y. Don't ask me where the name came from. I don't know. Between 1962 and 1971, their purpose was to monitor electronically Soviet shipping all over the world, send back the information, et cetera, et cetera. Those are very expensive satellites. The last one was launched in 71. The first public word about that was 2005. Governments can't keep secrets? Of course they can. In England, 12,000 people worked at Bletchley Park during World War II, intercepting, translating, decoding German military communications. 12,000 people were involved. There wasn't one word in public for 25 years, and believe me, the techniques have changed a great deal in that time. The National Navy Research Lab admitted in 1995 that they had launched the Corona satellites. The 13th one worked. The first 12 didn't. They were all lied about, just scientific satellites. Sorry about that. The 13th one, which was launched in 1960, provided more information about Soviet electronics, radars, and so forth, than all the U-2 flights which had preceded it. The first public discussion of that program was 1995, 35 years later. So anybody who says secrets can't be kept doesn't know what they're talking about. Now, I better add, some people say, well, all that stuff is automatically declassified after X years, where X might be 20 or 30. That's hogwash. The Eisenhower Library still has 300,000 pages of classified material, and he went out of office 45 years ago. So that's the second area that I bring something special to the discussion. The third is that people are often bothered not so much by the facts and data. They have no problem with the 5 large-scale scientific studies that I discuss and that they haven't read. I ask, typically fewer than 2% have read any of them. But they want answers to the why questions. Why the cover-up? Why would aliens come here? Why don't they land on the White House lawn and stuff like that? Why would governments not tell us what's going on? And so because I've probably answered 40,000 questions over the years and 700 lectures and hundreds of radio and television programs, apparently they'd like what I have to say. They hadn't thought about it that way. Of course, they haven't had to. And so these are things I bring to bear. Now, the physicist part is an approach to problem solving. How do you evaluate data? The biggest study ever done was Project Blue Book Special Report 14, 3,201 sightings investigated for the United States Air Force Project Blue Book. And in their final report, which was not publicly distributed, they put out a totally misleading summary. And in order to truly evaluate it, you've got to go through. There's 240 charts, tables, graphs, maps. I was in data heaven, but there was a lot of data. And I was able to put the data together in a way which showed, for example, that the Secretary of the Air Force was lying through his teeth when he said even the unknown 3% could have been identified as conventional phenomena or illusions. It turns out the unknowns were 21.5%, and they were not the sightings for which there was insufficient information. So an approach to data handling, to technology, to why, and a kind of recognition of, well, I've enunciated one of Friedman's laws. Technological progress comes from doing things differently in an unpredictable way. The future is not an extrapolation of the past. You have to change how you do things. In other words, a laser isn't just a better light bulb. The nuclear rockets I worked on weren't just better chemical rockets. They had entirely different physics. The computer sitting over on my desk is not just a faster slide rule. Entirely different physics. So one of the problems we have is that each generation of ancient academics and fossilized physicists thinks they know all there is to know until the next generation comes along and shows that they were not understanding the real world.
You mentioned there are different countries involved with the cover-up and the conspiracy. I wanted to briefly ask you about that. Who does know the truth in your opinion, or who do you think? And I mean, how far down does it go? Does the president know? You know, is it who do you think is involved with the cover-up?
Sure. There are standard rules for how security works. Need to know is the basic concept. You need a security clearance, but that isn't enough. People think if you've got a secret clearance, you're entitled to see all secret materials. No way, Jose. That's not how it works. You need well, let me give you an example. When I worked on radiation shielding for nuclear airplanes, I noted in the classified abstract literature that the United States Navy was doing work on radiation shielding for nuclear submarines. And, that looks like an interesting report. I could not get it. I had an appropriate clearance, but the Admiral Rickover in charge of nuclear submarines would not give me a need to know for the data. So that's the first thing. Second thing is, you don't keep secrets by telling everybody. The third thing is that politicians, elected representatives, including presidents, only have a finite lifetime, so to speak. For a long time in the U.S., for example, you can't serve more than 2 terms. So the old saying in Washington is, presidents come and go, intelligence agencies go on forever. And so one suspects that there are a few people in places like the National Security Council, the Central Intelligence Agency, the National Reconnaissance Organization, the National, the NRO, the NSA, the National, I was going to say Secrets Agency, National Security Agency. NSA really means no such agency, you understand. Now, these guys are big guys. I mean, we're talking budgets in the $10 billion a year or more. Now, you've got a good example, or you used to. I don't know if it's still there. Pine Gap still in Australia, for example, down your way? Pine Gap was a secret CIA facility, an NSA facility, and even the president of Australia, Prime Minister, sorry, wasn't allowed in there. It's in the middle of nowhere. Of course, you guys, even more so than Canada, have a lot of nowhere to hide things. But it's in the southern hemisphere, and it was a place for retrieving spy satellite packages that would be redirected and caught by airplanes, believe it or not, flying along and putting out their net and catching the package, which is kind of neat anyway. But so it's the intelligence agencies that you expect to know a good deal about what's going on. Now, what you have to understand, for example, if a pilot is in a fighter aircraft and chasing a UFO, and he takes gun camera pictures, which you're supposed to do, when he lands, he doesn't take the film to the local drugstore. There's special people who unload those special cameras, the same with the spy satellite stuff. And that goes to intelligence agency people who review it. They don't come back to him and say, hey, Joe, look at these great pictures you got. So what I'm saying is presidents probably know in a very general sort of way. They want plausible deniability, and presidents have press conferences, prime ministers, presidents, whatever. And so the less they know, the easier it is for them to lie. You might say unwittingly. Now, some people would say some presidents act unwittingly all the time anyway, but that's another story. So what I'm trying to say here is your average congressman, senator, member of parliament doesn't know what's going on. The president probably knows enough to keep his mouth shut. But, you know, when you think the black budget has been estimated in the United States that is not under direct congressional control, it's running about $40 billion a year. When you think of all the paperwork associated with that, you think the president has time to read it? Much of that stuff? Hardly. So you don't tell him everything and then say, oh, but you can't tell anybody else. You say it's better that you don't know. Security is it works. It works everywhere. Pretty much the same procedures. And there are many situations in which the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing. And also that lies are made to protect secrets. The most obvious, for example, when the first atomic bomb was exploded in New Mexico in 1945, July 16th, I think it was a very successful test, and it was observed from over 100 miles away, even though it was 5:30 in the morning. So people saw it, and there were phone calls to sheriff's offices and places like that, and the government put out a cover story. They said, unfortunately, an ammunition dump blew up, but fortunately, nobody was injured. I've seen the newspaper articles. Now, I'm not saying they shouldn't have done that, but I'm just saying it's standard practice, and a good example of that. In 2001, the U.S. held a meeting in the Washington, D.C. area where they had the families of 166 military people who'd been aboard reconnaissance aircraft that had been shot down by the Russians in the late 40s, 50s, early 60s. Some of those crew members were undoubtedly parachuted. These are reconnaissance planes, have big crews, big airplanes. They're not fighter planes. And there wasn't one word in public about what happened to those people until 2001. Now, the Russians knew what happened. Our government knew what happened, but there wasn't one public discussion. In other words, both groups had a vested interest in shutting up. One, we were violating the law. Two, the Russians didn't want their people to know that we had penetrated their air defenses. The idea was to see how quickly the radar came on, what frequencies it operated on, stuff like that. And we shot down some Russian planes that were over North America, too, incidentally, without any public discussion. So this illustrates that we have a world in which what you see is not always all there is at all.
This podcast is brought to you by the hot new series Invasion, now on DVD. Journey into the unknown with park ranger Russell Varon and his new wife, local television reporter Larkin Groves, who face strange events while living in a small Florida community after a hurricane. Find out how the town reacts to strange glowing beings in local waters and other bizarre occurrences. Get caught up in the Invasion, the complete first season, now on DVD.
This is Horst Sarubin. You're listening to the Mysterious Universe podcast. Today we're on the phone with Stanton Friedman, noted UFO researcher and physicist. We're going to talk with him about science versus pseudoscience. Thanks again for being with us, Mr. Friedman.
Okay. I should stress here, I've given this talk once, and I'll be giving it again on flying saucers or UFOs versus SETI, S-E-T-I, science versus pseudoscience. And some people think, hey, you got the order wrong. No, I don't. In ufology, fancy word for people looking at UFOs, and really I'm not interested in UFOs, I'm interested in flying saucers, and that's why my lecture is Flying Saucers Are Real rather than UFOs Are Real. But the difference is there's really an enormous contrast. It's kind of like I've got the role of the kid saying the emperor doesn't have any clothes on. Because if you look at the flying saucer area, we got all kinds of evidence. We have sightings from eyewitness testimony from all over the world. We have radar visual cases from many different countries. We have physical trace cases. Ted Phillips in Missouri has collected more than 5,000 such cases where people observe a saucer on or near the ground, and after it leaves, one finds a physical change equivalent of a burn circle, burn ring, landing gear mark. I'm not talking about crop circles here. I'm talking about physical traces typically associated with small craft less than 30 feet in diameter sitting a foot or two off the ground. And what's left behind is typically a burn circle, burn ring, landing gear mark, maybe soil dried out down 14 inches in one case that I can think of, and where people in 1/6 of the cases observe beings, if you will, humanoids, typically little guys, around the craft before they get back in and take off. There's 5,000 such cases, and they get dull, frankly, after you've read the first couple hundred. Same thing's going on all over the world. We have the 5 large-scale scientific studies that I cover in my lectures. We have the research activities which indicate that travel to the stars is possible, reasonable round-trip times for local systems anyway. Okay, in contrast, we have what I call, everybody knows what SETI stands for, Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence. But I call it silly effort to investigate. I get daggers shot at me from people sitting, what do you mean? That's Carl Sagan. Well, Carl and I were classmates for 3 years at the University of Chicago. I'm not in awe of Carl, and I'm alive and he isn't, which is we're the same age, but we're the same age and no longer, I guess. But let's look, on the other hand, at the SETI side of things. They make the number of assumptions for which they provide no evidence whatsoever. One, nobody's coming to planet Earth. You see, if they were, these guys would know about it. And they haven't been contacted. The phone isn't ringing, so they must not be coming here. Two, basically you can't get here from there, meaning that wherever there are signals being produced, and that's what they're looking for is signals. They're not looking for intelligence. I mean, an alien walking in your front yard would be intelligence, search for extraterrestrial intelligence. They don't want to look at that data. They say there is no evidence, but you read their books, which I have. I've debated them publicly. And you find they never reference the large-scale scientific studies about UFOs. I read their books. They don't read mine, which is, I suppose, what you'd expect, because I'm not saying what they want to hear. They assume that there are beacons out there, that probably there's life out in the universe somewhere, and they're sending signals to attract our attention. Now, why advanced civilization would want to attract the attention of somebody that isn't advanced and that they haven't had personal contact with and haven't established a local flying concession to or anything like that, I have no idea. I mean, did the Native Americans put out signals to attract Columbus? Of course not. Did he wait for signals from them? Of course not. And the notion that they're using techniques which are compatible with our systems makes no sense. It's not science. We know that an AM radio can't pick up an FM signal, can it? We know that our technology has changed extraordinarily rapidly over the last, say, 100, 105 years. And the notion that aliens are stuck at the same level of communication technology as we are, and that we know what frequency to look for, what kind of signals to look for, is ridiculous. Now, I will give the optical SETI people credit. They're looking for laser beams. Now, they finally realized a few years ago, you know what? We could put out a laser signal that for a brief instant is 10,000 times brighter than the sun at that frequency at that moment. So it would stand out if somebody's looking. So they're looking with optical telescopes, not radio telescopes. And it's a great way to have a research program going. And the other radio SETI is, too. You pass the business on to your kids. And you keep telling people, well, it's going to happen soon, folks. It's going to happen soon. The greatest discovery in man's history. We will make contact with an alien civilization. We'll pick up their signals. Now, and we expect, it's funny, if you go through, and I have done this, it used to be they thought they'd be within 20 light years, and then 50, and then 100. Now they're saying there ought to be another civilization within 1,000 light years. Now, you realize within 1,000 light years there's about 5 million stars. So that means that we're very special. We're on the same level of this one other place. And there's a difference in perspective here. I think more in keeping with reality is my perspective that says we are not the crown of creation, as they seem to think we are, these SETI guys. We're much more like the gorillas in a nature preserve in Africa who have no idea what's going on outside their little home in the nature preserve. In other words, I don't think we're that special. And the reason is pretty straightforward. Our star, the sun, is about 4.5 billion years old, give or take a few hundred million. It doesn't much matter. And there are stars just down the street that you can see, and we can't, incidentally, from down there, like Zeta 1 and Zeta 2 Reticuli, and the constellation of Reticulum means the net. These two stars, here we have two sun-like stars. They're only 39 light years away. Within 55 light years, there's 1,000 stars, but only 46 are sunlight. So here's this closest to each other pair of sun-like stars. They're only an eighth of a light year apart from each other, which is 35 times closer to each other than the sun is to the next star over. We're out in the boondocks. They got next-door neighbors. But the real kicker is those two stars are 1 billion years older than the sun. Okay? So here in our situation, in other words, it's much more likely you're going to develop interstellar travel when you got a planet you can see directly. You don't need to infer its existence. And by clever work, if we were that close to another planet, we could determine that there were biological systems there. And even if there wasn't, you might as well go over there, exploit it, colonize, set up the key center of the galactic neighborhood down there. Now, the SETI people don't look at things that way. They, one other civilization within 1,000 light years. To me, that's absurd. It makes us special, but hey, is it realistic? No, of course it isn't realistic. Remembering that we have only had a sophisticated, if you want to call it that, civilization. You could say for 100 years. Well, let's be generous. Let's say 10,000 years we've had civilization here. Couldn't send out any signals or receive any signals or fly or anything to roughly 100 years ago, you understand. We didn't know about DNA and rocketry really until 50 years ago, but roughly. So the notion that we can play with the big shots in the neighborhood is pseudoscience. It's patting yourself on the back because the aliens aren't going to stand up and say, hey, that guy is saying something that's idiotic down there. What do they care? We want to make fools out of ourselves, go ahead. And you really see the pseudoscience when you see the discussions about technology. A great astronomer proved that you couldn't fly in an airplane in 1903. Proved it. He proved another one, a different one. He was wrong. Wright Brothers' first flight was 2 months later. Another guy showed that it would be impossible to give anything sufficient energy to put it into orbit around the Earth. He said, take your best explosive and the amount of energy it carries, calories per gram, if you will, and look how much energy something moving at orbital velocity, about 17,500 miles an hour, and the amount of energy in the explosive per gram is only 1/10 of the energy that the thing you're trying to put into orbit needs. Impossible. They made two stupid assumptions. He assumed that an explosive is the most compact form of energy. It's rather awkward to use for propulsion system, but if you react hydrogen and oxygen, for example, you get more energy per pound. And secondly, you're not trying to put the explosive into orbit, you're trying to put the payload into orbit. What he showed is it would take 10 times as much, the weight of 10 times greater than the payload weight in propulsion system propellant fuel. Now, my favorite is Dr. Campbell, a Canadian astronomer, 1941. He was upset at all the science fiction writing about going to the moon. That's absurd, he said. So he published a scientific paper in which he calculated, or he tried to, the required initial launch weight of a chemical rocket able to get a man to the moon and back. That's a legitimate question. How big does the darn thing have to be? Pages of equations. Bottom line, it would have to weigh 1 million tons. Now, even for me, that's too big. But what did we do in 1969? We got 3 guys to the moon and back, still with a dumb old chemical rocket, whose initial launch weight was 3,000 tons. He was only off by a factor of 300 million. I mean, when astronomers talk about space travel, they are astronomically in error, is the message to get from this. For example, he assumed a single-stage rocket. Well, we don't do it that way. He assumed a limit of 1g acceleration. Well, we use up to 5 or 6 or so, generally going up, because the quicker you get to orbit, the less energy it takes. Gravity's pulling you back, so you want to get up there in a hurry. He assumed much too low an exhaust velocity for the propellant going out the back end. We knew much better even in 1941, I might add. He also assumed, he says, look, when you come back, you're going from the moon, it's 25,000 miles an hour, so you better slow down. Good idea. He said the only way you can slow down is to use a retro rocket. You turn the rocket around and fire it, and that slows you down. Now, the only trouble is that every pound of propellant you use at the end of the trip had to be launched from the Earth at the beginning, slow down at the moon, and then launch from the moon and slow down back here. 10 to 1 at each step 10 pounds per 1 pound. So what do? We say, thank you, God, for giving us an atmosphere. It gives us something to breathe, which is neat. And if we're smart rather than powerful, we can use it to slow down the rocket on our return. You got to get the angle proper. Apollo 13 was a good example of that. Because if you come in too steep, you dig a hole in the ground, and if you go too shallow, it's bye-bye Earth. But another important assumption he made was that we had to supply all the energy, the guys on board the rocket. He didn't seem to understand the concept of cosmic freeloading. Now, we all understand political freeloading, but cosmic freeloading was beyond him. And what do I mean? I mean taking advantage of Mother Nature. And we do it all the time. We, in the States, launch from as close to the equator as we can conveniently get because the Earth is rotating at 1,000 miles an hour. To the east, we launch. That's a freebie. When we went to the moon, would you believe that we didn't provide all the energy? We said, if we get this rocket out there at just the right time, the moon will come along and pull us in the rest of the way. And fortunately, the moon keeps a pretty good schedule, and so it does that. When we go to distant planets in our own solar system, we use cosmic freeloading all the time. The Cassini spacecraft out at Saturn, we launched it so it would go by Venus and get a free kick. It would come back past the Earth, get another free kick, go past Jupiter and get another free kick. No use of propellant. So, if you do everything wrong, if you make all the wrong assumptions, I call that pseudoscience. I think justifiably. It's not science. It's certainly not technology. It's ego. The assumptions I've made are the only ones that any rational person would make, So this is why I use that term pseudoscience. I'm laughing at the emperor who doesn't have any clothes on.
Now, with all the evidence that you state and that you bring to the table, why is it that scientists now don't recognize that all this evidence? How come you bring it to them, but they don't bring it to bear? They deny it or just don't look at it.
Well, I've given over 700 lectures. I've only had 11 hecklers, and 2 of them were drunk. And many of these are professional places and groups of engineers and scientists as well as universities and stuff. But I give 4 reasons why the big shots of science and journalism haven't jumped on the pro-UFO bandwagon. As you correctly say, they have not. One is these are rules of operation, and this applies to any field that they don't like, call it paranormal, if you will. One, what the public doesn't know, I'm not going to tell them. So you don't find references to the large-scale UFO studies in the literature of those who say there aren't any UFOs. 2, don't bother me with the facts. My mind's made up. My classmate Carl Sagan said in several places, there are interesting UFO sightings that are reliable, There are reliable sightings that aren't interesting, but there are no interesting and reliable sightings. Sounds very profound. Of course, he gives no reference. And the fact is, the situation is exactly the opposite. On that biggest study ever done, Blue Book Special Report 14, they did a quality evaluation of 3,201 sightings. They found the higher the quality, the greater the reliability, if you will, the more likely to be unexplainable. Just the opposite of what Carl said. So the third rule for debunking, if you will, is if you can't attack the data, attack the people. It's easier. So how come UFOs are only seen by kooks and quacks and uneducated people out in the boonies? That's nonsense. Engineers, scientists, PhDs, chemists, doctors, psychiatrists have all seen UFOs and have all been abducted too, incidentally, which is another story. And the 4th reason is, the 4th rule of operation, if you will, is do your research by proclamation. Investigation is too much trouble, and most people won't know the difference anyway. And so with these rules, you prove everything that anybody else says is true that you don't want to believe is true can't possibly be true because you, smart person, have figured that all out already. And so I don't show much mercy for these guys. I feel sorry for the students who have to put up with the phony baloney stuff that's out there. Now, the press, remember, both groups have an additional problem here. They would have to admit that they've ignored this huge story for roughly 60 years. We're coming up on the 60th anniversary of Roswell next year, so let's call it 60 years. And I was there for the 50th, and the final speaker, and I expect to be there for the 60th, presuming I'm alive at the time. And it is an admission that many people, how many newspapers would like to say, look, we've totally ignored the cosmic Watergate. We think in the United States, at least, it's much more important to talk about, who was that girl that, Monica Lewinsky? Yeah, that was a very important story. Spend an enormous amount of effort on Monica Lewinsky. There was Elian Gonzalez, the little Cuban boy. What should happen to him? That occupied the newspaper headlines for months. And there are a number of other stories like this that they go crazy with. But they've ignored the fact that the public has been lied to over and over again by governments all over the world. One of the papers on my website, www.stantonfriedman.com, is Government UFO Lies. I was presented at the Mutual UFO Network Symposium last year, the annual symposium. Had a limited amount of time, so I couldn't cover all the lies, but enough to be interesting, you could say. So this ego part of it, is an important thing. Newspapers and scientists don't want to admit that they've missed the boat and missed it big.
Right. How do we as a public get past this? I'll give you an example. This is actually a scientist I know. I spoke with Dr. David Morgan, who is the person who published the Lazar Critic, the one I think you have it linked on your website. And I asked him if he was interested in doing any more UFO debating. And he laughed and said that his career couldn't really handle it. And then I sort of asked him again, and he said in a more serious tone that no, I have a wife and kids to feed, and I need to keep my job. And his association with debunking what Lazar said actually got him some criticism. And as a general, in the general public,
I have debunked Lazar too. Incidentally, there's an article on my website about Lazar, and I did see his. He was right on, as a matter of fact, as I recall.
Right, exactly, and he, and I'm just saying there's a stigma associated with UFOs, even with just the general public. I saw something when I was a kid, and I think maybe I have told maybe 10% of my close friends about it, just because of the stigma that's involved. My question is, how do we get past it? Do you see anything besides just bucking up and saying, do more research, call your senator, call the newspaper?
Well, I guess it would be helpful if we could get any journalist to spend as much time blowing the lid off the cosmic Watergate as went into blowing the lid off the political Watergate. Start with people like me and others with my blacked out documents and whited out documents from the CIA and the NSA. I mean, what would you do? You'd think they'd be interested in a comment like this one. General Carol Bolander, Air Force General, was charged after the successful moon landing. He'd worked on the Lunar Excursion Module, with looking at the whole Project Blue Book situation. And he did that. He had no previous connection with it. He was a busy engineer. And in the course, he recommends that Project Blue Book be closed. And he says, moreover, reports which could affect national security would continue to be handled using the regulations established for that purpose. And you go back and say, what's he talking about? Oh, there he says, reports which could affect national security are made in accordance with JNAP 146 and Air Force Manual 55-11 and are not part of the Blue Book system. Now, Blue Book never said that. The government's never said that. I found him, I don't know if he's still alive, probably not, just a number of years ago. I found General Bolander, and he was well aware of what he was saying. No question that reports which you and I might see looking out our backyard, no, what's that strange light in the sky, are much less interest than suppose a saucer flies down the runway at a SAC base with nuclear weapons stored there. That would be a national security problem, wouldn't it? Suppose they are picked up in Colorado by the Aerospace Defense Command. The name keeps changing, but uncorrelated targets flying at high speed, heading toward a major American city. That's a problem of national security that they're still interested in. Now, Blue Book wasn't even on the distribution list for his findings. You'd think that would get some newsman excited, wouldn't you? If you got anybody down there who's interested, I'm willing to help. Another thing that might be done is if more people had the guts to speak out, as I have been. Look, I've had 11 hecklers and over 700 lectures. You get that many if you talk about sports, religion, politics, anything like that. You know, Dr. Morgan is correct that there is a stigma. But once you've got tenure, isn't it time to look around and see what good you can do instead of protecting your butt? I had kids to look. I worked for Westinghouse Astronuclear Lab, and that's when I started to speak. And after giving a number of lectures, I was getting a little uneasy. The classified program. I got a good job. I got a wife, kids, a house, mortgage. So I went to my boss and I said, "Look, I'd like to speak out more, but I need a statement from the company as to what I can or can't do. I mean, if you tell me if you speak, you lose your job, I'm not going to speak." Well, you know, I'm a pragmatist. So they got back to me a week later with the basic company viewpoint. A, you can say whatever you please on your time. B, you can identify yourself as a Westinghouse nuclear physicist. But C, we'd like you to start every lecture with a disclaimer that the views you're about to hear are mine and mine alone and not those of my employer. Now, I couldn't ask for anything more than that, could I? Well, I got something more than that. I got a call from Los Alamos National Laboratory, a nuclear weapons lab. And I had done some work with them on the nuclear rocket program. And a guy I knew calls me and said, "Stan, how about speaking to our Nuclear Society chapter here?" I think he knew I was a member of the American Nuclear Society. I said, "Sure, I'd love to." He says, "No, I mean on an expense account." I say, "Wait a minute, Glenn, I don't make those decisions." So I asked management, and they came back to me. Go ahead. They paid my way to go from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania to Los Alamos. I spoke to 500 people there. In other words, I wasn't hiding at all what I was doing. They didn't say, "Well, if you don't say anything." I had a call from an electrical engineering group, same sort of thing. And Westinghouse said yes. Now, they're corporate members of the American Nuclear Society and the Institute of Electronic Engineers, but they still didn't have to do that. So my management had heard me speak. One of the big things that moved me in the direction of doing more speaking when the bottom fell out of the advanced nuclear and space business was a talk to the Engineering Society of Detroit. And these are pretty down-to-earth guys. They were sold out 3 weeks in advance for 1,008 people for dinner and talk, and there wasn't one negative question. Not that I couldn't have handled one if there had been, but I mean, the point I'm trying to get at here is that it comes as a great surprise to many people to know that what drove me to get involved was the enthusiastic response of my professional colleagues. And I'm not an apologist ufologist. I tell it like it is. So if we can encourage more people to do that and to recognize that there are serious implications here about man's place in the universe. And one of the major reasons I give for governments not wanting to tell us what's going on is because if they did, there'd be a real push for an earthling orientation instead of as an Australian, a Canadian, American, a Peruvian, a Greek, whatever. And I don't know of any government that wants its citizens to owe their allegiance to the planet instead of that individual government. Nationalism is the only game in town. But as a nuclear physicist very much concerned about the proliferation of nuclear weapons, Is there a better hope for a decent future for my kids and my grandson than an earthling orientation? I don't know of one. So what I'm saying is people have to decide, what's important in life. I'm not saying run around on the street corners and rant and rave, and I advise anybody, if you go out and speak, you better have your facts in hand before putting mouth in gear, or you're asking for trouble. Because the noisy negativists can sound very sharp, but they don't sound very sharp. I mean, I want to debate at Oxford University Debating Society in England, which was founded back in the 1820s or something. This house believes that intelligent life has visited Earth, intelligent extraterrestrial life has visited Earth. We got 60% of the vote, which is pretty darn good, considering that nobody there knew anything about UFOs beforehand anyway. So it isn't easy. But let me give you an example of the kind of data that helped move me in the direction I'm going. I was speaking to a college class, and there were about 100 students in the class. And I don't know even for what reason, wanted to get an idea of their perception of the whole UFO thing. So I said, look, I want you to vote on some subjects by raising your hand, but I want you to do it with your eyes closed so you're not influenced by the people around you, because this is touchy stuff. And your instructor and I will count the votes. Okay, about 100 students. 80% thought most people didn't believe in UFOs. But 80% of that group did believe in UFOs. The problem is that our actions depend on our perceptions of how other people believe. So that's what needs to be changed. I don't get a hard time. Well, as soon as a matter of fact, when people find out, a lot of people know who I am, even locally here, see my picture, hear me on a program, and what they want to do is tell me they're sighting because they know I'm not going to laugh at them.
Stanton Friedman, thank you. We're going to come back with Stanton Friedman in a little while, and we're going to discuss the evidence. You can visit his website at www.stantonfriedman.com, and he has a book that was released in 2005, Top Secret Magic. It's the second edition.
M-A-J-I-C, that is.
M-A-J-I-C, about the Majestic 12, correct?
About Majestic 12, right. And I have another book, Crash at Corona, the definitive study of the Roswell incident. That's still out there.
Please go to his site and purchase it and support him. We'll be back in just a little bit on the Mysterious Universe podcast. Welcome back to the Mysterious Universe podcast. We're talking on the phone in Canada with Stanton Friedman, physicist and UFO researcher. If you want to learn more about Stanton and his work or purchase some of his books, you can go to www.stantonfriedman.com. Okay, Stanton, thank you again for joining us.
You're welcome.
I want to ask you the heart, the meat of the argument. Where is the beef? What is the evidence? How do you prove to the skeptic who is open to it? What do you say when they ask you to present the evidence?
Well, that's why I've given a lecture, Flying Saucers Are Real, 700 times. The first part of my lecture, I cover these 5 large-scale scientific studies: Blue Book Special Report 14, 3,201 sightings, quality evaluations, categorizations of all the reports, an interesting statistical cross-comparison to compare the unknowns, which are the only ones you're interested in, with the knowns, leaving out the not enough information cases. They found on the basis of 6 different characteristics, apparent size, color, shape, speed, etc., that the probability that the unknowns were just misknowns was less than 1%. That doesn't prove the difference. It says it's very unlikely that the unknowns are just misknowns because the 2 groups don't match in any characteristic. That study, the quality evaluation, as I mentioned before, the better the quality, the more likely to be an unknown and the less likely to be listed as insufficient information. Exactly what you'd expect if the unknowns were really something different. And you look at some of the cases that they present, and it's clear we're dealing with manufactured objects behaving in ways, back then, this study was completed in 1955, that we certainly couldn't duplicate then and doubtfully can duplicate now. You see, it isn't enough to say, well, it was a big round flying saucer, it was a huge cigar-shaped mothership, so-called, and there are reports of things half a mile long, which is longer than most things we can fly, the last time I checked, and especially if they can move at thousands of miles an hour as observed on radar. But it's the combination of appearance and behavior. The SR-71 moves fast, but it sure isn't able to land out in the middle of nowhere vertically and then take off vertically out in the middle of nowhere, noiselessly and without any visible external engines. You know, it's got an engine. And the thing that people forget is anybody on Earth that was building these things, there's only one reason to build them. That's for military purposes. That's where the money goes, to develop high-performance aircraft, some of which don't work very well and some of which work very well. And if we had built them, then why weren't they used in Korea, in Vietnam, in the first Gulf War, the second Gulf War? We built a stealth airplane. We used it because that's why you're building them. The B-2, we used it. So, Blue Book Special Report 14, a good place to look. A second good place to look would be the UFO evidence. There are 2 volumes, 1965 and the year 2000, an update, which the first one has reports on 746 unknowns sifted out from about 4,500 cases. It has separate chapters on sightings by police, by scientists and engineers, by pilots, military and commercial. It has evidence for intelligent control. And you go through all these and you say, hey, wait a minute, I didn't know all this stuff was going on. The third thing, the congressional hearings of 1968, I think these have actually been put on the internet. There's no color or anything associated with them, so it's cheap to download. Symposium on UFOs sponsored by the House Congress of the U.S. Committee on Science and Astronautics, July 29th, 1968, my birthday. That's not why they were held then. But the testimony from 6 scientists in person and written testimony from 6 more of us, I was in the latter group of 6, that were included in the 246-page volume. I was the only one without a PhD in the group. I mean, who needs it? Piled higher and deeper, after all. I've got an MS, that's more the same, and I got a BS, everybody knows what that is. So anyway, the best paper in this collection, and Carl Sagan was one of the presenters, is Dr. James E. McDonald's paper. He was originally a skeptic, as I was too. He was challenged. He visited the National Investigations Committee on Aerial Phenomena, one of the big organizations back then, out of existence now. He visited Project Blue Book several times, the Air Force study, and concluded that this is the most challenging scientific problem of our time, and the most likely explanation is that some UFOs are of extraterrestrial origin. And in his paper, he presented data on 41 separate cases, which he had thoroughly investigated, and subdivided into about 6 groups, answering the questions of the debunkers. How come they're never seen on radar? It gives you half a dozen good radar cases. Why is there always only one witness, and that witness a kook? He gives you a bunch of multiple witness cases. Well, how come they're only seen out in the country? He gives you a bunch of big city cases. Well, how come astronomers and meteorologists and other people who watch the skies don't see them? He gives you a bunch of cases like that. So you can raise all those objections, but none of them stand up to careful scrutiny. So I always refer people, I guess a copy of his paper is listed on my website. Jim was his specialty was upper atmospheric physics, and that's where most of the many UFOs are seen. He was a professor of physics at the University of Arizona. Another source, a good source of information, is a book by Dr. J. Allen Hynek. He was Hynek. He was the Air Force Project Blue Book scientific consultant on UFOs, an astronomer. And in his book, published long after he was dissociated from Blue Book, he presents information on more than 70 cases that couldn't be identified. And he has some strong comments to make about one of the other studies that I referred to, the University of Colorado scientific study on UFOs, published in 1969. It's usually called the Condon Report, C-O-N-D-O-N. The professor in charge was Dr. Edward U. Condon. Now, it's a 965-page paperback. I mean, it's big. Much of it doesn't deal really with flying saucers or UFOs, and you'd never know from the press release that went out that it's got a lot of goodies in it. Condon said nothing is of benefit to science has been garnered from our study of UFOs. He recommends that Blue Book be closed, and don't bother. But a special UFO subcommittee of the world's largest group of space scientists, the American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics, and they wouldn't let me on the committee. I'm a member, but I was biased because I had reached a conclusion after 11 years of study. Let's hope I had reached a conclusion after 11 years. But anyway, people from government, from industry, from universities, they noted that 30% of the 117 cases studied in the Condon Report could not be identified, and that any phenomena with 30% unknown is certainly worthy of further scientific attention. They sponsored 2 conferences. As an analogy here, suppose you're interested in finding a cure for cancer. If somebody told you, I guess there isn't one because only 20% of the drugs we tried worked, you'd say, give me one. I'm sick. Give me one that works. I don't care about all the ones that don't work. And that's the way we are in everything else. When I build a nuclear reactor, there are a couple of fissionable isotopes. The fact that there are 500 that aren't fissionable, who cares? It's irrelevant. Any sports outfit, you're looking for the ones that work, not the ones that don't work.
With all the data and all the eyewitness evidence, is that enough? Is there actual physical evidence that we can look at and examine?
Okay, we haven't touched upon crashes. There's physical evidence, the changes in the ground beneath where the saucer sat, but I'm the original civilian investigator of the Roswell incident. Talked to loads of witnesses there. I'm convinced the government recovered a crashed flying saucer, covered it up, threatened people, and shut it up. And where is that stuff? I haven't touched it, but the evidence is overwhelming that it's there. I mean, in the first 2 years of research on it, my colleague and I talked to 60 people connected with the event. And, of course, most of them are dead now, but there'll be a new book out within a year. Roswell, It Really Happened, by Dr. Colonel Jesse Marcel Jr. He was the son of the intelligence officer who first went out to handle the wreckage. And nobody can say he's anti-government. He's had a military connection for 43 years. He's a medical doctor. He just got back from a year in Iraq as a flight surgeon. He just turned 70 years old, or he is next week, I guess. And he handled some of the wreckage. So with testimony from people like that, from retired General Thomas Jefferson Dubose, he was in Fort Worth when wreckage was brought there. He took the call from Washington, from his boss's boss, telling him to cover it up. He told me that standing 3 feet away from me. So we have some outstanding testimony. The Air Force clearly lied. I've got my Government UFO Lies goes into some of that on my website, www.stantonfriedman.com. And so there is that wreckage. And would governments keep it secret? Of course they would keep it secret. And they don't want the other guy to know what they know about these saucers.
You touched on Roswell, and I know that is a topic that we could probably go on forever, but briefly, because I've recently, there have been a few specials and a few things that have come out that have claimed Roswell was, I think a balloon and then a high altitude parachuting test from the government. With all the recent stuff that's come out about Roswell, you still say that it really happened as a UFO crash.
Of course, I had to read those books, and on my website, as a matter of fact, you'll find a review of a book by Nicholas Redfern, Englishman who lives in the States now, who talks about deformed Japanese who were part of an experiment to find out about radiation, and they were flown in a balloon hung from a Horton Brothers German flying wing. And I give a very detailed response to that because I worked on nuclear propulsion and radiation shielding and all that sort of stuff. I have yet to see a good disclaimer, and I've read the books. It's nice to pick up on stories. There's a lot of disinformation out there, unfortunately, and I don't know what to tell you. Read my website. I'll try to keep you up.
And real briefly, the last thing, can you tell me a little bit about the, is it the Zeta Reticuli incident with the star map?
Yeah. The Betty and Barney Hill, the most famous abduction around. The book is The Interrupted Journey, and I've just completed work, sequel, 40 years later, my goodness, captured an insider's look at the Betty and Barney Hill UFO abduction by Kathy Marden and me. Kathy is Betty Hill's niece. They were driving along up in New Hampshire. I'll give you the very, very shortened version. They saw a light in the sky. They looked at it with binoculars. It was clearly a craft of some kind. It seemed to be following them. They were out in the middle of nowhere in New Hampshire. And to make a long story short, they, for reasons unknown, turned off onto a little side road right alongside a big clearing. The saucer had stopped. They were taken out of their vehicles, obviously under control of some kind, taken on board, examined, put back out, totally wouldn't remember what happened, and didn't. There was a 2-hour time lag here, so they got home much later than they should have, and they didn't know why. They remembered seeing the UFO, but they didn't remember being on board. And they used a famous psychiatrist who was an expert at breaking through barriers set up by shell-shock war veterans, for example. He used hypnosis because, you know, your buddy's head gets blown off next to you. That's not easy to integrate into your personality. So he has you relive the experience, not retell, but relive and work through it, and that seems to take care of the problems caused by keeping it shut up inside. And so while on board the craft, and they were examined in separate rooms, Betty sees a star map. It's like a three-dimensional model, 2 feet by 3 feet by 3 feet, a bunch of points of lights connected with lines, heavy lines, lighter lines, dotted line, dashed lines. And she asked the leader of the crew, where are you on the map? Where's your home on the map? Well, do you know where you are? He says, I don't know anything about astronomy. How can I tell you where I'm from if you don't know where you're at? End of discussion. And the different routes were trade routes and occasional expeditions and stuff. Well, Dr. Simon, the psychiatrist, when they're working through this, and this is months of separate hypnosis sections for the two of them, asks her if she can remember what it looked like and gives her a post-hypnotic suggestion to draw it only if she remembers it accurately. She does that. And a brilliant woman named Marjorie Fish in Ohio visited with Betty, listened to her, and then built three-dimensional models of our local neighborhood. And eventually, after building 25 different models, mind you, was able to find that the base stars were the Zeta 1 and Zeta 2 reticuli. The constellation is Reticulum. They're only visible from below the equator, and I've seen a picture taken from Australia, as a matter of fact. And they happen to be the closest to each other pair of sun-like stars in our entire local neighborhood, only an eighth of a light year apart, just 39 light years away. There's a whole booklet, the Zeta Reticuli Incident, published by Astronomy Magazine, with all kinds of contributions from all kinds of people. I'm satisfied that identifies where that particular crew came from, and nobody knew before this that here was the closest to each other pair of sun-like stars in our entire neighborhood. 39 light years from here. Then we thought it was only 37. We've got a lot of good data recently with satellite measurements of distances. That's the hard part to building three-dimensional models. You need distance. Astronomers don't care about distance. You know what angles to aim a telescope at. And you ain't going nowhere, so it doesn't matter. But if you're trying to figure out what's in the model, the map, it does matter. And so it's a very exciting piece of work, and it stood up extremely well in time. And I wish I could go out at the end of my lectures, and I mentioned it when I was lecturing in Australia, that, if you look up in the right place, you can see these stars. But I can't do that here because you can only see them from below the equator.
Right. Stanton Friedman, thank you for your time. Go visit Stanton's site, www.stantonfriedman.com. He's got a lot of literature and a lot of papers on there, a lot of information. And I look forward to reading some more of your work. And are you lecturing anywhere on the Southern Hemisphere in the near future?
Nothing planned at the moment. I have spoken in Australia and in Argentina and in Brazil, but sorry, anybody, Hap Slides will travel. I loved Australia when I was there. And I only saw New Zealand from the airport, but it looked great too.
Thank you, Stanton Friedman. We'll talk to you sometime later. This is Horst Rubin with the Mysterious Universe Podcast.
Enjoyed that interview as much as I did, and a huge thanks to Horst Rubin for getting Stanton Friedman on the show. And I've got a feeling we're going to hear a few more interviews from Horst and the MU production team coming up. And stick around for episode 39 of the podcast coming this weekend, where we'll return with the latest news from the world of the paranormal. And if you want to find more about the topics that Stanton discussed in the interview, head on over to sohpodcast.com and you'll find plenty of links in the show notes, including links to his website at stantonfriedman.com, and also a link to the forums where there's plenty of good discussions going on, and we'll create a thread about the interview. And if you've got any requests for further interviews, you can post them in there as well, or any feedback for Horst and the show, just head on over to the forums. Don't forget to vote for us on Podcast Alley. We're going so well at the moment, where I think we're in the top 25, which is awesome. You guys have been doing such a good job. If you haven't already voted this month, head on over to sohpodcast.com. You'll see the Podcast Alley link in the sidebar. Just click on that and it's really easy to cast your vote. And also don't forget the Frapper Map. I haven't mentioned it in a few episodes. You'll see the link to that in the sidebar as well. The Frapper Map's a great way to see where everyone's from, and you can post a picture up there and give a shout out as well. And also keep the emails and the suggestions for stories coming in. We've got a lot to go through in the next episode. Thanks for all the feedback you've been sending through. And you can email me by going to the website at sohpodcast.com. Click on the Mysterious Universe icon and you can send us an email through the site. Don't forget the hotline too. If you've got any feedback or stories or suggestions for the show, you can ring us up on 201-9845-764. That's 201-9845-764. I'm not sure if there's any confusion over the +1 that's in there. That's the number on the site. It's got the +1 for international dialers, but it is a number in New Jersey. It's just a Skype landline. Pretty easy for any listeners in the States to call, and I know calls from Australia to the US are cheap as well, so don't hesitate to call in. And of course, if you like any of the music you've heard on the show, head on over to music.podshow.com. It's all from the PodSafe Music Network, and also lists the tracks that we play in the show notes in order of appearance. And don't forget to visit some of our sponsors, including Network Designs Inc. You can catch them at www.networkdesignsinc.com. Just click on the services tab there to find out more about their excellent hosting and other services. So until next time, thanks for listening to the Mysterious Universe podcast. I'm your host, Benjamin Grundy, on the SOH Radio Network.
Castlevania rises from the dead on this episode of Retronauts. it's time for Retronauts for the week of I keep saying September. What the hell? February. What is it?
The last time we did this
February
was September.
8th. Oh, that's right. We did Castlevania back in September, but we're doing Castlevania again.
Because there's a good reason.
Yeah,
Because
the
you
good
screwed
reason
up.
being Shane Bettenhausen said, "Hey, we're gonna do a all Castlevania Retronauts in EGM," and then after I went to press, he said, "Oh, by the way, I said we're doing all Castlevania Retronauts."
Well, and Castlevania tugged on your heartstrings so much, you're like, I can't be mad. Let's do it.
No, actually, I
to
mostly
speak
just
for
felt
him.
obligated. I could go without talking about Castlevania again for a little while.
I can't.
Well, that's why you're different than the rest of us.
I'm good with it too, actually.
Okay, well then we'll talk. That's right. You weren't in the last Castlevania discussion,
Yeah, it was.
were you?
Yeah, I was just very quiet.
Oh, okay.
Now we
So
have
you were
yes.
asleep
I
during
had a
the
rock in
Castlevania
my
discussion.
ass.
All right, so we'll do the introductions. I'm Jeremy Parrish, the host of Retronauts. With me is
Special guest Shane Bettenhausen of Electronic Gaming Monthly.
Michael Donahoe of Electronic Gaming Monthly.
Sky Sharky.
and the one thread that ties us and binds us is that we all love Castlevania.
Aww.
Although I don't know if I should use words like tying and binding when you're talking about a game that has
Men in leather
leather-clad
skirts
men
and
with
whips
whips.
and-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Effeminate men in white trench coats. It's a little scary. But before we talk
Red
about
feather
Castlevania,
boas.
we're going to tackle the news for the week, the retro gaming news, because that's our mission, to talk about old things in all their myriad forms.
Oh, yeah, didn't Sony do something not stupid this week?
Did they? They haven't released. Sony hasn't released any downloads this week.
What the hell are they going to make for PS3 though?
They're making Tekken 5 available.
That's it.
But that's not exactly retro. That's
yeah,
like
it came out last year.
retro 2006.
That's last year. It was a while ago.
No,
Remember 2006? What a year.
no, we got to get a little more space between us before we're talking retro. No.
Well, you have to broaden the definitions to give Sony a in there.
No, not really.
Okay.
Yeah, like Jet Moto, that came out in the store, but that's not really retro cool.
Yeah, Jet
No.
Moto. It's like the 20th racer that you've been able to download for PSP.
Yeah.
I don't care.
And
There's
did-
lots of racers already on PSP.
Didn't they already have Jet Moto 2 up there? And like,
I don't think so.
Oh, no, okay.
Did they?
I thought
No.
maybe they did.
No, but I mean, I don't care if you're on water this time. It's still a racer. And
Yeah.
You've got plenty of those.
Not so much.
And Xbox Live Arcade's not doing that much better because this week is Root Beer Tapper, which I've been buying all these downloads as they come along, but this one I'm not going to buy because Tapper's not that
Like,
fun.
it has its fans, but
It
no.
was pretty
Who
good
was
when it was
defending
a,
that thing the other day?
And what I really don't get is why it's Root Beer Tapper, because we're grown-ups now. Xbox 360 is really
Because I think they'd
targeting
have to
older
renegotiate the
gamers.
license if it was like Michelob.
yeah. It
or
was.
whatever.
It used to be Budweiser, I think.
Budweiser, whatever the hell. it
Yeah,
was.
I don't think Budweiser is gonna pay for that.
I don't know. It just seems
awful.
awfully silly to have the Bowdlerized version of Tapper.
Yeah, I'm personally,
tap.
I'm waiting for a new Wii, bartending game. I think that'd be much more fun than playing Tapper.
And
again.
isn't
Maybe
it
as a
actually
mini game in
adverti-
Cooking Mama, serve sake or something.
And isn't there like legislation like to market or to advertise alcohol in a medium or something? You have to prove that like 70% of the readership or viewership or whatever is adult.
Yeah, there are definitely some rules.
Something
about,
insane like that.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
What's weird about Root Beer Tapper is not a lot of people know that on Midway's site, you can back in the day you can go on their site and play like Root Beer Tapper, Rampage, Joust for free.
Yeah, then they realized, wait
Yeah.
a minute, there's
we
money
can
to be
sell
made.
these. Yeah, in
we could
high
give
school
it for free or for $5.
Yeah, I used to play that like in high school. In my like web making class, I would like play Root Beer Tapper all the time. It was great. And now I'm like, wait, I have to pay for this game on Xbox Live Arcade.
But you can get achievements.
You can get achievements, but I was like, man, I like playing this for free. Kind of stuff.
And then over on Virtual Console, it was actually a pretty decent week.
Finally.
Ignore Vigilante because Vigilante
Dude.
is crap.
But you're saving Madonna.
I don't care if you're saving Madonna or if you're saving Cyndi Lauper. It's still a really, really bad game.
Yeah.
It's basically Irem's Kung Fu Master, but they set it in a junkyard of the future. You're fighting the same.
Are you
same
literally
skinhead.
saying Madonna or just somebody with cones?
It says
Her
Madonna.
name is Madonna.
Oh, okay.
It could be like the mother of God for all
Well,
I know.
you know-
But I don't care.
But okay, I remember in the
I
arcade.
was just thinking that's not really a selling point. It's like, oh, what year was this anyway?
It was like
You probably
85, wasn't it?
Okay, that was
86?
probably the point where you probably should have not saved her. I mean, she's like on my top 10 list of celebrities that should have died back when it would have been tragic.
Or maybe it was more like 87, but whatever. It had good graphics in the arcade, but the TG16 version, not so much.
It looks okay, but it's just not fun. I mean, it's Kung Fu Master, but it has less interesting levels because it's only walking straight ahead. There's no climbing or anything like that.
Right.
There are less diverse enemies.
Very
You
scant-
don't even have little midgets attacking you.
Right,
It's
very
just like the same guy.
Extremely scant parts. I remember like nunchucks.
You can get a nunchuck.
Yeah,
and that's pretty much
about it. Yeah,
I don't know. I haven't made it that far in the game because it's just incredibly cheap.
It's not worth your $6.
No, don't get it, guys. Much better is Gain Ground, which I think a lot of people probably don't know about because you know, it wasn't that popular a game.
That game's
but,
kind of a classic in Japan, though. There's like a serious fan base for Game Ground in Japan.
Well, I remember playing it in the arcade and really liking it. It's very similar to Gauntlet, but
is it 3-player?
I don't know on Genesis. I think it's just 2.
Because I think aren't there 3 different characters or something?
Yeah, there are 3 different characters. One of whom is a black guy who only throws a spear. It's kind of yeah.
Did you ever?
But if you look beyond that, it's really like Gauntlet, but with kind of this not quite squad element to it. But I don't know, like the levels
reason to cooperate.
The levels are laid out much more thoughtfully. It's not about overwhelming you. It's about fighting your way through and choosing whether you should try to rescue as many little guys on the stage as you can, or just wiping out everyone and escaping as quickly as possible.
Did you ever try the Sega Ages remake of that?
I didn't, because the Sega Ages hurt me early, and I never trusted it.
They got better by the end.
Nobody cared by the
end. Yeah, by that point it was too late and the damage was done.
You got the treasure box. I'm sure you got the treasure box.
I did get the treasure box.
Exactly.
But then I sold it.
Oh.
Not to me.
I'm sorry, did you want it?
I wouldn't have minded.
Do you have a Japanese PlayStation?
I could. People around me have Japanese PlayStation, so essentially
I've learned my lesson. Sorry, you can fight Nick Maragos for it in
a
in a bare-chested
or you could buy it
pit duel.
Or you could buy it for like the $14 it costs.
Most depressing pit duel ever.
Have a slap fight. And of course, the highlight for Virtual Console this week is Super Mario World, which I don't know. They've been releasing a lot of Mario games lately, but what the hell? This is, in my opinion, it's the most fun of the Mario traditional.
You know, if they had to do that, they should have done Mario World plus All Stars. But then you couldn't milk me.
Yeah, that would be $8 for 4 games as opposed to $8 for 1 game at a time.
Oh, that'd be tragic.
Which version of Super Mario World is it, Jeremy? Do you know?
It's the American version.
Which American version?
What's the difference? Are you talking about like Mario Advance?
No, I'm talking about there are differences they made to the version that came with.
They took the porn out of the later one.
Like I have the version that is Mario All Stars and Super Mario World on one cartridge. It was a special pack-in, and there are slight changes to the game.
I don't know what the changes are, so.
Well, they're slight.
Ooh.
Well,
I don't actually recall.
You're not actually helping because I can't say, oh, well, it was slightly.
If you can't even remember, and it's your job to remember, nobody's going to give us.
Yeah, you get off on trivia like that.
I thought you knew more about this stuff than I do. Obviously, you don't.
No, I don't really care. There are also legitimate full price releases this week in the classic world. There's Capcom Puzzle World, which I would not recommend because it's basically Puzzle Fighter and some kind of crappy other games, like 4 other crappy games.
Well, there's like a Pang or whatever, right? But that's called
No, it's
is
Block.
Is Quiz and Dragons on there?
Block, and 3 versions of Buster Brothers. That's it.
Which Pang is Buster
Brothers. Oh, is that it?
Yeah.
Yeah, Pang Buster Brothers it's okay, but not really a selling point.
I'm going to go on a limb here and actually tell people that Puzzle Fighter, a little overrated. It's a good game.
I like it, but I would much rather have it as a $6 download for PSP.
I'd much rather play it for free in Puzzle Pirates than piss somebody off by winning.
Snap. But I will spend money on Final Fantasy VI Advance.
Hell yeah.
Because it's got new content, it's retranslated, and apparently there's less gargling in the opera scene. So it's more like, as opposed to,
ew.
So,
wow.
You've been drinking milk, Jeremy. Jesus.
Did I tell you what?
It makes the body good.
Did I tell you what I got to play? I got to play the PSP version of Final Fantasy 1.
Did you?
I did.
Was that pretty underwhelming?
No, I was actually impressed because they completely redid all the graphics 100%.
Yeah, the graphics look kind of weird. They look
Did
more
they
like
just take like the Wonder Swan one?
They look like they're taken out of a Korean MMO.
They're kind of cutesy. They're cutesier. Everything's big.
Very big.
Everything's big. Yeah. I will probably get that. I will not buy Final Fantasy 2 again.
The monster graphics are nice in that.
Yeah, I've learned my lesson.
Why would anybody want to play Final Fantasy
2
at all?
This is like bury that one. All right, not so good.
We'll just pretend that we went from Final Fantasy 1 to 3.
Yeah.
But of course, the big retro release news is the fact that Castlevania Rondo of Blood is finally coming out in America.
Yay!
Ooh. Along with Castlevania Symphony of the Night and a 1 or 2.5D remake of Rondo.
They waited until we all pirated it or stole it or
bought it.
Yeah.
Bought it at full price and then some.
I'm going to give you a list of games I want you to buy so they'll finally.
Yeah, I've already had people who are like, okay, well, you need to buy Snatcher and you need to buy this and that.
No, but it's funny, like on boards, people are like, well, I think a lot of people have played Rondo. No, they haven't. Like, among people because we're like the biggest nerds in the world. Yeah, our friends have played it.
It's not exactly an accurate cross-section of the population.
Right.
Yeah.
Like gamers who like to show off their retro gaming penis. They've played it, but everyone else is like, it's not easy to play.
And not a lot of people have played the bastardized Super Nintendo version either, which came out late.
Playing that today. Actually.
Yeah, we were just playing that, and it's actually pretty good. Although
you could probably hear me.
Don't hold
across the office.
Don't hold the two versions next to each other because that'll just make you sad.
I mean, I've played through them both, and I think Rondo of Blood for me was like a 9.5. I really love Rondo of Blood, and like Dracula XX is more like a 7.
Yeah, I feel
but
like
it's definitely a 7 though. It's not bad.
Right.
It's actually fairly good as long as you don't look at it next to the other.
It's bad in weird ways. Like they like made level designs worse on purpose. So I
the levels whoever made those levels hates people, everybody, and
actually,
I want to find that son of a bitch and shit in his heart. I really, it's just
like we were talking about the battle against Dracula is completely different than the battle in the PC Engine game, and it's completely shitty.
Yeah, it's mostly the same, except that
uneven platforms
everywhere.
and instant death pits, and it's just it's a fucking nightmare.
It's designed in such a way to where he will knock you in pits and kill you. Like it's terrible.
Well, and then you have this long, tedious fight that's actually not that threatening, but takes for fucking ever because he teleports all over and doesn't do anything important. And then you get like the instant knock in the pit right after that. So it's just like it's like they made it specifically to piss me off.
Yeah, you have a lot of venom. This is almost like one up yours or something.
Oh, I'm really pissed.
Good granny.
I'm glad they're not including that version on the PSP.
No, I wish they were.
No, that would actually be nice.
I think it would be nice. If this is really the Dracula X Chronicles, you could have like that, and then you could also have the Saturn version of Symphony, and people could say, wow, those alternate versions really pale in comparison.
But I think Iga's all about like reforming the timeline in his vision, and he's probably writing those games off.
Right.
You know.
Got to kill off Sonya Belmont.
He still hates
a chance.
He still hates.
Yeah, he was bitching
Sonya
about that the other day.
He's still mad about
Did
her.
you ask him when we're going to see a game with Sonya and Victor Belmont? Because that would be a great question.
When are we going to see a game with a female protagonist who's not
who doesn't show her panties every time she ducks?
But I do have a question about all these new Castlevania, existing Castlevania fans coming to Rondo for the first time. Do you think they're ready for the gameplay? Because unless they're old school Castlevania fans, I think they might be surprised by the pace.
By the fact that
I'm
it's
looking
really
forward to it,
stiff
actually.
and hard
Stiff,
and,
yeah. Of course, you're looking forward to see the reaction of when Symphony of the
People
Night
are like,
fans.
this game sucks because I can't win.
Exactly. When Symphony of the Night fans are like, this one sucks.
Well, that's what they were saying when you didn't like Ghosts and Goblins.
Well, yeah, but that's because they're retarded. Ghost and Goblins just isn't a good game. Ultimate Ghost and Goblins. Rondo of Blood is a good game.
But if
objectively, scientifically speaking, it's a very, very good game.
Yeah, I mean, like the control, the jumping and shooting in Rondo of Blood is better than the jumping and shooting.
You don't have a hell of a lot of control over it, but you definitely have more than you do in Ghosts and Goblins.
Well, I mean, yeah. Rondo of Blood is a very, very carefully designed game.
You can do some really great acrobatic shit in that, honestly. You just have to, plan ahead a little bit.
Right, but every level, every enemy is set up so that you have the means and the capacity to defeat it without having to, memorize everything.
Right.
You can win by instinct.
Some of those you do definitely have to memorize. That one
only
stage
the
with all the
bosses.
axe knights and all not the axe knights, the spearmen and the sword guys.
Like four prime.
It's like the next to the last one. If you're taking the shit route.
4 prime.
Yeah, that one's a complete pain in the ass. You really do
it's
have
a pain
to
in the
memorize
ass, but it's
exactly
not-
when to do what and how to lead the guys around. And
No, that's just a matter of learning how the enemies attack. That's just enemy attack patterns. I'm not talking about that's one thing. That's just learning to deal with it. But I'm talking about having to memorize how you can jump and where you can jump from. And
Right.
Oh, okay. No, that
kind
is
of-
like
well,
Ghosts
it's
and
just
Goblins. That is something
crap.
else.
Another thing,
entirely.
it has the classic Castlevania difficulty ramp up, which modern day fans aren't used to. In this game, in the beginning, you can take 8 hits, 16 hits, or 8 hits, and then by halfway through the game, you can only take 6 hits, and by the end,
you go up
4
against
hits.
death, and it's you're suddenly
that's typical. I mean, that was
But it is
the old
typical.
NES games were exactly like that.
Right, but I'm saying these-
unless they were like the Japanese versions where the damage you took was dependent on the enemy that hit you.
But the Johnny Come Latelys who are used to leveling up and getting 1,000 hit points, and never dying in Castlevania are going to be stunned when they're getting their ass handed to them in this game because it gets really hard.
Yeah, it's definitely not the hardest though.
No, it's not the hardest, but it's hard.
It is hard, but in a good way.
But again, I think people who are turned off by the control When they get to Maria, she plays a lot more like...
Oh, she's cake.
Yeah, she plays a lot more like a modern game character. Very agile. You have complete control. She can double jump. In fact, it's a little too easy with her.
Yeah,
it is.
Well, and her weapon does like a slight upward arc, and that just...
Well, plus she can shoot 2 at a time.
And you could do that weird ninja thing.
Yeah, I mean, there are bosses like Dracula. Like, you can kill Dracula with Maria in like 10 seconds.
Yeah, I bet you could do it blind, actually, if you had a stereo setup.
Probably. Yeah, I almost wish they would make the game harder with Maria, but I'm sure they won't, because he's trying to keep it pretty true to the original.
Well, yeah, it's a little bit difficult to rescue Maria, but once you have her, then you have her for the entire game. So I think that'll be kind of a cop-out for people who
I always
cringe
thought it was
and
really
cry
a
when they have to play as Richter.
backwards reward system, though. It's like, wow, you beat it with this really difficult character. Here's an easy one. You obviously don't need it.
No, I think that's how rewards usually work. Like
yeah,
that,
it is.
Like that
I
Ivan
still think it's screwed
Drago.
up. I mean, it's like the same way with like the Metroidvania titles.
Yeah.
I mean, where it's like, oh wow, you can beat boss rush in half a second. Here's the best sword in the fucking game that you obviously will never have to use.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's kind of pointless.
When we were talking to Eagle last week, I was trying to press him on whether or not he'd add a new playable character for Rondo, because he loves adding playable characters in his games.
Storyline wise, who the hell would you add though?
Well,
besides
can you
like
play
maybe
as
axe
Shaft?
armor or something. Play as Shaft.
How about
play as the Behemoth? Just charge through the entire game.
How about like just some other random one of the other girls you rescue? Annette.
Yeah, I could see playing as Annette.
Iris or Annette. Yeah, that'd be awesome.
All you can do is heal yourself.
Sonya Belmont.
Sonya Belmont. No, I don't think so.
Yeah, it's gonna fly.
So Alucard is like seemingly asleep somewhere during Rondo.
Yeah.
Maybe you can wake him up. Play as a young.
Hey, wake up! Wake up! We need you to save someone.
That'd be cool.
I don't think that's gonna work.
You don't think it's gonna work?
No. I think the Alucard sleeping thing is his plot device, so he's going to stick to that. So, let's look at things we could unmake that he didn't have anything to do with. Like, I don't know. Actually, a lot of his extra playable characters have nothing whatsoever to do with the game. Like when you can play as Richter and Maria in Rondo of Blood, or in Portrait of Ruin.
Portrait of Ruin.
Yeah, I mean,
no
Richter,
reason
you have to
for
fight
that.
his soul, but you don't have anything to do whatsoever with Maria. But she's still there.
You know, I know Iga's a huge fan of Castlevania 3, and you fight all those characters in Symphony of the Night. I always thought it'd be awesome
And in Portrait, and
if he made like Grant or Sif a playable character. That'd be really cool.
that would be neat. Well, that's kind of what he was going for with what the hell was it?
Right, with
Aria,
Julius
or-
Mode and Dawn of Sorrow.
Dawn of Sorrow.
Except you couldn't play
You
as
couldn't play as
Hammer.
Grant or Hammer.
Hammer
whatever,
Grant
yeah.
style.
Exactly.
Although it would have been awesome to see this gigantic beefy dude clinging to the ceiling. I would have paid money for that.
Yeah, Hammer is still my favorite Ayami Kojima character design because it doesn't look like anything she's ever
Right,
made.
it's totally
It
different.
actually looks like a man.
Yeah, like a mailman. Yeah. Mailman.
Mailman.
Oh,
Opposed
it's
to all
the
the female men.
It's the janitor. Hi, janitor.
I mean, then like other changes that are coming to Rondo, you know, he's talking about how the prime stages will be changed. There'll have some new elements in them. So even us who have played through the game a bunch of times will have things to look forward to, and that's cool. So it's a reason to play the original and the remake.
Yeah, I wonder if the original version of the game is going to be graphically reformatted for the screen, because I know he's doing that with Symphony.
Yeah, or do you think about black bars? I don't know.
Yeah, what I think is most significant about the Dracula X Chronicles, aside from the fact that Rondo of Blood's never been to the U.S. before, is the fact that between Rondo of Blood and Castlevania Symphony of the Night, you have effectively like the linchpin of the series. It's kind of this center point for the game that defines both like the ultimate of what the linear stage by stage games can be, and also define the template for the Metroidvania style.
Right, you see like the pivotal moment occur, and what's amazing is both of them are really good.
Yeah, they're both really good, and they both are a lot alike. It's just that they're kind of different expressions of the same basic gameplay concept.
Right, it's almost like
So-
Rondo took it a little way in this direction of like freedom, and then like they just blew it out of the water in Symphony of the Night.
Right, and I think that it kind of ties everything together. So it's really a crucial moment in the game series and the series history.
Yeah, and like, you know, if everything comes off as well as it seems, it's going to be like the most easily recommendable portable game, maybe of all time. Like, seriously, those are like two excellent games.
You get, I mean, factor in you getting the remake as well,
Right.
so you get 3 games for 1.
Brilliant.
Good deal. Good deal.
And I imagine this game is going to
Yeah,
sell.
we're kind of talking about the remake thing as like an incidental thing, but how does everybody feel about that? Honestly, that might be a little touchy. It's nowhere near done yet.
Yeah,
but,
it's definitely
looking
taken
at
some.
it,
It's taken some
what-
flack for the graphics.
Of course it will. It's different.
It's different. I think it looks pretty good, and they still have 8 months to work on it. And if they,
I don't think it looks bad, and I could definitely see where the work is going to go.
yeah, I mean, like,
Well, people are complaining because it doesn't look good on their computer screen, but you're not going to play it on your computer screen. You're going to play it on the PSP screen, and it looks really good on the PSP.
right? We
and
we played 4 different stages.
Yeah, and it plays really well.
Yeah,
like it
it
plays
plays
just like the original.
identical.
People are like, oh, it looks weird, but no, the animations are a little different. But the ultimate result is that the gameplay feels exactly like Rondo of Blood.
Right.
So it's not like Powered Up or something where it feels kind of weird and
No, it doesn't
collision's a
have that
little
like
off, or-
floatiness. The only real difference is that the animations play out differently. but the ultimate result is the same because you're still like, it has the same rhythm to it.
Yeah.
So that's really the most important
quite
thing.
as much bop in Richter's step though. That looks a little odd.
Well, it goes along with all the little jazzy remixes of Vampire Killer that you always get.
Yeah,
but he's kind of
hopping
out. He's
along.
dancing. He needs to snap the pistols, and it's really.
I would like to see Richter's character model be a little refined, and some of the bosses look a little chunky to me.
The water dragon, I think. No, actually, the wyvern. The wyvern actually
looks a little
worse.
chunky. Especially those little cinemas that introduced them, and like those were rough. They said and they definitely looked a little rough. So, yeah, I mean, they have 8 months, and like I think it'll look like a really good game,
right?
when it's done.
No, I mean, yeah, it's not visually spectacular, but I don't know.
It gets the job done.
It's fine.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people aren't taking into account that it's incomplete too. I mean, like
Right.
I was watching the first stage videos. Like obviously they're missing some visual effects and sound effects.
Right.
And,
Yeah, the music's placeholder. Whenever Richter does his item crash, no matter what he's holding, he shouts, "Holy Storm!"
Right. I was a little stunned by the fan reaction to the graphics and to people who felt like Castlevania was like selling out, that it had become a DS franchise, and this is like a slap in the face to all the loyal DS Castlevania fans.
Oh, for Christ's sake!
Yeah, because Castlevania has only ever been on one platform at a time.
Right.
That Genesis version, you were just imagining.
I first met Castlevania on the NES, and I don't feel betrayed that it's coming to the PSP.
Oh well, people will find something to complain about, no matter how good the news is.
I imagine it's going to be like when Portable Ops came out, though, and PSPs will suddenly become a commodity in the office.
Yeah, it's like
for like a week.
Yeah,
yeah. Because usually I turn my PSP on and the battery's dead, and I need to install like 2 software updates.
Yep.
And yeah, hopefully with more releases like this, we'll be doing that as well.
So I kind of feel like with the 2.5 remake of the game, there's actually something more significant to that. I really feel like this is kind of a test to see if this is the direction that they want to take the series, because people are always saying,
how are you going to?
Why aren't you making 2D games on consoles? And he's always saying because it would be expensive and we can't get the support for it.
Yeah, I also think it's because he's scared shitless.
I don't know.
If you
like
make a 2D console
if I were
game and
him,
it failed, that would be like the end.
Yeah.
I guess, but I don't.
But he's never.
I don't really think that's the
it's
issue.
funny.
No, he never has.
Ega's never failed with 2D Castlevanias, where he has had
like the
mixed results with 3D Castlevanias.
2D Castlevanias are a flop in Japan. Like they don't sell.
Well, Castlevania in general is a flop in Japan.
Right. So I mean, if you're just looking at sales figures, like you can make a case for everything being a flop.
Right. But the DS and GBA games have done very well here.
They have, but
I mean,
yeah,
Ega said
I really
he's
feel
making
like
this game for
I feel like this is a
American
test with the PSP to see if doing a 2D game with 3D graphics will work for the series, and if Americans, just people in general, will buy it. I mean, I don't know. It's not a very popular series in Japan, but you look at the most popular games over there right now. New Super Mario Brothers has sold like 4 million copies.
4 million, yeah.
Yeah. So clearly, people aren't buying PSPs over there, but this style of gameplay, there's a definite hunger for it.
It's hard to say if this is a test, though, because you're getting, a full copy of Symphony of the Night and the original.
Yeah,
so
but you're getting a remake of a game that's already been put together.
But
they
some
know
people-
that the formula for this game works.
That's true, but some people might specifically get this for the original Rondo or
Right.
Symphony.
But if this is a huge hit, I'd be happy to see an original 2.5D Castlevania on PSP.
I'd be happy to see it on a console.
Yeah, but
I would be happy to see it. It's not the PSP at this point. Like, get rid of.
I think the odds of it showing up on PS3 or 360 are not good.
No, but it's much more likely to go to Wii.
But it could be something like
that would be a style that's very well suited for Wii, because the Wii does not have the graphical prowess of 360.
Although Ego was
like sworn up and down that he's not going to do that.
Yeah, he.
But I think that's because
like,
he's
waggling his arm around.
Yeah,
I think thinking about like whipping with the Wiimote though.
He's taking a really limited perspective. He's like, well, if I have the Wiimote, I have to use it like a whip. But I mean, you look at something like Dewey's Adventure, which is coming from the same publisher, the same development studio as his Castlevania games, and you're not using the Wii controller like a whip. You're using it, to tilt. You're using it to shake and cause earthquakes and stuff.
And
I think
there's all kinds of functionality that you can do with the Wii.
But you guys are forgetting about the fact that these games can be released as like PS3 downloadable titles.
Oh, that's true.
Like if you look at some some other publishers are releasing full games on the PlayStation Network and that are like actual games, not just like
I
cheap
do know
games.
that Sony is letting people make original 2.5D content for PlayStation.
Exactly. So I mean, if Iga goes to them and says like, putting a 2.5D game on the PlayStation Network.
But how, it's kind of weird if Castlevania became like a download only. Kind of makes it seem like not a real game.
It almost kind of seems like.
Don't be such a chauvinist. Just because.
See, I personally wouldn't care. Like as long as it's like a good game. I mean, if that what it takes to get that on a console.
But at the same time, I think Castlevania fans tend to be largely older fans. They tend to be people who have the collector mentality. They're going to want their hard, their physical copy of the game.
I mean, if that's the case, then good for them. But like for me, it's like I want to play fucking Castlevania. I don't care where it is.
Limited run or something for that. I don't know.
But I would point to Super Paper Mario coming out on Wii as an example of a 2.5D game that's different and creative and doesn't use the controller in a
its
gimmicky way.
Super Paper Mario's existence brings hope to us all because it's basically saying, look, here's a major franchise with a 2D installment for a major console.
Right. And it'll probably sell really well.
It's going to sell incredibly well, and of course, it's going
Mario
to
game on the Wii, of course.
It has the Mario thing going for it, which automatically gives it a million sales. But I think it'll just do well and hopefully
do well. I mean, it might scare a bunch of people who are like, "What the fuck is this shit?"
Why? Because it's trippy.
Well, yeah. I mean, like some people might be like, "What is this? I don't understand. Like, what's going on?" Like.
But probably not. I mean, in what sense? Like, why isn't this 3D? Or just because it
the
has
gameplay? I mean, it just might. I mean, I haven't seen enough of the gameplay, but
I don't know. Have you played a Mario Brothers game before? They're pretty fucking trippy.
Yeah,
you eat mushrooms and you open up a test tube and fairies fly out.
But it's fair. It's fair.
No, but Nintendo is creating its own built-in classic game appreciating group with the Wii because of Virtual Console.
It's true.
You have three classic Mario games available.
I'm all for Super Paper Mario, and I really hope it sells. But I don't know if like the average consumer with like the average Joe that the Wii is going for will look at Super Paper Mario and be able to like handle it. I understand what's going on.
I think you underestimate the intelligence of people who buy video games.
Yeah, I just don't know if it has the same simplistic flair as like some of the other Wii.
Sure, it does. I mean, that's part of its appeal is that it has like this simple 2D gameplay, and then you have this limited ability to turn the game sideways. And if that's what you're concerned about, I don't think that's an issue because people are used to dealing with 3D gaming as well.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of a synthesis.
I think there's always the touchstone of Super Mario Brothers. Like, at least you have that, and that does relate to this game.
Right.
So even if it's weird and you're turning it and doing...
Yeah, you turn into a giant sprite,
but you do have some way
people
to, like,
recognize those sprites.
It.
So it's almost like self-referentialism, and gamers who've grown up with Mario are going to be like, oh yeah, it's totally awesome.
Moving back to the Belmont clan, if this is a hit, and if Iga's allowed to make another Castlevania Chronicles, be it on PSP or somewhere else, which one do you want to remake next?
I think it would have to be
not fucking Haunted Castle.
Not Haunted Castle.
It's like the only other one that hasn't really.
Well, he loves Castlevania 3.
Yeah, although actually,
I would
really like to see.
I would like a Bloodlines remake too.
Actually, I would like to see Castlevania or like a Simon Belmont Chronicles. That's what I'd like to see. The original NES Castlevania and Simon's Quest without like retarded, inscrutable hints.
See, but like if you get back to Simon's Quest, I'd almost want it to be like remade with a lot of new content and like
completely remade. Like
clearly he's not afraid to do that.
That would be perfect.
So yeah, maybe if they took Simon's Quest and made it into a game that works within the context of the current free roaming Castlevania series.
Because I think, getting back to Bloodlines, the Genesis one, I think it's a game a lot of people never played, and it's really good. It's really different. I'd like to see him revisit that and make some new levels because it's a little too short. That game, that game could use like twice as many levels almost.
Bloodlines?
Yeah, it's only like 6 stages.
Yeah, but they're fucking hard. That's the way these things were, man. I mean, none of them had that many stages.
We were discussing this earlier.
Super Castlevania 4 is literally twice as long as that game.
Yeah, and it's twice as easy, too.
That's true.
But yeah, Sharky and I were discussing this while we were playing Dracula Double X for Super Famicom, Super Nintendo. Like, people complain about old games being too short, but that's because when you actually play them, not on an emulator, not with save states, but just play them
in one sitting.
Yeah. Sometimes those levels take an hour or longer to beat. So yeah, you have a six level game, but that's 6 hours of gameplay right there.
Yeah. Are you a fan of the Genesis Castlevania?
It's okay. I've never felt compelled to play it all the way through.
I like it very
Really?
much. Yeah.
I think it's fantastic. I think it's very underappreciated. And it does a lot of graphical
I think
things.
it's good. I think the last few fights again really kicked my ass. I mean, it's something like 4 or 5 bosses.
The
in
last
a row.
level's insane.
Yeah.
When you fight Elizabeth Bartley, she throws like 5 bosses at you, and then you fight another boss after her without like a save point, and it's
And
insane.
then Dracula's got like 3 forms,
Yeah,
and
I've only
really
beaten
vicious.
it all the way through like once or twice. It's brutal, but I love it.
Same here.
Speaking of Elizabeth Bartley, I thought it was interesting that in the little bonus content that came with Portrait of Ruin, if you look at the timeline at Bloodlines, it says, "What's a 16th century count doing in the 20th century? Perhaps there is an answer to this question in the works," or something to that effect. So.
Yeah.
Maybe we can expect to see some sort of like
I'm doing some digging.
Elizabeth Bartley
is-
Chronicles.
There's something in the works. I need to find out where and when.
Well,
and
I think
how.
that goes without saying.
Right, but I think it's we might see it in the next.
But I thought there were going to be 2 1990 games. 1999.
I don't know where that is.
Yeah.
I keep hoping. Actually, I wouldn't mind playing.
No, that was actually a rumor going around a
Oh,
couple of
really?
weeks ago from someone who.
I mean, I know
That sounds like
yeah.
whole cloth.
I mean,
to me. I don't think
I've been
anybody-
interviewing Ego for like the last 5 years, and I've asked him about the 1999 stuff a lot of times, and he definitely has the idea for it. I mean, he came out. He like mapped this all out a few years ago. He knows what has to happen there, but he's always made it sound like it's like really involved, and he doesn't want to tackle it.
Yeah, it
yet.
has to have squad-based tactics when you lead the army into Dracula's castle.
Yeah.
Okay, that's ridiculous. But this is something I would love to see.
It would, it would not be ridiculous. It would be cool.
No, when I first saw Portrait of Ruin, I thought it was going to be a co-op game.
Yeah.
And not just like the co-op boss rush or whatever, which like defeats
a
the whole
true
fucking purpose.
co-op.
I thought it was going to be like puzzle solving.
I think
maybe play
that's
online.
completely possible.
That would be just perfect. I
Especially
mean,
if the two characters are very different. I think.
Yeah, exactly. And if they each had like different capabilities, and like kind of like Lost Vikings, where you break up and have other people open up a path for the other characters, that would have been great. And it seems like there's very little reason it's not like that.
Yeah.
It almost seems like something you could just hack.
I think part of the problem is that the Castlevania teams are usually really small, and that's fine for a DS game or even a PSP game, but that's kind of the reason that the PS2 games just really couldn't compete with the big budget titles we're seeing from other places. The team just wasn't big enough, and like if they really want to make a competitive Castlevania for a console, they got to spend more money on it.
Yeah, the 3D Castlevanias, I think most of them needed more development time.
Yeah,
honestly, because it was really frustrating playing through a lot of them. It's like, wow, the music is really good. Some of the art is decent.
Too bad.
It's a shame they didn't just go back
But I've
after
seen
a round
this
of
room
playtesting
many,
and say
many
maybe this guy
times.
needs to run faster because this is taking forever.
Like Lament of Innocence, it didn't have level design. Like they kind of forgot that
Lament
part.
of Innocence wasn't that bad though.
I like it.
No,
but
Lament
it
of
was
Innocence
pretty
had
dull.
like 5 rooms, and then they copied it and
Over
pasted
and
it
over
all
and
over.
over
It
again.
had
Yeah,
the
there were no
Vagrant story
landmarks. It was-
problem.
Yeah. It had good
Except the
graphics,
Vagrant
good
story
music.
actually had like a full game's worth of content.
And then Curse of Darkness was like your guy oozes along. His feet are moving, but he's not going anywhere.
Right.
And it's just tedious. Just across a room, it takes like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And if it weren't for that, then it would have been exponentially better. I that's the only Castlevania I haven't been able to make myself finish.
Yeah, like unless they're willing to really do them right, I'd rather just see these continue on handhelds until they can really tackle it. I don't know.
Well, that's the future of Castlevania. We'll talk a little bit more about the past after this break. Time for the virtual selection section where we name games that we would like to see on a modern system download service.
I got mine right now.
Wow.
It is my favorite shooter of all time.
That would be Silver Surfer for NES, right?
No. It is for Sega Genesis. It is developed
Aleste?
Yes. It is developed.
Score for Jeremy.
It is developed by Compile. It was published here in America by Seismic. It's called Musha, which stands for Metallic Uniframe Super
that's
Hybrid
not Aleste.
Arbor. It's called Aleste in Japan.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
Now I'm confused.
It's one of the Aleste games.
Is that the one we were trying to get to work upstairs earlier? And
yes, actually. Well, that was a Super Famicom version.
Well, it's called something Aleste, actually. It's like Aleste something from Mega Drive. But in America, it's called Musha, and it is the single greatest vertical scrolling shooter ever made. And it's never been available on any other console or any download service.
Really?
I don't know who owns the rights
Well,
to it
there's
now.
a Super NES game called Musha. Is
Yeah,
that the same
that
thing?
came out here called Space Megaforce, and it's a really good game. It's not as good as Musha. And there's also, like, There's one for Sega CD that came out. There's several on. I think it started on like PC-88. It's a long series. It's by Compile, the people who make Puyo Puyo.
Yeah, all those weird name changes that things underwent back in the day.
But Musha is fucking rad. It has amazing parallax scrolling, amazing music. It's really long, really hard. You kind of like level up your weapons as you go. It has multiple endings. To get the real ending, to fight the real last boss, you have to play on like the fucking Mania super hard level of difficulty. It is a 10. It's brilliant.
Well, I guess I'm kind of boring because I was going to go with something thematic. I'd like to see Kid Dracula on Virtual Console.
The Famicom version or the Game Boy?
Yeah,
version?
the Famicom version. It never came to the U.S., but come on,
it's fun.
How hard could it be for them to do like that much translation and release it?
It is a very fun game.
It's Alucard's first outing. Well, aside from Castlevania 3,
right?
But no, it's like the parodious version of Castlevania, and it even has some ties into Symphony of the Night. Because the final boss is Galamoth, the giant lightning dude.
Oh, right, yeah.
In the bottom of the inverted castle.
Except much cuter.
He is much cuter, but it's the same. It's still the same dude. And it has like happy, upbeat renditions of Beginning from Castlevania 3, and like it's just a great fun game.
Did they make a
very
Game Boy
nice
version of
graphics?
that?
They did. The GB version came to the US.
in America. Yeah.
It's in Japan. It's actually called Boku wa Dracula-kun or something like that.
That's right.
But in the US, it's Kid Dracula, and I would like to see that brought to life. Or unlife.
I don't know. Most of the stuff that's popping in my head is like Commodore games or Amiga games or whatever.
Hey, actually, there's going to be Commodore 64 support on Virtual Console. They've said.
Are you fucking kidding? Really?
Yeah, that's it hasn't happened yet, but that was something.
What about
they
Sinclair
announced.
Spectrum? If we're gonna like Europe the fuck.
Yeah, probably for the Europeans.
So what C64 game would you love to see, Sharky?
I don't know. I guess if we want to make this thematic, what the hell was it? They published it as Rad Warrior here. It was like Sacred Armor of Anti-Rad or something.
Oh
like
yeah. I was
just
reading about that the other day.
It's a shockingly similar to
Metroid,
Metroid.
I think.
Yeah, that was it. Well, it's cute because in the cutscene, it's like they're looking at a blueprint for the thing. There's a strategic rip that looks like an extra eye, but it's like anti-radiation armor or whatever. But anyway, yeah, it's like a post-apocalyptic thing. You play this little guy that runs around throwing rocks, but eventually end up getting the essentially Samus armor, and you end up getting attachments for it that'll give you more mobility to explore more of the map. And it came out right around the same time as Metroid too, so it's just like a weird case of convergent evolution. Nobody was ripping off anybody there. It was just bizarre.
I wish C64 would come to the US Virtual Console because I never had one. I'd love to play this game.
Well, I think C64 will come to the US.
That'd be cool.
I
think
would be thrilled.
Yeah,
with
I think
that
we were
great.
saying that like Sinclair Spectrum or whatever,
Or like
won't be coming
some
to the US.
Amstrad system.
Yeah.
That's
Michael.
Cool. Well, I've been playing a lot. I know you guys don't care about wrestling games, but I probably don't. But I've been playing them, and
I like pro wrestling for the NES.
Pro wrestling's great, and the thing
only
is,
if I get to be
I was
Amazon.
thinking about
I'm gonna
how
bite your fucking head off.
how since Super Nintendo is on Virtual Console, that they could release Super Fire Pro Wrestling, which is the best Japanese wrestling pro wrestling series ever, and probably no one's ever played it. And they did release a couple Fire Pro Wrestling on the GBA, and they're not very good. But Super Fire Pro Wrestling Premium X, I think is what it's called, is like the pinnacle of the series.
I thought
on
the
Super
Saturn
Nintendo.
one was the best one.
Saturn one is the best. It's called 6-Man Scramble.
So if they could do that's when you.
Well, they can't. Obviously, like since I was going to say that, but since like the Saturn's not on the Virtual Console,
Right.
Well, it could always come to Xbox Live Arcade
that is true. But
or
so,
PS3 Network.
that's why I would pick. I was talking about this recently. If they release some of the Nintendo 64 wrestling games, I don't care which one, any of them. They could even release.
Is Revenge the best or no?
No Mercy.
WrestleMania,
No Mercy. If they release Virtua Pro Wrestling, which only came out in Japan, which is awesome, by the way, then I would be the happiest guy in the world.
Fire Pro series isn't licensed from a professional, like real names, right?
So
that seems much more likely to come
So it
than.
has like fake characters are based on real
Yeah, so
characters.
the way Fire Pro works is Human developed it, and what they did was they had like every pro wrestling series. So they had like All Japan, New Japan, WCW, WWF, and they had the real wrestlers, but they had fake names, and they had crazy like Hulk
You have any
Hogan.
like Mexican wrestlers in there? Please tell me I can
they
play
did.
as Santo. Really?
Yeah, they had all the Mexican.
Oh,
wrestlers.
no shit.
Everybody.
Blue Demon.
They had like Rey Mysterio. They had like MMA guys, like mixed martial arts. And the thing about the game is like they had Hulk Hogan, but he was wearing like jeans. His default costume was like jeans and a black tank top and black hair, so it didn't look like Hulk Hogan.
That's Bass from Dead or Alive, right?
Pretty much. But if you press a certain button, you can
get
change,
like the yellow tank top.
Yeah, you can change to the actual Hulk Hogan.
Crafty,
sneaky.
Yeah. So
what was that? That other old arcade wrestling game, Apu, something like
Yeah.
that. There was like a really
Ooh.
obvious Hulk ripoff. And who was the Hitler guy? Like Mr. Bobo or something like that.
Yeah,
Looked just like Hitler for some damn reason.
Fire Pro has a lot of
that one.
fans. Like a lot of through the years, I've heard that's like secretly the best wrestling game ever.
It is, and the thing is, like, and I've actually played the Super Nintendo version. It's pretty good, but it's really like with Six-Man Scramble on the Saturn. Like that's where it really hit its peak, and it died recently on the PS2. Like the last version came out, so that's secretly like my like game I would love to see on the Virtual Console, but it will never happen.
That's a good choice because none of us would have said that.
Never say never.
Actually, if this isn't already too long, I'd like to throw in another one. I'd like to see the Japanese version of Castlevania 3 because I just started playing that
with better music
today.
and the
you
Grant
always
who can
told
throw
me the music
knives.
was better, but I didn't actually realize just how
No,
much.
that extra chip made a big difference.
Yeah.
In fact, people got really mad at me after the music episode from 2 weeks ago because I talked about how the NES was amazing and could do this sound with just like 4 sound channels. And then I spliced in the Japanese version of Dracula's Curse.
Oh.
And they were like, hey, that's the wrong one, dude. That was the Japanese game, so you were a liar. Okay, sorry, guys. I did it intentionally because I like that sound better, but fine.
Yeah.
Extra chip, blah, blah, blah. Hope you're happy now.
Then it's got a better difficulty curve. I noticed this when the guys hit you.
Well, yeah, you don't lose damage based on the area you're in.
You lose it,
but you
based
lose
on
it based on the enemy that hit you.
So, it makes
even
the
in the
early ones are a little harder, and the later
but
ones
later
are a
in the
little
game,
easier.
yeah, you don't take 4 hits or 4 points of health damage from every
Yeah,
single.
you should
hit
definitely play through that. I played that a few years ago. Had a great time.
Yeah, I was
good.
playing it this morning. That's why I was so
I
late to
mean,
work.
even the US version of Castlevania 3 was amazing.
Yeah, but even if you
the
love
Japanese,
it,
knocks
I
it
didn't
up
think it would be
much
that.
higher.
I didn't think it would be that much improved,
better.
honestly. Except there are no flea men, and that makes me kind of sad.
The really sad
frog
thing,
bastards.
The really sad thing is that I own the Japanese version of Castlevania 3, but I can't actually play it because
you have a Famicom, or?
because I have a Famiclone.
Oh,
and it's the NEX from Messiah that is not compatible with Castlevania 3. Either version, as it turns out.
Well, it uses like a
It's
lot of weird
heartbreaking.
mapper modes or something. Right?
Yeah.
If we talk about weird Castlevania shit, I got some weird Castlevania shit.
Like
The
marijuana style,
No,
tripping on mushrooms.
Like the most random Castlevania game you own.
I don't know. I purged my collection a long time ago.
Yeah, you're a
so
purger.
I am. I binge and purge. It's bad.
Have you played YY World 1 and 2?
I have played YY World.
Because those are
Yeah, they're
related.
like Castlevania
those are
level,
related
you can play
fields.
as-
There is
yeah.
a Castlevania level in each of those games.
Right.
I think you
right.
could play as Simon.
Simon
or something
and-
You
in
can
one
play
of
as
them,
Simon
yeah.
Belmont.
Yeah.
Those are pretty random.
Doesn't one have like Mikey from the Goonies?
It does. It has Mikey
Oh
from
right,
the Goonies.
yeah.
But yeah, those
They
are
can
my,
have
those
my
are my
ROMs and
favorite.
crying from my cold dead fingers.
Actually, I there aren't really that many weird Castlevania games, but there's some really weird Castlevania clones out there.
My favorite being for the Sega Master System.
Right, Vampire, Master of Darkness.
Vampire Master of Darkness, and it only
Is that the one with Dr. Social?
No, that's the
No.
one that is so utterly shameless about Castlevania that you look at the back of the box and you're like, that's weird. I don't remember these stages from Castlevania, but I do recognize the graphics. There's like a clock section with gears.
Yeah. When you go upstairs,
Yeah.
it looks like Castlevania. I was in England and I saw it in a store, and I was like, I have to own this. And it did come out here, but only for Game Gear, and it was called Vampire.
I don't remember what it's
I
called.
think it was called just Vampire or something here for Game Gear.
Yeah, I ended up buying the British version
Yeah,
from eBay.
That's one of my favorite Castlevania.
It has that weird kind of like
Now, what's the one
not
I'm
quite
thinking of?
full speed problem that
Yeah.
Japanese or that European Master System games have on American systems.
That's not the one I'm talking about.
No,
I don't think so.
yours sounds awesome.
What was it?
Dr.
What was it called?
Social?
Dr.
Are you talking about
Social is-
Eight Eyes?
No, not 8 Eyes. That was garbage. No.
Well, that was also a
yeah,
Castlevania.
the little guy,
game,
like his default weapon is a stick.
Dr. Chaos.
Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
No. Shit, man. I was playing this with you.
What?
Are we talking about the same one? I think we might be.
Doctor what?
The
maybe
main
Dr.
character's
Social
name is Dr. Social.
You know, maybe it is actually. Yeah, I have to go back and revisit that, but that sounds possible.
It plays just like Castlevania, but like your first weapon is a walking stick or some such garbage.
Now I'm confused and
and
frightened.
I've always liked telling the story of I played Symphony of the Night for Game.com. That was at
Oh,
E3
God.
1997, I think, or maybe 98. Anyway, I played Symphony of the Night for Game.com, and it
It
was
would have been 98.
It was pretty good. I was stunned that because Alucard took up like 3/4 of the screen. He was huge, and he animated like
Yeah, I bet the fight against Galamoth was pretty awesome.
well, they only had one small level, and it was like the part of the very beginning of the game. and I played through that, and it had good animation. And
I've seen mock-up shots that looked really awesome. It was like a black and white version of the PlayStation game.
It really was.
But I've seen some other shots that were supposedly from the actual game, and they look pretty crappy.
Dude, the one I played,
they look more like Legends.
The one I played looked kind of like the PlayStation game, but on a game.com with really good animation.
So it's like if you put your eyes right on the TV, that's about the size.
I don't remember the music. It was probably really bad because it was for game.com.
The Symphony of the Night Tiger handheld.
Oh shit!
Like an old school LCD.
No.
Yeah, I only ever saw the Simon's Quest.
It exists, but I had the Simon Quest one, but I've never actually held the Symphony Tiger handheld, but it does exist.
Jesus,
and it's collectible as all.
I want that.
Yeah, I'm surprised you don't have it. Actually, that's half the reason.
I really hate Tiger handheld games.
Yep, they were terrible.
Like I'll buy a Game & Watch, but that's as far as I go in terms of the like dot pixel.
The Game & Watch actually has the benefit of being historically important. Tiger handhelds do not.
Yeah, my Zelda Game & Watch, I'm vaguely proud to own it. And it's kind of better than a Tiger.
Those were
handheld
actually
game.
kind of playable.
I was always disappointed that those weren't actually watches that you could wear.
Yeah.
So I never owned one.
I don't know. I owned a few of the watches, but they were always like the Star Fox watch you get in
Or
Rice
Super
Krispies
Mario
or
Brothers
whatever.
3. You had that watch?
The Star Fox one wasn't bad. There was actually sort of a game in there.
You know,
At some point.
I'm also worried about the upcoming Castlevania feature film, which is being done by some terrible.
Is
terrible
it, it's going to be bad. Is that by Paul Anderson?
Yeah.
Yeah. He did what?
Resident Evil.
Right. Okay.
Ooh.
Yeah. So it's
All
not
of
going to
them.
be good. But
What
the
about
Warren Ellis pinned cartoon might actually.
I was gonna say, like, there's an
genetically
anime,
engineered
right? Or-
vampires.
I don't think it's going to be anime.
Wait,
but
Warren Ellis is writing the cartoon?
Yeah.
What?
What?
I
Isn't
was
that right?
unaware of this.
Wow. I mean, that doesn't.
Might wanna
Yeah, that's right.
double-check
It's it's
I mean,
Warren Ellis.
that sounds encouraging, but still, I doubt he'll do Castlevania the way I think Castlevania should be done.
He's probably going to do it. It's kind of a send up. It's probably going to be something like Next Wave Agents of Hate, where it's like making fun of its own.
Oh, great! It's
pretensions.
gonna be like the old Castlevania manuals.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah,
Like you'll have Paula Abdul and Fred Astaire as actual major characters. They'll be like Simon Belmont's buddies as he fights through.
Yeah, 'cause
Castle.
as much as we all love Castlevania, like the history,
It'll be all
the
about the fat kid
narrative,
who's hooked on chocolate.
the narrative of Castlevania.
Well, the
has not been its-
translated narrative.
Yeah, but do you think it's really been in the strong suit ever? Exactly.
No,
not
but at
exactly,
least
no.
I'm sure it took itself somewhat seriously in Japan. You didn't have like, see how far I can stick my tongue into my cheek.
No, but like at the same time,
seriously, have you read those manuals? It's like
Come
6
on,
pages of
there's a
steak
monster
jokes.
with a giant tongue called licks you up.
right? But look around,
backward.
of Blood. Like it's at the same time, it's serious and has these cool cinemas. But then like with Maria, it's obviously all a joke. Like her ending is like a big fat joke. It's hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
But it's
So-
actually an okay joke.
But yeah, that's
As
actually kind of
opposed to,
funny.
like,
It's not like
odious
crappy puns in the American manuals.
That's true.
This is the same Konami localization team that got us like the Metal Gear manual where you're fighting. What was it? Vernon
Hyarola Kakamami.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
It was those
What
guys.
about Simon Belmont in the Nintendo Power? Or
Oh,
like
Captain N?
Captain N.
That doesn't even
God.
count.
That is
Yeah.
that is not canon.
Yeah, I've purged that from my memory, and I just forgot that we even
It
mentioned
was like
it
he was
now.
really vain and cowardly, and
Yeah, exactly.
And he wore a bomber jacket
Comedy.
for some reason.
And he would always pull shit out of his,
his backpack.
Yeah.
But I think when most
I
Castlevania
like the
fans,
one where he peeled off Donkey Kong's toenail. Oh God, that made me wince.
that's enough of that.
You're destroying my childhood.
Yeah, I think-
No, you're reminding me of the worst parts of my childhood.
I think most
Don't do
Castlevania
that.
That's what I'm
fans
here for.
kind of point to Symphony of the Night as like the narrative high point because it kind of has this air of sophistication to it. And the nice art of Ayami Kojima.
It also has a bad guy named Shaft.
Shaft the Dark Priest.
Can you dig it?
Can you dig it? But yeah, I think that's for me like the touchstone that I would like to see like the film and anime go after, but it probably won't.
No, you could just watch the Vampire Hunter D anime and just cover your ears and scream a la carte every time they say D, and you pretty much got it.
I kind of feel like the quality of the movie and the anime or the cartoon are going to be more along the lines of Portrait of Ruin, which is like a pretty cool premise. Like it could be a pretty decent story, but then it's told in such juvenile, childish terms.
It's kind of handled with the subtlety of like Saturday Morning Fox Box.
Yeah, it's really awful, and you just want to like punch yourself in the face whenever Charlotte puts on one of those goofy little rah faces.
So the hopes of us actually being pleased with any of this, not so much. You don't think?
Yeah, but I mean that's a given
More
because
miserable
it's
bastards.
it's a licensed property. So
But
why
you know,
should we
like-
expect it to be good?
I mean, as a fan of Castlevania for the last 20 years, I don't want it to become a joke. I don't want it to be like the deal.
It's always been a joke. Did you read the
Yeah, I was gonna
Castlevania
say
book?
ever since the Worlds of Power, like I have no hopes, no
I'll drink your
aspirations
spirit like
whatsoever.
Jerry Pop. Do you remember that?
I didn't read that.
Yeah, I bet you did.
Yeah, like you can't be disappointed if you have no expectations. So I'm fine. You make whatever movies you want. You make whatever cartoons you want.
It can't be as bad as what came
You can't
before.
hurt me anymore. I'm invincible.
Your fandom is strong. It's weathered a lot.
It has. I've been around since the start.
Has.
I've been around with Castlevania since the start.
So for me, the low point of my Castlevania fandom was probably Castlevania 64 or Circle of the Moon.
I actually liked Castlevania 64 a little bit.
Really?
Yeah, I didn't despise it.
I was agreeing with Shu that the first stage really sucks and it turns everybody off. If you actually get to the third or fourth stage, it gets better.
I actually liked the motorcycle skeletons because it was so stupid.
It was nice and goofy.
I didn't mind the motorcycle skeletons,
and I really didn't mind the adventure game-ish running around the villa or whatever.
No, it was ambitious.
That was at least different.
It was ambitious for the time.
The only thing I really didn't like about it is I didn't like how slippy everything was. The controls were awful. There were a lot of instant death holes. And between the two, when you're sliding around like you're running on Vaseline or 5-year-old wearing socks on the linoleum floor, then that combined with instant death falls is terrible.
I came across that with Legacy of Darkness, which probably is my low point.
See, people tend to think that was better.
People say it's better, but no. I started out playing as the werewolf guy.
It has on the title, so it's
two
not
more
as
characters.
good.
No, I don't care because I played as the werewolf guy, and the first stage is this stupid jumping puzzle where you're hopping around maps.
Yeah,
the controls are so terrible. And that was I didn't even play past that point. I just said, this game is crap. This is not what I play Castlevania for.
If you could get by the first character in Legacy of Darkness, it actually wasn't that bad. I really didn't like it.
So that's like saying once you get past the syphilis, it's pretty
hours.
awesome to have sex with prostitutes.
Yeah.
Well, okay, but syphilis.
But yeah, as I was saying, also Circle of the Moon, it has a lot of fans here. It got a 10. It got a 10 in EGM, which I think was asinine. I would have given the game an 8 at most
I think
at the time.
Circle was not that bad.
Circle was bad, but the problem is
Circle was worse if you weren't playing it on a lit screen,
which wasn't available at the time.
Yeah, exactly. It was. I didn't realize that the wizard was throwing actual whatever the fuck they were, donuts or something.
You just thought you were dying?
Yeah, I just thought I was getting hit by nothing because I couldn't see that shit.
Right.
I'm willing to forgive people for their love of Circle of the Moon because at the time that it was released, it was easily the most impressive platforming action game on any handheld ever.
Right, and it was a decent clone of Symphony of the Night.
Well, every single time a Castlevania game hit a handheld, it was always like, oh my god, it's like Symphony of the Night, but you can play it for real this time.
I think I probably overrated Harmony of Dissonance because I liked it as a tonic to Circle of the Moon. It to me was
I was I can see what's happening.
Right,
I actually really hated Harmony.
Really?
Yeah.
It was a little unbalanced and stuff.
Yeah, a lot. And
I played it in Japanese, so I just assumed that the reason it didn't make any sense was because I didn't understand the language. I didn't realize that it's because the game has a really weird
and the
sloppy design.
The front and back castle kind of weird design.
That was unintuitive.
Not a good idea.
Dumb. And I don't know, as a plot twist, that's awesome.
Also, Dracula's castle shouldn't be neon, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah, it was way too bright.
I think that's definitely Iga's worst 2D Castlevania.
Right. It's the Nano Breaker of Castlevania.
Hey, I kind of like Nano Breaker.
Even then, it's still not that bad. I mean, it's like my least favorite one, but even then, it's like a 6.
Yeah, Aria was a big.
Aria, they really got it right.
Yeah,
that's still it's on par with Dawn of Sorrow, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, easy.
I like Dawn better.
I like them both together.
Dawn's
my favorite still. Yeah.
I'd be really torn. I like them both.
I like them both a lot. They almost work together. I think if you really understand the growth that the series had.
Don't really care so much for the official art for Dawn so much.
Well, no, but that's not. That's not. Okay, that is their fault.
That brings us back to the illustrious return of Ayami Kojima. Goodbye, crappy Foxbox anime art that has plagued Castlevania.
You know what mystifies me is that if you look at Konami's Japanese site, they have all these people like the artist of Oz.
Oh yeah, that
who do these amazing.
And Dono showed me some other pieces of art that they did for Portrait. The other artists, they commissioned.
No, they have these really fantastic unofficial official art.
Right.
All of which. Every single one of them is better than what they actually used for the game itself.
But I wonder, did they successfully get the 12 to 15 demographic that they were so desperately seeking?
I doubt it.
Because that's what they wanted.
Because I'm sure the 12 to 15 year olds were like, "Well, that looks like crap too." But I want Yu Yu Hakusho.
Yeah, they were definitely trying to get the kids who watch Toonami or whatever, to like Castlevania, and I hope it didn't work because
they should have put little boxes with LED Jonathans flipping everyone off around Boston.
Well,
that would have gotten some attention.
Is the idea that Ayami Kojima's art is too effeminate for guys and too sophisticated for children? Is that the concept?
I guess
that could very well be it, but I mean, I don't know. When I was a kid, I didn't mind it that much.
Yeah, but random crap isn't any better.
Yeah,
subpar anime style junk. That's not going to do anything.
And the thing is that the stuff they had for Portrait that they didn't use wasn't really effeminate or overly sophisticated or anything. It would have been fine.
Right. There's some really fantastic art of random characters too, like Persephone, the
vacuum
demon
cleaner
maid.
chick.
There's like 3 pictures of her, all of which are done by different artists, and all of which are completely awesome. Any one of them could have used their style for the game.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't have seemed too sophisticated. It wouldn't have seemed too fruity. It would have been just right.
And almost every critic complains about the art. So hopefully someone's listening.
I've been good. I have not complained about that in my review because
really?
ultimately it's immaterial.
Yeah, it is.
Like, I mean, okay, it's stupid, but it doesn't really affect the gameplay at all. Like, when you're running around killing stuff, you don't notice.
Yeah, but I think Konami knows that we at least like Kojima's art because that's why they brought it back and they make a big deal out of it. Everybody's excited.
Well, most of the people are going to be interested in a remake of an older game. Of course, they're going to want that.
Yeah,
it's a different audience entirely.
Well, it does the trick of pulling the 2 games together. You no longer have like Richter in a karate tunic,
right? And Maria looks very different. I think it's a
definitely
big
that's a good thing.
So.
She looks like she's going to like a tea party with her teddy bears. That's just cute, but kind of stupid.
Yeah.
So where did you guys first discover Castlevania? At what point?
I was, I think I might have told the story already, but I'll tell it again. I was at church, and
That's a good place to learn about demonic vampires.
Yeah, I would have been 11 years old, and we were on the playground because our church had a playground, and we were talking about NES, and these 2 guys were talking about Castlevania, and I'd never even heard of it because this was like Fun Club newsletter was out or something at this point. You know, like there wasn't like
no
it is now.
Nintendo Power yet. Yeah.
There's no internet's kid, all right? And they were talking about how they couldn't beat the Grim Reaper. And all I heard was like, can't beat Grim Reaper. I was like, what are you talking about? They're like, Castlevania. I was like, what's that? And they're like, you fight Dracula, Grim Reaper, Frankenstein. I was like, must own this game. And you couldn't buy it. It was sold out.
Yeah, it was really hard to get.
It was literally, you could not buy it.
Yeah, I spent a summer, like my family went on vacation, and everywhere we went, I stopped at a Toys R Us or Meijer or Walmart or whatever, looking for the game.
Right.
And it wasn't there.
Eventually they republished it, and there was like an ad in a magazine, so I knew they were coming out with it again. And I bought it, and I even like sent $10 to Konami to buy a giant poster of the cover art. And I had that on my wall, and I loved it.
Really?
And that was 20 years ago.
Yeah, when they republished it at the same time that Ultra Games published Metal Gear.
Exactly.
And so, I'd been looking for Castlevania all summer, but I'd been looking at these amazing Gear Up Metal Gear ads.
Those ads
and all my comic
ads
books.
are awesome.
Yeah, it just showed all the equipment.
And I had to have that game. I was like, I can use all those things.
So
this is going to be
you
awesome.
bought Metal Gear instead of Castlevania?
So I bought Metal Gear instead of Castlevania.
It's a good game.
I only had $40.
Yeah.
And then I got to a point where I couldn't figure out how to use the codec right, so I took it back. I was like, this game doesn't work, and got Castlevania instead. And then later I bought Metal Gear and actually figured out how to play it. And so it was a happy ending. I got the best of both worlds. But yeah, it was really frustrating to try to find Castlevania for like 3 or 4 months because of Nintendo's really, really draconian publishing policies.
There's a chip shortage or something?
Yeah, chip shortage.
Yeah, cute.
So you were like 3 when that game came out, Donahoe? What?
I wasn't, but I do remember renting the game with my friend.
You didn't beat it though. No.
We got to the point where the Grim Reaper as well. Like we couldn't get past that point as well.
Grim Reaper's pretty hard.
Holy water.
Holy water, triple holy water.
And the thing is,
triple boomerang.
Triple boomerang or triple holy water.
Holy water's easier. Yeah.
Yeah, holy water will take you through to the end.
And the thing is, like, it's weird because I remember playing that, and as a kid, like, I thought it was hard, and then I went back and we had a game giveaway recently in the office, and so I started playing on the GBA, and I was playing it again. I'm like, man, I'm like fucking terrible at this game. But as a kid, I'm like,
that game is hard.
It was hard, but like I got further as a kid, and I found it to be a little bit easier. And I'm like, well, this is kind of weird that I'm like sucking this bad, but I must have been like a little better as a kid. I don't know.
Yeah,
as kids we were either idiots advanced or we just had much more patience.
I
because
guess
I
get really used to that.
I could demolish NES games, like any NES game you put in front of me. We were talking about how Castlevania 4 is really hard, and I don't remember it being hard.
No, it's
I remember just completely annihilating the
now.
final stages. Okay, so maybe it's just hard for sure.
I used to destroy shooters when I was a kid.
So
I can't play them to save my fucking life.
What was your
anymore.
first encounter with Castlevania?
I was going to say I thought I rented it first, but no, actually, I think the first Castlevania game I played was actually the Tiger handheld.
Whoa, dear Lord! And you still like the series?
Simon's Quest, yeah. And I was on a school bus. I mean, what the fuck else are you going to do? It's like for like an hour on a field trip or something. So that was hell. So I played it, and I think I ended up stealing it from the kid. And then later on, I went to the video store and it was like, oh, it's like that Tiger game.
Man, Nintendo ripped off this Tiger game.
Did Versus Castlevania come out before or after?
It would have been after.
Because I remember playing that.
The VS machines didn't come out until the NES had been out for a while.
Yeah, because I definitely remember playing that in the arcades as well. But, okay.
I never actually saw a VS machine in the arcades.
Yeah, it was actually Castlevania 2 that got me interested in the first Castlevania because I saw, like, some sort of Konami ad and maybe a preview for it in Nintendo Power or Nintendo Fun Club newsletter. And it just looked really awesome.
Yeah.
So,
I remember.
So that's what set me off on my quest to discover Castlevania.
Was it the Nintendo Power cover?
That was
no, it was before that.
That cover was
Was that
fantastic.
the cover with
Holding up the
Simon?
bloody severed
yeah.
head.
Yeah, that cover's awesome.
That is a great cover and like a weird cover because you would never see that on
Right.
Nintendo Power nowadays.
So
It's so
violent.
bloody, yeah, so gruesome.
There are no googly eyes or anything.
It's funny when Castlevania 2 first came out, I was playing through it and I was confused as everybody else, and I was using I think Nintendo Power for help. And I remember being at school, it was like 6th or 7th grade, and someone coming up and like they didn't know how to kneel down with the crystal.
Oh yeah. I think I ended up like getting Jeff Roven's book for that.
Yeah.
Seriously, just
But I
because
remember,
I was so stuck in
several
Castlevania
people
2.
were all stuck in Castlevania 2 at my school because it was so fucking hard. And when that was not because hard, because it was so poorly translated.
Right.
Yeah.
But they're not. Like, according to Igarashi,
They're
like, those
deliberately
don't make
fucking
any
with you,
sense in
yeah.
Japanese either.
Right.
He's like, people tell you the wrong things.
Yeah.
I don't like the
He's like the
NPCs.
misleading villagers. Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to know why there are never any
Hit
NPCs
Deborah
in his
Cliff
games.
with your
And he's
head
like,
to make a
because they
hole.
were all liars in Simon's Quest. Okay.
It's true.
I mean, you could always make NPCs that aren't liars. That would be okay, too. But whatever. It's his game. His series.
Darkness fell over the land, you know.
Yeah, I don't know. We have higher resolution now. Maybe you can make the liars sneer or something, or do voice acting. Make them sound really fucking sarcastic. Yeah. You give a what the hell is it to the graveyard duck?
Yeah.
God, the graveyard duck.
It's Neil. What is it? Get a knife from the graveyard duck. Yeah, to
Get
live longer. To
yeah.
live longer. That's it.
Get a knife from the graveyard duck to live longer.
And hit your head against Deborah Cliff.
Cliff to make a hole. Yeah, that means equip the crystal and kneel until a tornado takes you somewhere.
Wonderful.
Yeah, I think if they had really snotty tones to their voice, then that might help.
Yeah.
Don't look into the Death Star, you'll die.
If he ever remakes Castlevania 2, yeah, it should be all voiced, and everyone should just be like a prick.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I'm really gonna help you. Yeah.
Or like the one guy.
Stay here with me forever.
Heavy breathing a little bit, little salad fingers there.
Sharky used to run a column on 1UP called Freeloader, and it's been kind of revived for Games for Windows. And we're wanting to bring it back to life for 1UP. So we're better than Retronauts because
Most
free
of them
games online are
at least
mostly
feel like they're really old.
they're either really old or they pretend that they're really old. So this will be a chance for us to highlight a good free game that you can download, play on your PC, and kind of get that retro thing going, even if you don't feel like paying for Virtual Console downloads.
But this is a really good example. It really nails the whole Metroidvania thing. I know you don't like the word. It's better than Castle Road. But,
yeah,
you know.
Castle Road sounds like something you need a topical ointment for.
I think at this point, Metroidvania is accepted vernacular.
It is, but I will never use it in a professional publication because it just, yeah.
Well, hoity-toity.
But yeah, go ahead.
Anyway, yeah, this was made by like one guy.
I don't think you explained what game it is.
Oh, Cave Story, Dekutsu Monogatari,
Right.
something like that. It's the storyline is essentially like Castle in the Sky, almost like a really blatant ripoff, even, but involving robots with guns. So it's okay.
So Tron Bon also.
Yeah, a little bit actually, but you really just have to play it. It actually, I think the power up tune is actually like really reminiscent of the Metroid theme when you get a doodad. So it makes a lot of really intentional nods, and it's got kind of a semi primitive but still really attractive graphical style to it. And the music all sounds like MSX chip tunes. And
yeah,
it's
the graphics are really interesting because they're very flat and simple, but they're not unattractive. Like it was a very definite stylistic choice.
Like if you were to compare it to the graphics of a console, what would you compare it to? Like NES?
Well, it's got kind of the NES flatness, but it's got the Super
really hard
NES
to nail.
resolution.
There's like a little MSX in there, I think.
Yeah.
But it looks really, really good, and it's a shocking amount of depth to it. I mean, there's a lot of finesse in the controls, and you could just do some amazing stuff in it, and like alternate endings, lots of hidden shit.
Wow.
The alternate ending is really a pain in the ass to find too. Because when I played it was like right after it had come out, right before the translation patch, and I went nuts. I played it for like 30 hours at a stretch and wrote like one of the first facts for it, which is incomplete, and I still get emails about it being incomplete. It's like you do realize this had like come out the day before, so of course it's not perfectly meticulous. But anyway, it's just a really glorious game, and everybody's like just foaming at the mouth for the guy to make another one. I mean, because it's just absolutely perfect. Really nice art and it's free, so screw it. There's really no reason not to play the thing, unless you're like a Mac nut who refuses to use his Windows partition. Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, it wasn't last I knew.
Yeah, it's been on Macs for a while.
Oh,
I just haven't gotten around to playing.
I can play it on my Mac at work. I'll play it.
But I really like the fact that the story has kind of this like a slight touch of surrealism to it.
A little bit, and it's
it reminds me a bit of Bangayo, or some of the treasure games that actually have a heavy storyline.
Definitely.
Silhouette Mirage also.
It's got a lot of influence from that, I think, too.
Yeah.
But I saw somebody who did a speed run. There's like an alternate route you can go through aptly named Hell. It's just the most vicious goddamn thing I've ever played in my life. I had a full life bar, and I still couldn't do it. And I saw somebody who did one with just one heart or some such nonsense without getting nailed once. And of course they set it to like speed metal or something, so it was even more ridiculous. But I mean, just the fact that you could see something like that in a freeware game, where it actually does have that kind of depth to it, where you can be impressed by that. It's just, you just have to play it, honestly. I think I wrote down the URL somewhere.
Well, people can always go to, what is that site? Google.com?
Oh, Google.
Yeah, and do a search for Cave Story or Dokutsu Monogatari if you want to be pretentious about it.
Yeah, I'm not going to read off that URL.
Yeah, I remember I had like a fist fight with Che Chow because when we published the freeloader for Cave Story, I didn't know it had an English name, so we promoted it as Dokutsu Monogatari, and he got really mad. He was like, "No one's gonna click on that. You have to change the name." I was like, "Well, that's what it's called, dude." But he's gone. I win.
You lived longer.
That's right. The soundtrack that I've been splicing into this episode in post, so you guys haven't heard it, is pretty predictable. I went with the Castlevania Symphony of the Night soundtrack because it's the high point of a series that already is known for great music. Like everything about that,
and weirdly, the one that doesn't recycle a assload of music from the old games.
Yeah, that was one of the great things about
it.
Was
Dance of Illusion, and that was about it.
Yeah, it didn't feel like it was. It was constrained to be traditional Castlevania music, and at first that disappointed me a little bit. But later, I realized, actually, that's actually pretty good because it's totally different.
Play the Saturn version where they do splice.
Right, you have the happy little jazz remixes of Vampire Killer. Do 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 do.
Yeah, because when those few moments in the soundtrack do occur where it does touch the notes from the old series, it means a lot. You're like, wow, that's awesome.
You go into the Marble Gallery and it's got this like organ that kind of sounds like Beginning. It's redolent.
Just a little.
Like, oh yeah, that's familiar, but then it's different.
But as we said on that show 2 weeks ago, like the sound quality for Yellow Book audio was amazing.
There was just such a variety of music. You could go into the library and it's just like harpsichord, classical chamber music,
and it's all perfectly appropriate.
Yeah, but then you go up another level and you come into the Castle Keep, and it's wailing electric guitars. And I played that. It was the game that caused me to go out and mod my PlayStation so I could play imports. And so I was playing it in Japanese before it came out in America, before there were facts about it. And so I was kind of lost. I hadn't played a Japanese game before.
Did you actually get the alternate ending yourself?
No, I had to get help with that.
Okay.
But it was just an amazing experience because even though I like kept going the wrong way. I went to the castle keep before I had the double jump stone.
Oh yeah.
So I couldn't get anywhere. But you know, I didn't care because there was like this awesome heavy metal wailing in the background and giant skulls coming after me. I was like, it's Castlevania the Rock concert.
Yeah, same here. I mean, I imported it. I'm a huge Castlevania fan. I was playing it. There was no facts, nothing, and I got the bad ending. I thought I was done with the game. I was like, this game's fantastic. I love it. I went on Vid Games, which was an IRC channel back then, and everyone was talking about it and talking to John Riccardi.
Yeah, it's funny is that went on for ages. I mean, back when I had my video store, people would bring it back. It's like, man, that was short. It's like, well, did you get the? No, really?
I was on there.
That still happens.
Right.
Like I had a friend on my message boards. He was like playing Portrait, and he got the shitty ending. It's like, man, that was ridiculously short. It's like, you've played every one of these fucking things. You didn't expect it at this point.
But this
you just thought you had like an 80%.
This was the first one. No one expected. And then like I was like, this game is awesome. And John was like, oh, did you get the good ending and the bad ending? I was like, what do you mean? He's like, did you do this? I'm like, no. And when I realized, oh my god, there's like a whole nother castle. That was it. That was like, this game fucking rocks.
Over the top. And there was tons of new music in the second castle too. It wasn't all recycled music.
Except they did use that.
They did
one
use
tune way too fucking
the
much.
toccata or whatever.
That had that long lead in that just it's like no.
But that was only in like 3 areas. It's just that it kind of seemed to go on a long.
I can hear that.
Well, that and every time you pass through a door, you had the long swelling.
But then you go to places like the this chapel in the sky or whatever.
Yeah.
The inverted chapel, and it's like this flowing, almost new age kind of music with these happy synthesizers, and there's like stuff floating around.
I was always really annoyed they
nice.
didn't use the Colosseum theme for another area because that's such a small area and it's such a good tune. I love Spanish guitar.
Oh yeah,
I've never really heard Spanish guitar in video games. Honestly.
Except for Chrono Cross.
Okay, yeah.
We'll talk about some more music in the
Oh yeah, we'll have another music episode. Yeah. Don't you worry, kids. So that's it. Next week, Commodore 64. Please write in with your opinions and thoughts because I don't really know that much about the C64 myself, so I need your help.
We could throw in some Amiga shit if honestly that's too hard.
That wouldn't help me any.
Okay.
All right. Well, thanks for listening, and we'll talk to you again next week. Be sure to watch for Retronauts bonus stage because it's awesome. We love it.
Let us go out this evening for whatever the fuck.
Let us go out the evening for pleasure.
Oh, right.
The
night is still young.
In the guten Nachentide, Niken dimension.
Oh, God. Oh, my God, you actually remember that.
No, I have no idea what they're saying.
There's a star on XFM 104.9, 1:05. That means it must be well in. 5 minutes in to the Ricky Gervais show.
With Steve Merchant.
Yeah, he's here as well.
Yep.
Well, we've got some great tunes lined up, haven't we? We got Eminem, we've got Coldplay, Oasis, we've got De La Soul, Chemical Brothers, Dr. Dre, Garbage, R.E.M., The Manics, we got Muse, we got Feeder, we got some classic
I mean, you said all those names, Rick, but the chances of us actually playing all of those are quite slim.
We might not get to them if we talk too much.
And obviously we'll drop a couple of those to play our own tracks as well.
Yeah. Well, they are our own tracks.
Yeah.
You know. Well,
I'm not gonna get into that now.
Right. Here's Eminem. Eminem, the real Slim Shady. Now, even though that sort of record is relatively recent, and it's quite hardcore. What's going on about subject matter that is adult, really.
Certainly.
And it's quite aggressive and it's cool and everything, but he still managed to make it sound like a novelty record.
It is, yeah.
So, I mean, it's like a little I know that's the intention, and that's good. But I mean, I think it's nice that he's got a nice little tune. It could be like a little cartoon figure. Here comes Flumpy McMump.
But the irony is, isn't there like a video you can get now which is a cartoon Slim Shady, The Adventures of Slim Shady?
Really?
Because I know there was The Adventures of MC Hammer, the cartoon animated series, which sadly I never got to see. And New Kids on the Block, I think.
The cartoon went a bit mad and started, spending a lot of money. And
MC Hammer now apparently he tours on the kind of religious music scene.
Does he?
Yeah, he's gone sort of.
Wasn't he always a preacher or something, or started in gospel or something?
Was he?
Yeah, I think so. Because he used to Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I just assumed he's off the streets.
He used to keep a lot of Bibles in his big trousers.
Yeah.
So he could go around giving it to poor people.
Yeah.
Well, apart from the great music we've got lined up, Steve, we've got obviously our regular features.
Sure.
We've got my classic film review.
Always looking forward to
That's
that.
already getting a little bit of, attention.
From who?
Wow, just various people.
Go on, name some.
Well, I can't name them by name or just...
Yeah.
Oh, God, what's that one? Oh, Scorsese.
Right.
You wanted me to talk about
Yeah.
one of his films?
Okay, good.
Yeah.
You going to talk about one of his today?
Yeah, no.
What we've got lined up?
Spielberg.
Right.
Going to do a Spielberg film.
Okay.
We've got That Film Sounds Good.
Yeah.
Now, that's not my film review. That's where I take a track off a soundtrack of a classic film.
Yes.
And it's a great track, and I go, oh, that film sounds good.
Brilliant.
So,
yeah.
Because it sounds
Yeah.
good. You see what I mean?
But please don't be confused and think that that's the film review. I hate people to think that.
No.
That's
because,
what I wouldn't want.
Yeah, yeah. We've got Song for the Lovers. We've got Song for the Ladies.
Yeah, I'm going to be playing a hip hop track.
It's called the hip hop track.
It's called, Steve says, hip hop hooray.
Hip hop hooray.
That's not bad, is it?
Oh, it's just brilliant.
on.
If there's anyone listening, like, Saatchi and Saatchi or McCann Erickson or, those people that do advertising, then we are the people.
We're the people, man.
We can market.
We'll market anything. Maybe you're a 2-bit band. You want to email in or something, and just say, how can we publicise our music?
Yeah.
We'll
I
find
mean,
a
if
way.
we were marketing, say, a band, we wouldn't say this is a 2-bit band. That'd be wrong.
Was that
We'd
the
say
first
this is
mistake?
Yeah. We'd say this is a brilliant band. They're going
They're going
from
places.
the excellent. I like it when it's always the same reviews. It's sort of like
Mark Goodyear, inevitably.
They go the excellent single by Coldplay, Yellow. He goes, oh, Yellow, that's Yellow by
Exactly,
Coldplay.
yeah.
Why do they do the bit that says Yellow? We've
Yeah.
said it just to
Yeah.
show. I want to see something else in the song, maybe the middle eight.
Yeah, it would always be the brand new excellent album from Travis, featuring the hit single "Sing, Sing, Sing, Sing." That's the brand new album from Travis. It features 12 other new tracks and Sing, Sing, Sing. Brilliant. Well done.
Actually,
Cheers.
I'd buy it.
No, I would. Based on that.
That's all the features we've got, isn't it?
That's all the stuff we lined up. We were probably gonna, probably rabbit on about other stuff.
Yeah.
Carl, unless I'm very much mistaken, we've got something to give away. Is that right? The K-man's with us, of course, pressing the button.
Yeah.
KP.
You all right, mate?
Okay, man.
Yeah. Pilkington.
We have-
Hold on, can I just say there's nothing funny about that name? Just straight,
It's
straight
nothing.
away, seriously.
Let's clear that up straight away.
You know,
the idea that people are laughing.
So in school, they'd go through the register, Anderson, they'd go through them all, Camfield, Sturgis. Well, no, it wouldn't go to Sturgis yet, would it?
Oh, she wouldn't be there, would she?
Well, no, P's before S, isn't it?
No, she just wouldn't be at school.
She'd be out
Too busy in rehab.
Pilkington. Okay, settle down. There's nothing funny about Pilkington.
What's up with it?
It's Pilkington. Pilkington.
Yeah.
Sounds a bit like Plonker.
Yeah, or Pilchard.
Yeah.
So anyway, we've got tickets for
I don't think anyone's ever mocked the name before. I think we're the first ones to do it.
Oh, we're brilliant, we are.
I don't think people up north figured that out, that it was a funny name.
Well, it probably isn't up there, is it? Because they've all got
They're
names
all
like,
called that, aren't they?
like Ramsbottom,
Yeah.
Wilkinson, Pilkington.
Piddle Trent Hyde. Oscar Piddle Trent Hyde, what are you doing? You're late.
Anyway, Gervais.
Well, all right. Okay.
No, that's an exotic name.
It's a
Don't
bit
have go at
French.
you.
It's a bit
He pays your
French.
wages. Blimey, here he comes, having a go at the star of the show.
Yeah.
Blimey.
Yeah. Do you want to play a record and get back to it? We got tickets to give away, that's what we're saying.
Carl, what's the tickets? People want to know what the tickets are.
After this record.
Clever.
Shinobi versus Dragon Ninja. That's what I like about sort of rock and roll. It just, sings, tells a story about everyday things
Yeah.
you know about. You know.
Shinobi versus Dragon Ninja.
Yeah, the old
Was there any
experience.
reference to Shinobi or the Dragon Ninja in the song?
I wasn't
I
listening.
wasn't really paying attention, but I'm assuming that some of that screaming was about Shinobi and the Dragon. I don't know who won. If anyone knows who won out of the Shinobi and the Dragon Ninja.
Oh, maybe it's like a trilogy. Maybe they sort of get together in one. Then the second single, there's the fight,
Right,
like
sure.
the mid thing in the film. Because I know about film structure because I do a film review.
Yeah, sure.
And then the final one is the
The two of them
outcome.
pairing up against maybe a larger villain. A Godzilla type. Maybe.
That's interesting.
I don't know. I mean, who knows?
Okay, well, no, they do. Lost Prophets. Well, unless
If
they
you're listening.
haven't written it yet.
Are the Lost Prophets English? Are they British? What's the deal? Who are the
Pilkington.
prophets?
Pilks.
Who's the profs?
Pilky.
Yeah, I think they are. Yeah.
Yeah.
What was the answer? What was that? Are they English or American?
I'd say they're American.
Just having a guess? Why didn't you just say I don't know? Instead of trying to fool us. KP again trying to deceive us. KP, you were going to tell us. Pilky, you were going to tell us. Pilchard, you were going to tell us what
tickets are
You're
away?
laughing, but it worked for me, see, because when I was younger, I
Yeah.
had a mobile disco.
Brilliant. So did I.
And it was me and my mate Colin Makin, and the disco was called Pilky's Making Music.
That's brilliant. I mean, genuinely brilliant. Pilk is making music.
Guess what? When I first started the mobile disco, this was when I was about 14. We didn't really go out touring. We just would do it for like people's parties and stuff. We were called the rock and roll DJs.
No, really.
We drew it on some sort of see-through paper and put a light behind it. Rock and roll DJs.
My first disco, I had 2 nights a week in this pub.
What, you ran a disco?
Yeah, this pub near King's Cross, right? And it was just their records, right? And I had to play this number of songs every time, the same time every week. So all the locals, all drunk, were dancing and everything. One of them was American Pie by Don McLean, right? And they just sing along all the words, sort of drunk.
And it's about 7 minutes long or something.
Yeah. The other one was Baby Jane by Rod Stewart. Nice. If I didn't play that, I'd get lynched.
And we talk about Gunstar Heroes. In short, we're nerds. Hi, everyone. Welcome to Retronauts for the week of April 30th, 2009. We're your bi-weekly podcast that just happened to appear last week, but don't take that to mean that we're weekly. We're not. We're just faking you out. We're bi-weekly, maybe monthly. I don't know. I'm your host, Jeremy Parrish, and with me right now for this first exciting segment
is Jade Krause. It is a big honor to be on Retronauts.
No, the honor is all ours.
It's really not.
All mine.
Very.
I can't really refer to us as us anymore because it's, weird.
You can just refer to it as like a plural, but as a singular, like all of me. The many
Wasn't
of
that a movie?
It might
the royal me.
The royal
whatever.
me. The royal we.
Last week, of course, was April 21st, the 20th anniversary of Game Boy's Japanese launch. And Ray Barnold came in and talked about the system's history and so forth with me. And in the wake of all that, people have been posting a lot of their own personal recollections, their own personal memories with Game Boy to the forums, to the Retronauts blog, just all over the place. So I thought I'd have Jade come in because she posted a really nice, eloquent memorial to her time with Game Boy last week as well.
I guess it's eloquent.
Sure, I mean...
Me dumping my Game Boy downstairs accidentally, very eloquent.
You used
I
complete sentences and proper punctuation on the internet. That is eloquent.
I try. You know what? I take it seriously.
I think you should. The English language has been good to us.
It has.
For the most part.
It's been good to me. So, yeah, I still play my original Game Boy. It actually... It lives either in the living room with my roommate and I, in the side drawer where occasionally while we're on the phone or we're waiting for some sort of update on another system, we'll bust it out and play Dr. Mario or Tetris or
so whoever you're on the phone with at the time hears this little...
Yeah. Ding! Exactly.
They're like, oh, you're on your Game Boy again.
Yep. So you're paying attention to what I have to say. No, I am not. But or it lives in the.
So when you say your original, you mean the one you had 20 years ago?
Yeah, the one not 20 years ago. The Game Boy came out in 1989.
Right.
I was not old enough to hold on to a Game Boy when I was in 1989. I got it.
Oh, that's right. You're really young, and I'm not.
I'm not that young, but I was given the Game Boy in 1994, and I was in 4th grade, I think. Don't quote me on that, but I got it from my cousin who had in turn shared it with his 2 brothers. So this system was purchased when it came out and gone through 3 brothers. So by the time it got to me, it literally looked like it had been dragged behind a vehicle.
Does it look like the Desert War Game Boy?
It really did, like the Gulf War exploded Game Boy. It was really the battery cover has never stayed on its own. It is duct taped on still to this day, duct taped on, and that never bothered me because I tried so hard to convince my mother that I needed a Game Boy, and she would not have any of it. I was addicted to the Super Nintendo. I was addicted to the Nintendo. I was addicted to the Commodore 64. She's like, the last thing you need is another gaming device that you can take anywhere. It's like, you'll never do anything with your life. You'll just play games all the time.
I think that's how WoW addicts are reacting to the rumors about WoW on iPhone this weekend.
They're like, oh wow,
oh god,
it's everywhere I go. But that was pretty much how it was for me. And she put her foot down and said, no, you cannot have a Game Boy. But then when one was actually given to me, she didn't have to pay for it. She told me, she's like, all right, you can play with this, but if it needs to be, I will take it away from you. And here I am, making a living off of video games. Sorry, Mom. I still play a ridiculous amount of video games.
Yeah, but at least now you earn your rent with it.
Very true. So, yeah, she just didn't want it to rob me of my ambition to do anything other than play video games. And it totally did. All I want to do is play video games. But I do understand that.
You're like the theme to the One Up Show.
Basically. I am. So I got this Game Boy from my cousin, and it was torn. It was tore up. And it still is, but it still works. And we play it all the time. It either lives in our bathroom, where we can ponder the meanings of life in the bathroom while playing Game Boy, or it lives in the living room. And I still have a ridiculous amount of games. And it's weird is I find this more with older games. I hold on to them whether or not I despise them or not. Like, I was digging through games looking for Kirby's Dream Land, which I love. That's a great game. And I saw that I still had, what was it? Donkey Kong Land. Mm-hmm. I hate that game. Mm-hmm. I hated that game when it came out. I still hate it. And I pick it up and I'm like, God, I hate this game. Throw it back in the box. I know that in like 3 years, I'll be rummaging through for like Final Fantasy Legend or something like that. And I'll pull it out. And once again, I'll be like, I hate this game. Like, why don't I get rid of it? Nope. It's just going to sit in there. And every time I pick it up, I'll get a little angry.
So to answer my question, the system is 20 years old. You've just only had it for 15.
I was given the system in 1994, but it is an original Game Boy that was purchased in 1989.
It's amazing to me that those systems still hold up as well as they do. I mean, they must have made them. What did they make them out of? Like ABS plastic or something?
I have no idea.
Indestructible.
And like I posted in my blog, mine went down concrete stairs and did not break. In fact, was magically fixed. And all these
suddenly the battery case stayed on.
What happened was when I received it, it had these weird black lines at the bottom that made any sort of subtitle text impossible to read. I could read nothing. But then when it took the magical trip down the stairs, they went away. They disappeared, and I have no idea. And it was crazy that people on the blogs are like responding with why. They're like, well, that has to do with the Game Boy was left in the sun for too long, and it got these weird heat sink black bands in it, and so when it must have jostled something just right. And like all these people on the blogs are like giving me explanations for why. Like science has come out of my blog post. I approve.
I feel like the sun is the one nemesis the Game Boy has trouble holding up to. That
Yes.
LCD screen was very sensitive. I remember when I was in junior high school, we went on a school trip, and the nerdiest kid in our class brought along his Game Boy to
That
play.
wasn't you?
It wasn't.
Wow.
This was the kid that actually got picked on. Like at my high school, everyone was kind of a nerd, but he was like really a nerd.
He was a super nerd.
Yeah.
Extra nerd.
Like, 15, 16 years old and still was waiting for puberty to kick in, that kind of thing. He was a good kid, but he just had trouble coping with reality a little sometimes. Anyway, so he brought his Game Boy along, and we went in to eat or something. It was a field trip, like a week-long field trip to New Mexico. And we came out of the restaurant, and someone had borrowed his Game Boy to play Kicks, and left it sitting in the sun, and he came out, and like the screen was basically just black.
Yeah.
He wept. He wept bitterly.
I would beat the other child over the head with the Game Boy.
Well, unfortunately, he was the least threatening person at our school, so
that would definitely change that, though.
But yeah, I think
people would probably stop messing with him. Wow, you know what happened to that nerdy kid? He beat a dude to death with his Game Boy. Wow, do not mess with that.
That
kid.
is the kind of thing that makes you snap.
Yeah, no, I would definitely have snapped and really just run off into the wilderness of New Mexico to start my new life because my Game Boy is broken.
I'm gonna live in Monaghan's.
No, those systems are. pretty much all Nintendo systems I've found are really, really sturdy. Even I mean, not bar the original Nintendo.
Except the NES innards.
Yes, the original Nintendo control deck is a delicate flower that really, really shouldn't ever be touched by anything.
But the
ever.
outside of it is rock solid. It's just that flaky toaster style.
Everything
interior.
inside is held together with like those cobwebs that you use in Halloween that are just like so thin.
Right. I think what they were doing with that was they said, well, in Japan we have the Famicom disk system, and the rubber band in that will break if you look at it funny.
Yes.
And we need to replicate that experience for the American gamers. So what can we do to make the NES a delicate, fragile creature? And so they put a toaster inside.
Basically, yeah.
But yeah, if you look at the Super NES, even though it's a freaking ugly machine,
it is rock solid.
You really could kill a man with that thing.
Yes, and I've said this before on a couple other podcasts. I believe that everybody should have the experience of a Super Nintendo, and that is one of the reasons why is you can give that
being beaten with a Super Nintendo.
No, not being. Well, I mean, if you earn it, but they're indestructible. They're indestructible, and I take them apart and put them together, and like Frankenstein old pieces of them together to make ones that work. We actually just found one. At One Up crew just found a Super Nintendo that looks like it got run over by a truck, and I opened it up and I could fix it. I could put it back together and make it work. And
actually, I have a Super NES that I found here in the office, and it doesn't really work that well.
If you want, I could take it apart and maybe make it happen. But the same thing goes for even the GameCube. The GameCube was super sturdy, and I appreciate that. Especially when I was working at GameStop and people would be like, I sneezed on my PS3 and it won't find the controller. What am I supposed to do? And then people would be like, yeah, I drop kick my Wii. Works fine.
Yeah, Wii's are a lot more powerful than the average television.
Yes.
Which is why you get so many shattered televisions these days.
Yep.
But anyway, back to Game Boy. So when you inherited your Game Boy, is it because your brothers...
If you're just joining us... Live from New York, it's Cumtown.
It's Cumtown with musical guest.
The FAG. Now is Adam. You're hosting Adam.
Yeah.
And your host, Adam Friedland.
Featuring. It's been a
Najambu Jijabande.
Nazim Pedrad.
Will Ferrell.
Donald Trump.
E. Honda. But it's a gay version.
But he's sucking dick.
Gay Honda.
Jar Jar Binks.
With his dick out. And a 12-year-old black girl that has done 3 tweets. With musical director VAG Smith. Shouts out
to GE.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we need a band. Cumtown Live. It's my ass. I'm gay. It's pictures of my ass. My asshole is spread open. Everyone can see my penis. It's Saturday night. They should let that guy talk for the whole show.
That guy rules. The announcer
and
guy.
Then he's like, this sketch fucking sucks. This is gay bullshit. This shit is not fucking funny. There was maybe one punchline in 7 minutes. This is barely an idea.
It ended with a man leaving a room.
Oh, man. Yep. Yeah. You know who actually is that guy now? It's Daryl Hammond.
He does the announcers?
He's the announcer.
He's one of the SNL guys I will forever fuck
he
with.
Rules.
Yeah.
Dude. Tiny penis.
He's a haunted.
Tiny penis.
He's haunted by demons. That
he
guy.
Really, truly is.
And it's just you would never know unless you were told.
Yeah. My man is a big time addict.
And
he's getting pussy for
pussy
money.
Fiend. Yeah.
He's paying for pussy. He's paying for pussy.
Czechoslovakian prostitutes.
Have you ever been fucked in your ass? I want to have gay sex.
Musical guest. Say anyone.
Just say somebody. Somebody fuck me. The mask.
What does the fox say?
What do the 5 fingers say to the face?
That's funny.
Sorry, I gotta hold on. We just said the old switcheroo here.
No sweat. Can I just say, Wanted is was quite the film.
Well, the only thing that would have made it better is if James McAvoy got pussy from Angelina Jolie.
I think we can agree that would have been incredible.
It was a disappointment,
but I like the overarching message
that you can bend a bullet if you stop being a pussy.
If you stop being a bitch
and you stop taking your pills.
Suck my dick. You can eat my ass. You can fuck my ass. If you want to. If you're gay. If you want to have sex with me, all you gotta do is use a gun. How you doing tonight, folks?
Hey, how we doing,
Beautiful family you got there, sir. Yeah, it's nice. If you want to fuck my mouth, you just need a gun. Pull out a gun. Pull out your cock. You know, a lot of people think things went down a hill after I was railroaded out of Vegas by the gay community. It's been doing okay here in Dover. I got my, I'm here at the local Perkins singing every Thursday night. That's right. Try the meatloaf, folks. They really don't like me, but, you do what you can in life. Okay. You do what you can, and you get your ass fucked. Mm-hmm. This sketch blows. This is bullshit. This is fucking garbage. What about Italian guys and they're saying cork soaker?
Oh, that was funny.
But you say the coca soaker.
Yeah, the coca soaker.
She soaker the cork.
Yeah, that was funny.
No, I'm saying that is an original idea.
Yeah, that would be
Wouldn't
funny.
that be a good original idea?
That would be funny, yeah.
It's so gonna go. An original idea. Just kidding. Psych. We're just kidding around. Here's a celebrity doing a really shitty impression. How about something about social distancing?
Maybe a sketch about a Zoom call.
Fuck, dude. Mm-hmm. But yeah, Wanted. You guys want to keep talking about Wanted?
Yeah, sure.
Good movie.
Yeah,
that's my take.
They redo Wanted, but it's funny. Like next week, there's an SNL sketch where it's the movie Wanted, but the guy finds out that he's the Subway mascot.
That's good.
And not an assassin.
That's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's okay. Here's how we're gonna test if they're really stealing.
Yeah, if they do a sketch,
we're gonna start.
Where Morgan Freeman is like, "You're actually your father was Subway Jared."
It's a movie from 2008.
It's a movie from.
What a coincidence that this came up on this season's SNL
15 years ago, and now you're the only person.
Coincidentally, we wrote a sketch about it.
Yeah. These threads that are weaved decide which children should be fucked. Your father was fucking children out of turn, and so we had to stop him.
Fuck, dude. It was awesome, man. It's just nice to see. What was that? 2000. What year? Do you know, Adam?
2007.
Yeah.
2000. Oh,
before Obama had to ruin it.
Yeah.
But when America was good.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I just loved the whole vibe.
That was like the first year I was like an adult.
2007 is when I graduated high school.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Poly. Shouts out to the Baltimore Polytechnic Institute. Class of 2007. Adam, when did you graduate?
2005. Oh, the class of 2005. FUBU. The FUBU 05.
Why FUBU?
Because in the FUBU jerseys, they always had 05 on it.
Fuck us, but us.
Yeah.
Fuck us, but us. Fuck us, but.
Yeah.
Yep, that's it.
I just wanna have sex in my fucking
My dick and balls.
Fuck me in my
Let me song your dick. Yeah, the vibes are very. You guys go treat yourself to a little Wanted.
There was it was big energy, drink energy.
A lot of energy drinking.
A lot of full body tribals.
A lot of full body tribals. We had Common making his.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna say debut, but it was one of his first.
Yeah, that's
James McAvoy. Really, that I feel like was that his. What was that his first big movie?
No, he was in Atonement, wasn't he? Before
Atonement. What the fuck is that?
I only know about it because there's a sex scene with Keira Knightley that I've watched a bunch of times.
You're over
in a library,
jacking off to Keira Knightley.
It's a good sex scene.
How's she getting fucked?
She never really did it for me, but the sex scene was.
How is she
bad.
getting fucked?
I don't know, library style.
That's messed up. You're masturbating without us, dude.
I know. I should have. I tried to tell you guys of all the stuff that I masturbate.
Should have told your girlfriend,
to.
"Hey, it's guys' night."
Yeah, guys' night. We're gonna just play some poker, get some cigars,
Guys
and then
we're doing like the whole.
The fellas are coming over.
and then we just
Get
watch
a
a
little
movie
table in the garage.
We're
That
just
we all sit around smoking cigars and masturbating. We have an iPad with the Newgrounds game where you put clothes on Britney Spears.
Yeah,
we're gonna take them all off.
Yeah, we're gaming. All right,
we're taking them off and we're smoking cigars out in the garage and masturbating on a little green table.
Yeah, just like the fellas are wont to
Yeah,
do.
we got a emulator game, and it's a card game, and if you win, it's anime girls that strip. And you can see them for about 4 seconds.
Yeah,
we're all beating the game, and then right when you see those 4 seconds, we're beating off.
It's and it's also like Nintendo NES graphics, so the titties are square as hell.
We have a TV in the little table, and it's hooked up to a PS2.
Yes.
And it's got Vice City loaded in there, and it goes into the strip club.
We're all
Then we're
jacking off.
beating off
PS2.
Yeah, beating off
Just being guys.
to the Vice City strip club VIP room.
That shit was so hot.
Yeah, and if you win the whole game, you get to fucking.
We're masturbating to Candy Sucks from Vice City.
That's right, Candy Sucks.
What a great name.
Awesome. You know, it's another really good name. A Lot of Vagina from Austin Powers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That by the way, a little peek behind the curtain, folks, guys.
Mm-hmm.
What I just described about jacking off to a emulator Japanese card game.
You did that.
I used to do that quite a bit.
Well, you didn't tell us about that.
This is when I was like 10 or 11.
Well, you should have let us
I'll
know.
say 12. I wasn't jacking off at 10. I think I started jacking off in 6th grade.
No. Jacking off and smoking weed were similar categories in my mind because I couldn't wait to do it before I did it.
I was scared of weed, dude.
No, I remember I would like listen to Pink Floyd with my cousin and stuff. We'd be like, we're gonna be stoners one day. It's pretty pathetic,
dude. I was so scared to smoke weed because there was my friends. There was actually a Jewish.
How about a white guy that's murdered by the police and you call him Pink Floyd?
Oh, okay. All right. I got it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't know. Yeah.
Yep. I got it.
I wish there was a white guy. I wish I had thought of that back when those protests were going on. There would be mad guys that were like, "What about Tyler Copeland?" And you're like, "Who?" And then it was like, I guess some white guy that got murdered by the police.
Yeah.
I know. I love that argument because it's like,
Yeah,
but
it's
you
like,
guys
well,
also
what about
think the
it? Yeah.
police are good.
But what's stupid about the argument is like, then go do a protest.
Yeah, exactly.
You're not protesting. You're just bringing this guy up to say that you shouldn't protest.
Exactly. Yeah, that's right. It would have been nice for you to have that in your back pocket when those guys said that.
Yeah.
To call whoever they said Pink Floyd. But I will say I was scared because there was a kid in 7th grade.
Yeah.
Who happened to be Jewish and happened to also love Pink Floyd and that kind of bullshit.
Yeah.
It actually looked a lot like you. I'm not even
How
gonna
about
lie.
I can imagine.
a Chinese guy, a Chinese guy that gets killed by
Yeah.
the
Okay.
police,
All
but
right.
only
yeah,
after
yeah,
the
yeah.
white guy. So everybody knows
It
about
rhymes
the Pink
with
Floyd
that,
joke.
yeah.
and then a Chinese guy gets
No,
Yeah.
no,
But
no.
that would have to be after the Pink Floyd one.
No, not that.
Because it doesn't rhyme with George. So you'd have to have the pink one first.
Well, I don't know what you guys are talking about, so
How about
I
a
don't know if it.
okay, how
rhymes.
about a Chinese psychologist, a Chinese psychoanalyst?
No, no. No. Not a how about that.
Not how about that.
He's just the Chinese father of psychoanalysis.
No. You could just call him Shrink.
Oh, okay. No, it wasn't. I wasn't going with Shrink. It was more of
No, I kind of got
it was a
that you
Freud
were.
thing.
Yeah.
So Pink Floyd.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I get it.
And then, yeah, the other one.
Yep.
That would be.
But I guess Shrink also.
No, I didn't mean to alert you to another.
How about somebody being like, I gotta go see a Shrink, and you're like, what the fuck is that? And they're like, a Shrink, and you're like, what, like Chinese Shrek? Like an Asian version of Shrek?
I don't think that's what they said. I don't think that's where their mind would go. I have to be honest with you. I don't think that's where anyone's mind would go.
Stretch.
I don't think anyone would
like
think.
Shrek, Shrink.
Yeah.
I get it, but I'm saying I don't think anyone would think that.
Gotta go see my Shrek.
Speaking as somebody that isn't you.
How about a movie about monsters that they have jobs scaring people?
But they're all Chinese.
And they're all Chinese. And they go through little doors at night.
No,
in the
not
children's
how.
bed,
Not
they're like,
about that either.
Yeah, boo. Boo, girl. Boo, little girl.
Yes. Okay. It would be called Chinese Monsters Inc.
Yes.
That's what it would be
Thank
called.
you, Cyrus. That's what I thought. That's where my mind went.
Okay. All right. I'm just asking.
It's just bringing up the conversation.
How about Blink Fitness?
Yeah.
But they only
No.
All right.
No more of these.
Blink Home Security.
Okay, that one's already ready-made for you.
Yeah. Yeah, we got Brinks because we don't want any Brink people breaking into our house. We don't want Brink people in here.
That's not even how they say it.
We keep our Brink guys.
That's not even.
Well, we don't want.
And now we're doing the Brinks Home Security
It's the
sketch.
Brinks. It's the Chinese car rental.
Yeah, how
place.
about you try that one out, SNL? We need to lead them down a dark path.
Yeah, dude, that's how we destroy the show from the inside.
Just, Kate McKinnon or whatever. Is that one of the people?
Yeah.
Is she still on the show?
She's like, hey, is this? She's got an airport bag, and she's like, yeah, I had a car rental reservation, and they're like, okay, well, just keep in mind this is an Enterprise, and then behind him there's a sign, and it looks like the Enterprise logo, but it says N-Enterprise. She's like, I had the Kia, and they're like, Coupe de Ville.
Oh, it's black style car.
I see. All right, fine. You can have that one, SNL.
Yeah.
We don't have any of those cars. Maybe you'd be more interested in going over to what are the other ones? Alamo, Budget. Wait, why isn't there one that's
National
Inc?
Yeah.
Like Bink.
There's
car.
National.
Is there one? Am I remembering correctly? Is there one called Bink?
There's not. Nice try. Yeah, they just make up one
Pink
for the sketch.
credit cards.
It's like people are like, what?
Like Bink.
Like big credit cards, but it's all Chinese guys.
In parentheses under the name. They say,
Yeah.
by the way, imagine there was one called Bink.
They got one called Bink. It's Bo and Yang, and he's like, "You need a car, girlfriend.
Yeah, that'd be funny.
You need to get a car, girlfriend." Yeah,
It's pretty funny.
it'd be funny to get a job on SNL, and then just every day in the writers' room be like, "What if there's like it's a Blockbuster, but there's a gay Chinese guy that works there.
Like, great idea. How could this be every sketch?
It's a hot air balloon. It's like a 1800s Explorer on a hot air balloon, and the passenger is a gay Chinese guy. And he's like, "How's it stay afloat, girlfriend?" He's like, "Through the magic of hot air."
Well,
the only hot air I care about is celebrity gossip. who is what's her name? FKA Twigs dating. That's the kind of hot air. I like girlfriend.
That's sis.
Yeah. That's the T. That's T.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Oh,
Your plumber showing up, and he's like, "Yeah, you said you got a problem with your kitchen sink."
Okay.
Yeah, but it's no, it's actually our in-home cook.
No, it's not.
Who's Chinese.
No, we don't have. In fact, sir, please go home. We don't have any problems here. And end of sketch. You must have gotten the wrong number.
Yeah.
Everything is working just fine in my house.
It's Tinkerbell, but
no, she's not.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Okay. We'll just check that one off the list here.
Oh fuck, dude. Let's just talk about how hot Angelina Jolie is in Wanted. Oh, that's what I was gonna look up. I was gonna look up the sex scene that Adam jacked off to.
Oh, in Atonement? I can find it.
No.
Maybe it's embarrassing in retrospect.
Wait a second, I'm looking. It says it was two guys?
No, it was a chick and a guy.
What the hell?
What? You beat off to the sex scene from...
Wait,
what
you don't
is
even
it? There,
see
what
her
movie?
tits?
No movies have real gay sex scenes, do they?
Just Brokeback Mountain.
I've never seen it.
I've never seen it either, but somebody says he spits into his hands and then fucks his ass.
I'm the guy in 2021 that's like, I'm not watching that gay shit. Fuck no, I'm not watching.
Wait, Call Me By Your Name.
Yeah, but did they have gay sex in that movie?
I don't know. It was your favorite movie.
They don't have gay sex. It would be disgusting if they did.
I thought they did. I mean,
no.
I know they kiss.
No, they just sort of hang out by the beach together.
I watched it, and I don't remember them having
That's what makes
gay
it
sex.
nice, because it's a movie where you could see like how, this could clearly be about normal people.
Right, right. Yeah, if this was
It's about
about
the universality of sort of fleeting romance.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's not about a couple of homos
going buck wild
Yeah.
in each other's asses in Europe, which is plenty. That happens quite a bit.
just taking each other's ass to the fucking state fair, you know. Just hauling them out there and
Yep.
and putting a couple ribbons on.
Yes, sir. Best in show goes to your ass after I fuck it. What are you looking up, Adam?
I'm trying to find the sex scene.
I don't. First of all, you don't even see breasts.
I just want to make sure that it's hot, just so for my boys.
He just kind of fucks her up against a library.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, it's. Listen, if I was in that situation,
I would fuck a chick in a
it
library.
would be hot to pull my cock out of a tuxedo and fuck a girl.
Yeah.
But I'm not. I'm a guy over here, and I want to look at breasts.
No, but that's how I aspire to be. I aspire to be a...
So what do you jack off to, scenarios, or do you jack off
I didn't even
to...
really jack off. I kind of just watched it and enjoyed it.
Did you get hard?
I mean, the truth is, we talk about this all the time, jacking off to movies, but most movie sex scenes are like 13 seconds long.
They're a little longer than that.
Can we? I mean, most, but they are. You would agree.
I would agree they're shorter than sex.
They're incredibly short. You don't see any pussy.
You don't see pussy, but
You don't
can
see penetration,
breasts,
but you see a couple of bouncing titty,
which is a big part of what I like.
The point of enjoying a movie sex scene is not the titillation of.
I think
it is seeing an actress.
I couldn't agree with
It
you
is seeing an
less.
actress simulate sex, so you could be like, that's what it would be like to have sex
The
with.
point. No, the point of enjoying
Nicole Kidman.
The point of enjoying a movie sex scene is to jack off to completion to it. I beat off to a lot of quick sex scenes, and I watch them over and over again, almost on a loop.
So you gotta get it going like a GIF.
But I need to see some sliver of skin. You know, I'll admit I actually jacked off to a sex scene from Escape from Dannemora, where what's her face?
What is that? Oh, that was a TV show, right?
Right.
Yeah.
What's her
Patricia
name?
Arquette.
Patricia Arquette.
Yeah.
Who I've jacked off to many times.
But she's a
Who
little bit.
blocks me on Twitter, by the way.
What did you say?
I don't know. Patricia Arquette blocked me. John Cusack blocked me.
Why?
I have no idea. I've never interacted with them.
Probably some blockchain shit.
Yeah. Speaking of, if you enjoy the blockchain, you'll love, Super Speciosa.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, you'll love
this bullshit.
This legal drug.
Yeah.
You will love it. And listen, it may.
All right, it's called Get Super Leaf.
Get Super Leaf.
And Super Speciosa. GetSuperLeaf.com/Cumtown is the website.
Go there.
I'm going to go there with you now.
I'm there right now.
And then we're going to read.
We're on the net right now.
We're going to read about Super Speciosa, which I've been told I'm pronouncing wrong. And we sent the video to pronounce it correctly.
And we have not opened that video.
And I've not opened it because, first of all, I'm learning disabled.
That's right.
And that's even a learning disabled man like me can get pure kratom. And
that's right. We are too stupid to pronounce it correctly, but we're not too stupid to order it. And neither are you.
Kratom. They have. It's okay. So here's the deal.
Is it kratom?
I don't know. Kratom.
I thought Super Speciosa is the thing you're pronouncing wrong.
Oh yeah, it is.
Well, then let's figure this out.
All right, premium botanicals for
Speciosa.
sale. Look, they accept Visa and MasterCard. They got kratom powder.
I love that.
And they got capsules. And they sent it to me. They also, I think they have some kind of tincture. But they sent me the powder and the capsules. I've done both. I kind of prefer the capsules because it sort of regulates.
Takes the
me.
guesswork out of it.
Takes the guesswork out of it. You just have a cool, like, about 16 of them.
Yeah.
Which is definitely way more than they recommend. But I tell you what, when I'm doing blow and I'm hanging out with my pals, I'm going to need even more of them. And it's totally safe.
Yeah.
I haven't had the pleasure of trying the product, but I can imagine it's wonderful.
Yeah, it's very
Because from what I understand,
Get Superleaf.com. That's GetSuperLeaf.com.
That's what you
/Cumtown.
That's right.
And it says sound it out in the email because I'm having trouble with that.
With Especiosa?
You can do it. It's not that hard. You should be able to read. For 20% off. For 20% off your order.
That's a fucking hell of a goddamn steal, if you ask me.
And but the brand is Super Speciosa. The URL is getsuperleaf.com.
You hear that /Cumtown? Very important.
You know what I saw? It was recently Bob
You know what?
Marley's
We're just gonna.
birthday.
We're not done.
No.
No, shh. No, shh.
No, but this has to do. Okay.
You gonna
Zip it.
You gonna plug it in and play the video?
Yeah, we're gonna play the video.
All right, let's play that.
That way we make sure that I'm not.
Bob Marley took this every day.
Is that so?
Yeah, that was the leaf that he was talking.
Everyone thinks it's marijuana.
Everyone thinks it's marijuana, but it was
mother and child's
it was
pussy,
kratom.
and you can
Kratom.
see, and the mother's pussy, you can see it.
You can see it when you
and
see
the child
mother's
sees the
pussy.
mother's pussy, and the child then is upset.
Is proud to be recognized by the American Kratom Association as a GMP qualified vendor that customers can trust.
That's awesome. This is cool. We could just play video. We
Kratom
don't even have
advocates
to do
deserve
reads.
transparency, so we're stepping up to the plate. Join us
love
as we
that.
raise the bar for quality in the Kratom community.
I'd love
Educate
yeah.
the public about this,
So this
great
guy's-
plant that is
I like
helping
the
millions of
guitar.
Americans.
This guy's
every
making
single
tea,
day.
I guess.
So that's something you
That
could
seems like the pussy way to do it.
Yeah.
I just put it in water and you drink it.
Yeah,
Oh,
why
wait,
don't you
hold
go
on.
put on your
Hold on,
sweater?
We
and
missed it. We missed the part where he says it.
Advocates for the exact batch they're holding in their hands. This is a really big deal because a lot of Kratom products on the market are not up to par.
Oh.
Super Speciosa is proud to
I was saying it right.
You were saying it right the whole time, dude. That's
All right,
fucked up.
email them back and say, do not ever correct you.
You know, it's
you gotta do it. Fucking come on.
Super special.
Come on,
like you're ordering a
motherfucker.
whore.
Yeah, I want some speciosa pussy.
I wanted the specialist kind of pussy you got. Birthday pussy, pal. All right, so yeah, so let's go back here.
You know, it's my birthday soon.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I could buy some birthday pussy.
Yeah. So, anyways, this shit.
What if
is,
your friends were
this
planning
shit,
on buying you? So
hold on,
That'd be
this
awesome, dude.
This shit ships to all the every state.
Every fucking state.
Every state.
And Puerto Rico.
It's good shit.
I don't know if it does in Puerto Rico. But
It's very helpful.
It's really helpful.
And you're not allowed to.
It's not.
Due to FDA regulations, we are not legally permitted to state that it is helpful for the treatment of any diseases and conditions, with the exception of Down syndrome. The FDA has announced that Kratom is the only cure for Down syndrome.
I'm actually looking at the paper, Nick. It looks like you put that in with your own handwriting.
I put it in crayon. And somehow a crayon email.
Dude, I'm doing...
2020 has been a rough year,
Blanking.
and Kratom can help.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
He's trying to sneeze out of his ass.
No, I'm just fucking getting a little ab workout in the middle of the recording.
They don't adulterate, concentrate, or enhance their product in any way.
It's straight from the mother Gaia's pussy hole.
Straight from Mother of the Earth, dude. It's with Mother.
Mm-hmm.
It's like drinking kombucha, but for drugs.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Super Speciosa. It's like drinking kombucha, but for drugs.
Yeah, beautiful turn of phrase.
Honestly, I would want to try to put some of that in some. Actually, that would probably be disgusting. Yeah.
Nah, you don't want that.
Kombucha's probably just barely hanging on anyway.
Absolutely.
That is the one thing about this Kratom shit is don't try to get fancy with it.
No.
It tastes like dog shit.
Gulp
no
it
matter
the
what.
fuck down
Just
and
gulp-
get a
yeah,
little
just gulp it.
fucked
Or
up.
get the capsules, because then it's like
Yeah, then it's like you're taking your vitamins.
yeah.
It's healthy.
I
You
forgot
take that, a Flintstones kids.
What separates them from their competitors is that most Kratom brands are manufactured in really poor condition.
Some asshole's garage.
Yeah.
Sometimes these
Nasty.
are home-based businesses selling products out of their garage, like Amazon. Amazon started that way.
Yeah,
Now
that's
Jeff
true.
Bezos is jacked.
He fucking stepped down, the CEO.
I know, and they posted some picture of him. He looks like fucking Hunter S. Thompson. Now.
Should we fucking... Not, we shouldn't, but...
Most Kratom,
hypothetically,
most Kratom on
somebody
the
should
market
shoot him in the head.
has potentially unsafe levels of bacteria
As a
because it
joke.
is sourced from Indonesia. And we all know about those dirty Indonesians. Third world country
no.
without modern food safety.
Is that where,
Yeah, it says.
is that where it's coming?
Well, it says
from?
most of it is sourced in Indonesia, third world country without modern food safety standards.
Oh, that's true.
Oh, the competitors.
Yeah.
These dirty Indonesians. But this
is
fucking
good
company,
white.
Yeah. This isn't Ong Bak style.
Things like salmonella, E. coli, and mold are common.
That's right, but
They
not,
pasteurize their Kratom, which means they fill it with milk, I think. Is how that
Yep,
works.
they put it in a fucking tub of milk, boil it,
They boil the milk.
and then they put it. So they sift it,
And they meet the American Kratom Association standards for quality.
which you know is a very serious
They're
organization.
passionate about what they do, folks. Just
The
like us.
American Kratom organization.
If anybody knows passion, it's me. And
Oh.
imagine someone as passionate about the show as I am, being that passionate about making
Yes,
Kratom.
they care as much about Kratom as we give a fuck about doing this podcast.
You're right. So you know it's good. It's good and safe.
Definitely wouldn't cut corners.
Can you
or-
imagine if this podcast was something you had to eat?
Yeah,
That would be tight.
that would be awesome.
If you had to put it in your body.
We should figure out how to do that, dude. A
Yeah.
Cumtown suppository.
And you're not allowed to sue us for side effects.
Ready? Here's what it is. We get molds made of our cocks.
Anyways, this
And then
is
it's a suppository of vitamins
this
that's
shit-
shaped exactly like our dicks. So
this
you can
shit
put them
is
in your ass.
is good if you're trying to get off of dope. Apparently, you don't want to take
I don't-
Suboxone or methadone.
This is all from Nick's personal opinions, by the way. This is not. Let me make something very clear. Super Especioso is not paying us to.
It's get
Yeah, that's not from the copy.
superleaf.com/cumtown.
GetSuperleaf.com is not paying us to say that you can kick heroin with this.
If you or anyone on your team has any interest, you can skim through this presentation recently given by Dr. McCurdy, who is a leading kratom researcher from the University of Florida. What is the University of Florida?
Gators.
They're like, yo, I'm a professor and like seeing how many titties you can fuck.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, Gainesville, baby.
He's been granted funds from NEDA at the
Billy Donovan, baby.
direction of Congress. Let me know if you have any
Joakim
questions.
Noah.
Okay, so getsuperleaf.com/Comtown.
Al
folks.
Horford.
20% off your order.
Beautiful. Go do that, you fucking...
Yeah, you're definitely gonna want to do that.
Mm-hmm. Or you're off the team.
You're off the fucking squad.
Yeah.
And go, and by the way, once these fucking checks
Did you see Dave Portnoy lost $700,000 on GameStop?
I thought he said he was going to lose $2 million.
He said he lost $700,000 on GameStop.
Well, he's a friend of the show.
Was he holding the line? Was Portnoy holding the line?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good
He's
for him.
saving small business.
I'm buying these stocks. I'm saving the small business owners.
I don't understand your Portnoy impression.
He's more Boston.
He's from Boston.
He's more
It
Boston.
sounds like that. It's like
No.
Yeah, it does.
I don't think
What do you
he's
mean he's
Boston.
more Boston?
He's from
He
Boston.
sounds like a
I know he
Boston
is, but
guy.
it's not.
I mean,
He's
I haven't
not
heard him
non-
talk that. I'll be honest. I've heard him talk like 4
Well, when he
times.
speaks, I listen.
Whatever.
I liked his video
I'm
last
coming
week.
for you, Dave.
I'm
Portnoy.
listening to his videos every once
One
in
of
a
these
while.
days, I'll sound exactly like you, and then
Mhm.
it's
And
lights
then-
out, dude. I'm calling into your company. I'll be like, some of the money to my bank account.
Dude, that's a great idea.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
should
they'll be
call
like-
in.
It's me, Dave. I
I'll
need
be like, is that the stool presidente?
It's the
It's me.
El
I'm calling
Presidente.
in. We're doing a wire. The name on the account is Adam Friedland.
He's my new accountant.
He's my accountant. You're sending it to him, and if at any point you figure out that if this is me, but in this event that it's ever not me,
Yeah.
make sure you know Adam Friedland is the one who did the fraud, and not some other guy.
that he's very closely associated with.
It's entirely him. No questions about it.
Fuck yeah, that'd be awesome, dude. Call in and make everyone who subscribes to Barstool subscribe to us instead, using
Yeah.
his voice.
How about Jar Jar Stool?
Jar Jar Stool.
So I love gambling. Jar Jar Stool Binks.
That's
How
really
about
good.
Asian Jar Jar Binks?
No. No, Adam, don't ask him any follow-up questions.
Misa love the smoke show of the week.
Jar Jar Binks.
Misa love
security.
taking the can't lose parlay.
Jar Jar Binks home security.
That's good. There you go. But don't try and backdoor into the other thing again.
Backdoor, huh?
I did hear that there's a beef brewing
between.
I don't want to start shit, but I heard
Start
that
it up, bro.
I heard that Gas Digital and Barstool Sports.
Oh no!
I heard that they're gonna fight.
Is there a fight?
I don't know. That's just what I heard.
What are they beefing about?
I don't know. I heard they were talking smack about
How you doing?
Lewis.
My name is Louis J. Gomez. I'm calling in the Barstool to get the bank account information.
Hey, doggy, it's me.
Hey, it's
the
me.
press.
It's me, Louis. Can I get the bank account information?
That would be a good beef to start.
Nah. Honestly,
This is me.
Honestly, I'm not trying to do
watching
that.
The Sting one time.
Yeah.
Calling a Bank of America.
My name is fucking Louis J. Gomez and or Dave Portnoy.
Whichever one of me has an account.
Listen,
here.
I'm in the
You're not
middle of a
even sure.
jam, and I need my bank account information so I can buy Bitcoin online. I'm in a jam. So you could just give me all my
Give all my cash to me.
just tell me my information so
I'm
that
in
I
a
can-
real tight spot.
Spot. He would say it that
Spot.
way.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's more of that.
I'm having a spot of gay sex.
There you go.
Tom.
I'm Dave Portnoy and I'm having a spot of gay sex.
I'm Dave Gay Porno.
Dave Gay Porno.
I'm Gay Porno.
I'm gay porno.
I'm gay for porno. I'm gay for gay porno here.
Porno is so throwing the O every once in a while feels really good.
Porno.
Well, it feels
jacking off the porno.
It feels good because it's good to call people homo.
You think?
Yeah, homo. Calling people homo.
Porno just seems like a throwback.
No, I think homo and porno both happen to have the advantage of ending in the O. The O is the powerful part thing.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think the O derives its power from homo. I think they're quite the contrary. It's the opposite.
You said so. Any word ending in O
that ends in that kind of O,
like daddy-o.
Daddy-o is better than daddy.
Yeah, that's
Shlomo is a hilarious. If you want to make fun of a Jewish guy, pick that name because it's got the O and it sounds stupid.
Yeah.
What else?
I think it's a pretty cool name.
Steve-O from Jackass.
Steve-O rules.
Yeah, there's no way you can't like a guy named
Anything
Steve-O.
that ends in a hard O is a great fucking.
Yeah,
even hard O.
Australians and Canadians.
Fucko.
Australians and Canadians love adding.
Yeah.
And then
If you add an O, it's a
They
slur.
did that dumb shit in Australia where they added like a Y to the end of everything. They shortened it and they added a Y.
Mm.
You know?
Yeah.
They use my phony.
That's right.
Yeah, they call refugees refos.
Refos, abos.
Yeah. That's a bad word.
Whoa,
Yeah,
dude.
it's that bullshit. What are you going to do? Ban the podcast from
Dude, you
Australia?
just got us banned in Australia.
All right. See if I can.
Fuck, dude.
How about this? Now Australia's banned from the United States.
Oh, take that, you fucking
Take that, you
idiots.
losers. Thanks for supporting us in the Iraq War, you fucking dumbasses.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went to Iraq.
I went to Iraq. I did some war cromos.
Oh, you know, they named the Iraqis. Yeah, we had to kill some Iraqis.
Iraqis, yeah.
Yeah, we did it. We blew up a mosquerie-do.
Yeah. Mozzarinos. Mozzariduccios.
We did a sport. We did heaps ethnic cleansing.
I'm having homo in me ass. I'm having a. Oh, I had a really good homo the other day. I did heaps homo.
I'm having heaps gay sex.
It's like taking a feather out of a pillowcase.
Damn, I want to go to
It's
Australia.
like Pringles.
Once you pop, I find a man's penis is like
You
Pringles.
know, gay sex is kind of like Pringles once you shove the can in your ass. That's it. It's lights out. It's time to shove other things in there. If I could fit an entire Pringles can in my ass, who knows what's next?
So true.
So true.
So
true.
So.
We should just move to Australia to do the show because we're more popular over there. But then fake the accent immediately.
Right.
I'm like, no, we're just trying to, because when we come to a country, we learn the language.
We respect.
So we
this is a
learn this
message.
stupid language.
This is a message for all the Mexicans and Guatemalans back in America.
No, it isn't.
Yes.
No. Just a bit.
No, I'm saying when we're in Australia, we're saying this because then it won't be racist because we'll be. It'll be such an alien political issue.
Yes.
But there's no way it could be interpreted as racist because it's like I don't know any better. I don't live in America.
Yes, but we're from America.
No, we're Australian now. And it's different. So I'm allowed to hate people from Veracruz.
No, you're not. No.
Is
you're
it that
not.
hard to learn English? I did it.
I learned Australian.
I moved to
English.
Australia and I learned English very quickly. Without issue, I picked up the language.
No problem whatsoever.
No problem whatsoever. I picked up the language very easily. It'd be like a Guatemalan guy that taught himself English by watching like Masterpiece Theater or something.
Yeah, he only had PBS.
He only had Masterpiece Theater on DVD.
Well, hello.
Yeah, he's like, good evening.
Good evening. Are these the taquitos?
Do you have any denim jackets with Winnie the Pooh on it?
Do you happen to have a T-shirt from the thrift store that says Princess?
Do you have anything featuring Tigger?
You have a Sylvester the cat dressed like a cholo.
I was wondering if you had an early 2000s skateboarding backpack that I could fit a bottle of Mickey's in.
Oh, shit.
Well, if you like getting trashed off Mickey's in the Home Depot parking lot, you're gonna love
what
Manscaped.
Man, you're gonna love shaving your cock.
Shaving your cock with a Manscaped-orino. Okay.
It's a great product, the Lawnmower 2.0. It's got a light.
You tell them. Hey, fellas, we're in the thick of winter and the storms are brewing. Actually, we shit on their copy, but they're the only ones that actually put effort.
They do the best job, I think.
Yeah, it looks like 1 to 3 inches are in the forecast. So you know what that means, stuff.
Adam's about to show us his penis.
No,
Yeah.
it's a
that means either soft or completely hard, depending on if it's 1 or 3.
They didn't say that.
Yeah,
I think that's what they said.
It looks like 1 to 3 inches are in the forecast when you trim that hibernation bush that's taking place in your pants. Luckily, our partners at Manscaped specialize in products to make sure you're walking around town with beautiful snowballs. Manscaped is here to provide you the best tools for your grooming experience, offering precision-engineered tools for your family jewels.
Yes, ma'am.
It rhymed.
We have to tell a funny grooming story. One time I cut my penis and balls off.
Well, I was using a straight razor.
I remember.
I was in the blackout basement in Bergheim trying to shave up.
I was shaving and showing my son how to shave, a la the opening scene in Gangs of New York.
Right.
With a straight razor. And I cut my penis and balls off before the big neighborhood fight with the nativists.
That sucks.
And my son went to clean off the blade, and I said, "No, son. Leave the penis on the blade. Always leave the penis on the blade." Lawnmower 3.0 is the best hygiene tool for the modern man. It's waterproof. It's got a ceramic blade and advanced skin-safe technology. So, if you don't snag. You will not snag.
There'll be no snagging whatsoever.
It's a no snag guarantee.
You can shave in the shower or even in the jacuzzi. I don't know. Can you? Damn, that's wild. Because most shit is waterproof. It's like water resistant. You can't.
No, they have NASA people working on this. You can shave in space.
This is the way Aquaman shaves his cock.
Manscaped's
Jason
performance package.
Jason Momoa is in a fucking hot tub shaving his dick while Lenny Kravitz watches, and he's like, "Yeah, that's perfect for my ex-wife and your current wife."
The Manscaped performance package is the best buy of 2021. Comes with the new and improved Lawnmower 3.0, Weed Whacker, ear and nose hair trimmer, performance boxer briefs, and a travel bag.
Wow. As somebody who got all that stuff, I'm saying it's really good.
Yeah. I like the travel
Have
bag.
you ever noticed how nasty nose and ear hair is? In fact, 79% of partners polled admitted that long nose hair is a major turnoff.
I think I have that.
Might as well
Adam, you
use the
definitely
best tools to do the job. The bundle also comes with the Crop Preserver, Ball Deodorant, and Crop Reviver Ball Toner.
Wow.
You know talcum powder was giving bitches pussy cancer?
Are you serious?
Yeah, they're rubbing it, and breast cancer too, I think.
By putting it in your pussy?
By putting it on your underarms and your pussy, yeah.
Interesting.
Wow.
You could probably use this shit on your pussy also.
Yeah, you
Don't
can.
let the name fool you.
Some of you, Manscaped, not all men have cocks. Some of them have pussies.
Maybe, some of our folks out there, like Elliot, what's her face?
What's his face?
Yeah.
What's his face?
Page. Elliot Page is a man, could use some of this powder on his pussy.
Yeah.
On his
No.
His man pussy.
If he decides to have a cock, he can use it on his cock. If he keeps his pussy, he can put it on his pussy.
Seder Doyle. What's the male?
Sadiq
Doyle.
Yeah, she's a Muslim.
He's a Muslim man now. He's a bold Muslim.
You can use it.
Sadiq Doyle.
You can use it on your penis or whatever you're calling your shit. The Crop Preserver is an anti-chafing ball deodorant that will make your balls smell nice and make you feel like your testes are walking in a winter wonderland.
I love that.
The Crop Reviver is a spray-on toner for your balls. It's made with soothing aloe and witch hazel extracts. They'll make your balls look up at you and say thanks.
That's funny.
Don't get cold feet this winter. Get 20% off plus free shipping with the code.
My fucking balls. I'm imagining two of the big-eyed emojis.
Because the copy, it just says use promo code. So it's got to be Promo code CUMTOWN or CUMTOWN20.
Yeah.
Try them both.
They swap them. So let me just go to the email.
Yeah. Why don't you do that while I think about my balls looking up at me and going, "Thank you."
Mm-hmm.
Just imagine the emoji that girls use with their eyes big, or I guess a gay man would use, a bottom would use.
Yeah.
The eyes, the big eyes, like watery.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Imagine if your balls.
My
look
balls
like that.
sound like 1800s British street urchins.
CUMTOWN. Yeah, CUMTOWN.
Thank you, sir.
The code is CUMTOWN.
The code is CUMTOWN, folks.
That's the code.
So go to manscaped.pussy/cunt.
Manscaped.pussy/cunt.
Use promo code CUMTOWN.
Promo code CUMPENIS.
Mm-hmm.
Promo code suck me off.
Promo code give me head.
Promo code penis my ass.
Give me head, chief.
Give me head. You gotta ask yourself one question. Are you gay? Well, are you punk?
That's not even his movie, is it?
No. It's not. A movie called Gay Wish.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's heating up.
Where's the cash, mother? Give us the cash. My husband's gonna be home any minute and he's gay. I went out to Arizona for a while and learned how to suck cock.
Damn, I'm gonna fucking watch Death Wish again
Dude,
soon.
Watch all 5 of them.
I might with a hard ass Prickadell, dude. I'm getting tired of doing anything. All I want to do is watch 4 movies a day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Honestly, finding a nice pattern. You get a little workout in.
Exactly. My days, I just want to wake up, do some fucking yoga, maybe do a little workout, go on a nice long walk, come back. I wake up the whole rest of my day.
I wake up. I hit the corner store. I get some cat food for the cat, coffee for myself. Come home, feed the cat, cold shower. Then I go buy a cigarette at the fucking deli that's like
it's cool
6 blocks away.
Get a couple steps in.
Yeah, and then I have my morning cigarette with my coffee.
Love that.
And then I go back to sleep.
That's a good amount done.
And then you just wake up, drink a bunch of NyQuil, just keep yourself asleep.
Yeah.
And then it's 7 a.m. next day. Wake up, little cup of coffee, feed the cat, cigarette.
Right.
Force
your body down.
Yeah.
No matter what it's telling you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, dude.
Get myself put down like a dog.
Oh, yeah, like a dirty little dickless dog.
Like a dickless dog.
Mm-hmm. That's the sound it makes. The dirty little dickless dog. All it's got is a dick hole.
Do you have any Mark Echo shoes?
I'm sorry, chap.
Pardon my interruption. I was wondering if you had any Mark Echo shoes with the springy shoelaces.
Oh, fuck, man.
Do you happen to have an adjustable baseball cap that was promotional material for the movie Cars 3? That I could wear to the Home Depot parking lot.
Those guys rock, dude.
Pardon me.
Excuse me, sir. I love those
Yes, and throw in a bottle of hair gel if you don't mind.
Yes, the cheapest, most toxic one there is.
Yes, the 5th grade picture day hair gel.
If you please hurry up, I have to go eat crab legs with my family at a Chinese buffet after this. It's my birthday.
Adam, were you going to say something?
I forgot.
You look like you're about to
You
say
were,
something.
yeah.
Oh yeah, there's a TV show now about for the best laborer. It's all like yeah.
Guys Guatemalan games?
No, but it's all like to see who does the best.
We're here in a Lowe's parking lot.
Yeah.
We're outside the Home Depot in Santa Cruz. And today we're talking to Miguel and Juan Carlos. And they're squaring up to see who can tape the most drywall in 12 hours for $4.
That's basically what it is.
Yeah, and then Guy Fieri's like,
still eating the joint compound, and he's like, "That's a rock star bite right there.
This is out of bounds, brother.
That is hit that one directly out of the park."
God, I love when a guy calls things out of bounds.
That's a triple play bite right there, my friend. You got the spice, you got the sweetness, you got the salty. That's a hat trick.
I want to be friends with Guy Fieri so bad.
Yeah. You could probably swing
He
it.
seems happy.
He does, dude.
He seems like no one can get him down.
He's got a great life.
Like he doesn't have demons.
Well, if you watch Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dives, there's times when clearly he's like working with somebody that's not laughing at his jokes.
Yeah.
And the cuts will be kind of like awkward and quick.
Because they're just not buying it.
Yeah, they're not
Yeah.
in the guy. And
Yeah.
then they just have to like push through.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're like.
Well, apparently he's there for like a total of 7 minutes.
Is he?
Like he has a team that does everything ahead of time. They photograph all the food. They like do all the interviews. They do everything, and then Guy just like eats interviews the person real fast.
He
and,
makes it with
You know who
them.
really
Yeah.
had it made was the Man versus Food guy.
Adam
Richmond.
Yeah, which was just a show. It's like watch this man kill himself.
Yeah. Yeah, he had a good thing going.
But I think he had health
I think maybe
problems from it.
the first episode it was an actual challenge that a restaurant offered, and then after that he would go places and then it'd be like, "I'm gonna drink 37 milkshakes in 20 minutes," and they're like, "Yeah, that's not a thing we offer."
Yeah.
He's like, "I made it up for the show."
He, I think I've said this before, but he blocked Eldest on Twitter.
Why?
In college. Because Eldest kept asking me what his shits look like.
What does your penis look like?
Can I see your ass and balls?
Can I suck your penis? Can I suck your penis?
Hey, Adam, can I see your ass and balls?
Hey, Adam. Adam, hey.
It's homie.
It's me, Eldest. Oh, the Man versus Food guy's gonna be at the mall, and he's letting people suck his cock, and I'm missing it.
Stop. Do you have your picture on the wall of a place?
What do you mean?
Have you ever like done the challenge at a place and
There's pictures on the wall at the Bronx Zoo because he ate all the prairie dogs.
Yeah, they were delicious.
Yeah.
They kept I thought they were churros.
Was that a challenge?
No, at the Cheeseburger. Where the fuck is the original one? I think it's somewhere in like White Marsh, Maryland, or I don't remember. There's a cheeseburger chain.
What is Cheeseburger again?
It sounds like a cheeseburger restaurant.
It's a chain of restaurants that they stole it from like an SNL bit from like the 70s. Remember that one? Cheeseburger.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. How does it feel to get stolen from SNL?
I know that must really suck, and that's why SNL never steals anything from.
That must
anyone.
really hurt SNL's feelings.
But it was a burger restaurant, and they offered some kind of like 5-pound burger. If you eat it, you got on the wall. You know your boy got on that wall in college, no problem. But I haven't.
They put your name or a pic?
5 pounds.
It's some kind. I don't remember what it was.
That's so much.
It was some big burger, but I was fucking fat.
5
as shit.
pounds sounds right.
I don't remember what it
A
was.
1 pound hamburger is
16
like a
ounces.
lot.
No,
Yeah.
it's not. That's nothing. A pound is. Come on.
A double quarter pounder is a half a pound.
Because here's the thing, it's the weight before they cook it.
Oh, so it shrinks.
Shrinks, dude.
Yeah.
So a pound.
It's at least 4.5 pounds.
A pound cooked is nothing, dude. The quarter
Man.
pounders are little as fuck.
I miss Fuddruckers. We should get in the car and drive to Fuddruckers after this.
Fudge fuckers.
Ass fuckers.
Ass fuckers. Just beating on the door. Let us in. Let us indoor dine.
I hope you like my joke.
It's coming back. Indoor dining.
Well, you would have to drive out to
for
Jersey.
Valentine's Day.
Yeah,
You have to
for
drive out
love.
to Jersey to go to Fuddruckers.
Dude,
I think they got dining out there.
Thank God fucking Cuomo, dude, has solved things.
Yeah.
Thank God.
Now we get to
COVID is
open
over.
up the fucking restaurants just because
The
it's
numbers are going up, and so is my penis. When my penis is hard, you have to give me the
You
card.
have to suck me.
That's the rhyme we do.
When my penis is hard, you give me the card. Folks, I just tell you what happens when my dick is hard. Indoor dining is allowed.
Mm-hmm.
When it's soft, we're closing it down again.
Yeah.
So you better keep me hard.
We're going to keep doing the press conferences every day. even though the virus is over. Today, we had an early start. We got a switch, and the team has been trying to create me for me.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very difficult because there's no way to put nipple piercings on the little guy, and they keep making him look pissed. And I said, I'm not pissed, but I'm going to be if my little guy keeps looking angry.
I'm not pissed now, but if we don't pierce his nipples, I will be.
You should make him look cute with pierced nipples.
And he's smiling.
And anyone who beats me at Wii Bowling is fired. And we're going to hold them down and give them 100 doses of the vaccine at once. And so it kills them, and they're not allowed to sue anybody.
Dude, I heard that if you're obese, you might be able to get the vaccine.
Are you gonna go to? Are you gonna go top of the list?
I don't have it, but maybe I
mean, I'm not getting the vaccine.
I'm getting it as soon as I can.
Our vice president said you shouldn't get the vaccine if it came out during the Trump administration.
Kamala?
Yeah.
Is that what Kamala said?
During the debates, she said it. She said, I will not get any vaccine put out by this administration.
I don't give a fuck what Kamala's done.
Well, now she's the boss.
Yeah. So
I want her to get.
What are you going to do? Not listen to black women?
Yes. I did it every day of high school when they called me a gay white boy.
This is the one instance where I am doing it. Every other instance, sure, I see your point. But this time around.
This time, baby, I will listen to Kamala. Yeah, I'm getting the fucking vaccine.
What's she doing? Has she said or done anything?
Oh,
Vice presidents don't do shit.
I'm checked out.
She's doing
Except
all
for
the
Dick
work.
Cheney.
She's doing all the work, I'm sure, and getting none of the credit.
Dude, thank you.
Classic story.
Classic story. Old Mayo-ass Joe.
Mayo-ass Joe's taking credit for all her good ideas.
He's getting paid more than her. Excuse me. Number one.
That's crazy.
And number two, it's about time
what is this, Mars?
One of the least popular politicians in the world got a bunch of power. This time, baby, I will...
Is there a way we can make money off of Joe Biden dying and her becoming the president?
We could probably bet on
Placing a bet, maybe?
Well, let's save that for next week's free episode.
Yeah, okay, fine.
Joe Biden.
I'm looking for John Biden.
Excuse me, do you know how I can...
I'm trying to fuck Joan Biden.
Is there a bet?
Your voter, eh? Gracias, senor. It's good to see you again, my Home Depot brothers. He learned the English from the Masterpiece Theater. I saw he speak like that. But it's because he only watches period pieces. Wow, what the devil?
What's going on here? Who took my Family Guy t-shirt?
Who sucked my penis?
Which one of you 4'11 chaps sucked my penis?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go out there and hit those guys up.
What are you looking to get done?
Well, no, just to see if I can make any of them watch Masterpiece Theater.
Just put your plan into action.
Yeah, I want to create that guy.
Yeah. If you could make one, it would be pretty good.
And if you want a T-shirt, you can go to cum.town.
That's true.
And pick up a cum-town. Well, any kind. Just shirts.
Get the Cumtown shirts. I'm selling the official Cumtown calendar, which is actually just my calendar.
Special for Black History Month.
For Black History Month.
50% off.
It's $10 off, which is close to 50%.
50%.
It's about 40% off. I don't know how to do math.
It's $3.50 off for Black History Month.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to cook up some new shirts, but I also have shirts over at Stavi.biz. Trying to cook up some fun new designs for the new year. And I think that's... go to the Patreon. Sign up, patreon.com/Cumtown.
All right, later.
All right, we're just going to go here.
All right.
Still waiting on some confirmation emails about
we're gonna have Michelle Obama on.
Michelle Obama is going to be on the podcast.
Little cross promo.
She can, and it's okay to do on a podcast because there's no video. But she's going to demonstrate how she can unpeel a banana with her vagina.
Yeah, hands free.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
That was her contribution as the first lady. Was to she would often go.
Lady Bird Johnson got halfway there. She could never really do it.
Yeah.
Well, she could do other things with her vagina.
She would fuck dogs.
Lady Bird Johnson.
She would fuck the dog
correctly.
That's why he lifted those dogs up by the ears, because he caught them having sex with his
Fucking
wife.
Lady Bird.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then
Is that something that LBJ did?
Yeah, there's a picture of him holding a dog by the ears.
The more you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then what's her name? Not Barbara Bush, Laura Bush,
Barbara Cush.
Barbara Cush.
Yeah. She would smoke pussy.
Smoke weed with her pussy.
Yeah, she would smoke. She would dry out. She would fucking juice all over the weed and then dry it out and get high off her own supply.
That's so true.
Yeah,
that bitch that looked like George Washington.
It's a picture of LBJ holding a dog up by his ears.
It's pretty famous.
Apparently, he had a big ass dick.
Yeah, he was obsessed with his penis.
Respect.
Yeah.
You know that man was raping.
No, I think he was chill.
No.
Actually, I think maybe he was a homosexual.
Lyndon Johnson? LBJ.
I don't know. Lyndon's a pretty gay name.
Yeah,
I will give you that. It sounds British.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, I feel like everyone was raping back then, if you're a politician.
Maybe I'm basing this off of like a story I read once that was fiction.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Hold on.
Everyone was raping until 2012.
There's
A story.
There's a David Foster Wallace story called Lyndon that implies that he was gay.
Yes.
And I'm not sure if it was based on anything.
It's not just that story. The only kinds of stories you read are exclusively
Gay.
homoerotic fan fiction about
Yeah.
the presidents.
Yeah, it's true.
And when you say red, you mean wrote.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I'm voting for Biden, because of all the gay sex stuff I read about him and Obama.
Yeah. Biden.
Yeah. Well, I read it after I read
Bi.
it. Yeah, he's
bi. But
what's
yeah.
up, guys? How are you doing?
I'm doing fine, I guess. I don't know.
You had a good last couple of days since we saw each other last?
It was pretty recent, right?
Sunday.
What's today?
Yeah, we're on a
Wednesday.
regular schedule.
Today's
again.
Wednesday.
Yeah.
Nice.
We're back to our regularly scheduled programming.
Oh, I went to the dentist.
Oh, yeah,
why I've
that's
had a
the
fucked
big
up couple
event.
Days. Yeah, they were fucking with my mouth, dude. They were screwing. I have a little screw hole in my mouth now, and they were just fucking shit up in it.
My lips all fucked up because I got a pear, and I don't know what happened, but I just...
You were practicing kissing?
No, I was eating a pear, and I kept fucking
Deep-throating
biting into my own lip.
Interesting.
And I tore into
Maybe
my...
you were punishing yourself for enjoying something.
No. I was carrying groceries, but I don't know why not having a free hand would mess up my ability to eat a pear. I've eaten probably 30, 40 pears in my life. And
That's it?
Probably, yeah.
I'm trying to think. Damn, I guess you're right. It's not a go-to fruit.
No.
Yeah, you're right. I would actually put it around similar numbers.
Yeah.
Apples I've eaten thousands.
Yeah.
Adam, how many pears do you think you
Well, you
eat?
go to bed every
my
night.
dad
with one in
had
your
a lot
mouth.
of pears.
No, I don't.
You sit down in your bed of lettuce.
No,
with your,
I have a regular bed made out of bed material.
You lay down on your stomach on your bed of lettuce with an apple in your mouth.
And in the morning, have I eaten it?
Yeah.
Yeah, of
And
course.
then you slowly rotate until the morning.
Can I be honest? That sounds kind of nice. If I was swaddled, like a baby, and I was rotating slowly.
Yeah. Just Stav is wrapped in twine with an apple in his mouth, and then he slowly rotates until the morning.
No, that's not what I do.
Yeah.
No.
It is.
I have something over my nose.
You just
sleep
said, "Can I be
apnea machine.
honest?" And then the next thing you said was, "That is
I said,
exactly
that's
what
I said,
happens."
can I be honest? That would feel good.
That's exactly
in a
what
theoretical
happened.
world. Being swaddled, no.
Mm-hmm.
Although I wonder about that because wouldn't you feel constricted?
What? With
You know when they wrap up babies? Not twine.
Well, some fellas like to be wrapped up. You know?
We're just gonna stick.
Do you mean condoms?
We stick cloves into your back and stomach. We surround you with cloves and then wrap you in twine, and then we put an apple in your mouth.
And it's every night. It's just, a lot of
It's
people.
not every night.
They can sense the
It's for special
palpable
occasions.
tension on the show sometimes between me and Adam and you, and it's because we've, slave every night, basting you.
And you think I'm
setting
ungrateful.
up a full Hawaiian
And you think I'm
luau for
ungrateful
you.
because I don't show enough.
I had to learn fire dancing.
That's true.
You
That's why my skin looks so good.
Mm-hmm.
'Cause you slather it with
From
butter.
being glazed.
For glazing me every night.
And rotist every night. Being rotist to sleep.
Brushing honey on stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And then kissing him goodnight.
Damn. And now I want a fucking pig. A whole roasted pig.
I think we should offer a come town fuck you to Judy Gold.
Okay.
Yeah, she's trash.
She's
a dog shit comedian and always has been.
I don't think she's a bad comedian.
Nah, she's trash. She's never been
But I
funny.
think she's a hypocrite about what she said about Shane, and then releasing a book about that's all about
And then she
you
did
can say whatever you
she
want.
did an interview in Salon this week where she brought Shane up again.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, in the interview.
To trash him?
To trash it. To be like,
What?
oh, yeah, they mentioned Shane again in the interview to sell her shitty book.
Are you fucking kidding?
As if she's done. There's not a clip of her on Sirius from the last 4 years where she repeatedly calls Nicki Minaj the N-word, basically. She's like, which,
Jesus Christ.
I used to be like,
I thought she apologized for trashing Shane.
No, not at all.
Wow.
Never apologized.
She doubled down this week, you're saying?
She put a book out, which nobody's going to read.
It's a book about what is it you could say whatever.
Yeah, when they
it felt free speechy when I saw the title.
It is. It's like when they come for comedians, we're all in trouble. Which is
exactly
who
what she
gives
did to Shane. First
which-
of all, yes,
it's what she did to
comedians
Shane.
don't matter.
They don't
Can we
matter.
stop pretending comedy matters?
They don't
No,
matter, but
it's
it's
the
also
least important
how,
part of
how,
society.
how untimely is this fucking book? It's not 2013. Nobody
Right.
gives a shit about this, and even at the time, it wouldn't have been fucking insightful or worthwhile writing
Right.
anyways.
Yes, especially now when unemployment is about to be cut off and everyone's going to get evicted. Definitely, no one gives a fuck about comedy.
Yeah.
Well, no, people give a fuck about comedy, but there's really no reason to.
But no one really does. It's like the same people that talk about cancel culture.
Yeah, that's true.
No one actually gives a fuck in the world.
Anyways, I can't imagine the book's anything other than her carving out a system in which she's allowed to go on Sirius and repeatedly. But have you heard that clip?
Yeah, I think we played it on the show.
Yeah.
And it was hilarious.
But
then she would say that and then say Shane is like she said some wild shit about
Right.
Shane too.
The thing is, she fucking sucks. I mean, she's this middling fucking dinosaur that's been around forever. That's never been particularly funny.
I think she's a solid comic. I don't have a problem with her comedy. I have a problem with her fucking attacking Shane.
What's your favorite Judy Gold joke?
Dude, I don't have a fucking favorite. I'm not a Judy Gold stan. I'm just saying
No,
I
that's
respect
not true.
old comics.
What's a good bit that she's wrote then?
We had to
Motherfucker,
take down
I don't
all
know.
his Judy Gold stuff to put up all that luau stuff before the tape.
Right, yeah. And you know what? I'm still a little fucking heated about it. All my fucking one night stand HBO. I don't fucking know, dude. I just I don't necessarily. I'm not saying she's a fucking revolutionary comic. I'm saying what is fucking bullshit is that she would trash Shane.
I don't even know her stand-up, really. I think I've just seen her on Talking Heads shows. Isn't she on I Love the 80s or something? She's
don't
one of
think
those
so.
kind of people? Whatever.
It doesn't matter. What matters is you should not trash comics for trying to be funny and getting their shit taken out of context and then losing a job that would have made him fucking rich and set his family up. And then, especially when you do the exact same shit. And then furthermore, you definitely shouldn't do that when you're about to release a book about how comedians can say whatever they want or how they're a fucking endangered species when you did that to a comic.
Well, I think the official fuck you still stands, right?
I think so.
Yeah. And I second it. So if you can third
I third it.
Okay.
I third it.
Yeah.
It was bullshit what she fucking said about Shane.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't want to take the wind out of your sails if you want to trash Judy Gold.
No, it's all right. It's fine. I don't know what else is going on.
What's her shtick? Is that she's Jewish and lesbian?
Big Jewish lesbian.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
Mm-hmm.
I guess there's a lot of controversy with lesbian comedians this week. With all the child sex on the Ellen show.
Oh, yeah, Ellen. Damn, you know there was some fucking like twink assistant that got whipped by Ellen. That just got
What happened? It was abuse.
Yeah, it's. I don't even think it was. I mean, I guess Ellen was like a bitch to people.
I think she's
but
just
then-
a bitch.
I can't imagine she's a very friendly person.
But then the her like top 3 producers or whatever were doing like predatory homosexuality.
Wow.
Damn, the best kind.
I mean, that does also
like grabbing people's dicks and shit. And I guess they would complain to Ellen, and Ellen's like, "Well, I'm a lesbian,
I
so
don't
I don't
give a
even.
fuck."
I don't know what you want me to do about it. I don't
Right.
even like guys."
Yep. Which is a solid argument. I don't even know what that's about. I don't even fucking
I have
fuck
no
with dicks.
The fuck, I'm probably the last person you want to tell about this.
That's
I
disgusting.
I eat pussy. I don't know what the fuck you expect me to do. If some fucking queer is grabbing your penis, I don't know, like what the fuck.
You're making me sick.
You're speaking Greek to me.
You're making me. I'm fucking about to throw up. You talk about grabbing
Yeah.
a man's penis again.
Now, maybe if somebody, chewed on your labia like a little piece of bologna without you asking, that's something. Maybe I could come in.
That's a red line for me.
we could have a sit down.
I could throw some menstrual blood in her
Mhm.
face, and then we could
Right.
share a cigarette outside of a coffee shop for some L justice, some big L justice.
Interesting. Is that how lesbians deal with disputes?
Yeah, they parlay. They parlay like Prop Joe.
And somebody gets pussy blood on their face.
I'm telling you what I imagine to be going on. Based on my knowledge.
They gather the council of elders. Rosie, Ellen.
I mean, it's like, I think Lewis is right. I think they're canceling Ellen to make Joe Rogan look bad. And it's because of the Spotify deal.
I think it's true. The dominoes are falling.
Yeah.
Oh, dude.
If you think about it, dude. I mean, if you really think about it, why does Ellen get canceled? Because she has a show. Who else has a show? Joe Rogan.
Yes, that's true.
So they're going after show people.
Yep.
To make Rogan look bad because
Ellen-
he's squeaky clean.
Yeah.
I love how confident Lewis was in saying that.
Yeah.
It's probably like next week that somebody's gonna be like, Joe Rogan raped me.
He doesn't feel like a rapist to me, but I don't know.
Who knows?
Anyone can be a
knows?
rapist, I guess.
Yeah.
Cosby.
Yeah.
Never would have seen that one coming.
No one would have seen it coming. But
But he
I
did it
mean,
big
besides
time.
the joke he did about Spanish Fly.
That is
on
true.
one
He
of
did
his
do a
comedy
joke in
albums.
like the 70s about how sometimes you just have to drug a bitch. Respect.
You seen that?
And then telling people to fucking
that boozy clip, right?
What?
That boozy clip where he's like,
No.
He's like, they knew what was in them drinks. Bitch, you at Bill Cosby's house. You know what's in them drinks.
That's such a good take.
Let the man out of jail. Man, you
That's
out
me.
here killing people. You got a 97-year-old black man in jail. Let him out of jail with the virus. They let Harvey Weinstein out. It's like, did they? They letting Harvey Weinstein out.
Put your pussy on live and get $1,000. Shouts out to Boozy, man.
Yeah.
Listen, it's about not, hearing all viewpoints.
Yeah.
And he's an important voice.
He's never said anything I disagree with.
I agree. I think anytime I've heard him speak on
Yep.
anything,
I think
Stop expecting dyke-ass Ellen to solve your problem. Come on, man. Ellen eat pussy.
man. Ellen eat pussy.
She ain't
man.
never had any kind of genius DNA put into her body. They can't be solving problems because they ain't got no sperm in them.
Did you see the follow up to the Nick Cannon thing? Is that he started reading the Barry White?
That's so awesome. Hell yeah, dude.
I did not see that.
He's like, yeah, I'm learning about my anti-Semitism.
I'm learning about anti-Semitism. He's going to be a pro-Israel guy now. Nick Cannon's going to go execute a Palestinian child himself.
Oh, God. So... Oh, that's so
Yeah,
good.
Lil Boozy has some excellent takes on Dwayne Wade's transgender daughter as well.
I think
who he called him his son, D Wade's son.
Yeah,
something about, come on, man, don't chop the boy's penis off, man.
The best part about that video is that he's just in between sets at Planet Fitness.
Yes, that's right.
Just making-
Literally Planet, not the gym, Planet Fitness. You see the yellow and purple.
Imagine you're just at Planet Fitness and you're like, is that fucking Lil Boozy?
Lil Boozy?
Is he making a video?
Like, you'd be annoyed if that was anyone else, let alone rapper Lil Boozy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, respect.
Yeah, that's so funny.
Wipe me down, 'cause I'm gay, 'cause I'm gay. Suck me off.
Don't cut his penis off, man. Don't cut his penis.
Cut his penis off, man.
It is very funny that how that works is they cut your penis off.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Suck me off, 'cause I'm gay, 'cause I'm gay. I fuck
Like, I feel like
guys.
if I were going in for surgery and they're like, well, we'll tell you what the process is.
G-A-Y-S-E-X.
First, we cut your penis off. You're like,
Yeah.
Can you not say that? Just say we're making a vagina.
We're
I
going
don't
to give
need
you
to-
a nice pussy.
Yeah.
It's step one of the pussy making.
Step one, guillotine your penis.
Because that's got to, cutting your balls off, no matter what, that's got to just don't say that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yep.
It'd be like if, you need to get heart surgery, like, well, the first thing we're going to do is paper cut your eyeballs.
Yeah.
And you're like, I just
We're going to
don't.
rip open your chest.
Yeah.
I don't want that. We're going to make an incision.
And this is all imagined. I don't know.
G-A-Y-S-E-X.
That is what the surgeons say.
Mm-hmm.
Can you have it's gay sex? Do you know what that means?
G-A-Y-S-E-S-E.
Sexy. Sexy.
G-A-Y-E-S-E-E-X.
Gay sex.
Having gay sex. Do you know what that means? Shouts out to Young Philosopher.
Mm-hmm.
Lil Boos. Lil Boosadell. Oh, fuck. Fuck, mate. Yeah, I went to the fucking dentist. In about 3 weeks, I'm going to have a tooth.
You're a new man.
Well, I don't have the tooth yet. But,
You're going to be hot.
dude, all this gorgeous hair.
Oh, my God.
An extra tooth.
Hair, tooth.
I've gained probably 60 pounds
You're looking...
since I had a tooth last. Oh, yeah. These bitches about to get their pussies chomped on with all 32 teeth.
Somebody sent me flowers.
How many teeth are there?
Who sent you flowers?
I have no idea. They were anonymous.
Like a fan?
Yeah, but now they're.
That's very nice.
But now the flowers are dead,
Mm.
and I guess they were expensive. I showed the flowers to some girls, and they were like, "That looks like it cost probably $200."
Damn, for real? It is. It is annoying how much flowers cost.
They're so
You should get a solid one. It's like $80.
And I don't know if I killed it. They're supposed to die, right? They only last like 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's even long.
Oh, really?
Yeah, 2
Okay.
weeks is a
Did
good
you put
ride.
the little? Did you put the little fucking food in there?
No, I
water?
don't know what the fuck that is.
They give you a little packet of fucking
Oh,
flowers.
yeah,
Look, if you want to send me a gift, it better not involve learning.
Uh-huh. Maybe don't send Nick something that dies. That's kind of sad, you know? Send him
Where are
something
my
that can
flowers?
last.
No, you can just send me more flowers. It's
I
like
want
if you-
flowers.
You got me hooked on flowers.
That's true.
Now he's
Flowers
got
are
a
nice,
problem.
dude.
Mm-hmm.
It's nice. Like if you have a table, a big table in your house, it's nice to fucking get a nice fresh thing of flowers.
Yeah, it is nice.
Every week or two.
Well, I don't have a big table. What I have is
Yeah, your apartment is laid out weird.
yeah, it's a plyo. My apartment's set up for working out and playing video games.
You're the Uber male.
Yeah.
Yeah,
'Cause
it
I'm
is nice to
gay.
have flowers around. I got ripped off before we recorded last time
By who? James Bond?
by a florist,
Oh.
and
Really?
yeah, I was
Usually,
when
gay
Nick
guys
started.
look out for each other.
No, it was a Russian lady.
Mm.
When Nick, an old woman, when Nick started, and I was here late, I was in the process of being ripped off by a florist.
How did that feel?
It felt bad. It felt bad. I said, I was told to go into the store and get 12 roses, garden variety roses. And she
That's
came out
nice.
with a massive arrangement that took her 25 minutes to make.
Damn.
And she charged me $75.
Damn. You just wanted Lucy's.
I just wanted Lucy.
You wanted 12 Lucy
Yeah.
fucking bullshit roses.
Yeah, but after the Eric Garner incident, florists are afraid.
Was that at a florist?
He was flipping Lucy's.
Oh.
You can get choked out.
I see.
Yeah.
That sucks, man. I hate to see my boy go down like that.
Yeah, it did suck.
Should we go back there and fuck that old bitch up?
Well, my girlfriend went back there and then was pissed off that I was taken advantage of like that.
Right. A woman defended your honor.
And then when I came back to do the show, she went back and then she got an offender bender.
Oh, man.
On the way to yell at that florist.
Respect.
And then the florist took the flowers back and said, "This isn't the right card," even though it was the right card.
Mhm.
And we've subsequently emailed and called her back, and
She
the
moved to
$75 has not been.
Damn.
So
You
not
got
only did we get
absolutely
no
finessed.
flowers, yeah, we gave this woman $75.
That bitch is eating deluxe borscht on your dime right now, dude. How's it feel?
It was a weird setup at that store because it was like her adult gay son in an office that she was shouting at, and just her manning the floor of the florist.
Did that guy? Did you and him have sparks?
No, he looked pretty sad. Looked like I have to live the rest of my life with this woman.
How'd he look? Was he cute?
No, not necessarily.
Damn.
She's so mean to me.
That sucks. I wouldn't want to live with my Russian fucking mean-ass mom.
Yeah, nor would I.
This from this Quora question. What's the difference between Cheerios and Honey Nut Cheerios?
Fucking idiot.
Yeah.
Whoever asked that is a fucking idiot.
Yeah. Anyways, if you like asking questions, you'll love BlueChew.com.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
BlueChew.com is...
It's a website.
It's a website that you'll love if you love...
If you love sex. Do you love sex?
If you love SEXE...
SEGAYSEEXEY. Do you know what that mean? I'm gay.
FUCKINGMEN. Do you know what that mean, man?
FUCKINGPUSSYE. Do you know what that mean?
I love FUCKINGMEN. Do you know what that mean, man?
Yes. If you want to get
I got
fucked.
my own dick. I got my own ass.
Mm-hmm.
If you like sex, you'll love BlueChew.com. BlueChew.com offers a performance enhancement for the boudoir.
For the boudoir.
What's a boudoir?
It's
it's a bedroom for
the
gay
real answer, not the real answer, please. Joke answers.
It's a bedroom for gay guys.
We're doing professional comedy. We're not looking for the literal answer to the question.
I think it's where French men commit rape.
Yeah.
That's where it got its name to begin with.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Very good.
Thank you.
Very good. Definitely better than
I did not.
It's the French word for...
I didn't say that. You didn't hear what I said.
Take them to the boudoir.
BlueChew.
To wrap them with BlueChew.
My name is Jean Fuckpenis. My name is Jean Gessex.
Jean Gessex.
My name is Jean Suckpenis. At BlueChew.com you can get the first chewables.
I put them in my house.
Les chewables
It
with
does not work.
active ingredients sildenafil or tadalafil, which is the same as Viagra.
Viagra, oh.
In Cialis.
Cialis.
I can wait to take a Cialis.
What I do is I take a boy and I feed him BlueChew.
Vincenzo, my penis does not work.
My penis is not work, Vincenzo.
And so I have to take a Cialis. Come. Where's the fucking chilies? Where's the fucking chilies?
The chilies.
Where the fuck is the chilit?
I'd like a pound,
Chiladit.
The chuladoo.
pound of gabagool, pound
Hey.
of chialich.
Come, where's all my frozen chiladit? I'm trying to get my fucking dick hard.
You know, it did bother me.
That's very nice, Tony. You gonna say that in front of your son that your dick doesn't work? Son, his fucking
I don't
face.
care. I don't fucking care.
Yeah. Just fucking Meadow in the car. Dad, does your dick not work? Who the fuck told you that?
Who the fuck's telling you my penis doesn't work?
That's very disrespectful.
Daddy, does your penis not get
You
hard?
know, it's offensive to Italian Americans. Work very hard to make our dicks work. We come over here. We got a monkey and an accordion. Trying all this shit to make our fucking dicks work.
Yeah, the accordion is a pump. The monkey is actually pumping your penis.
You're getting jacked off by a fucking monkey for 200 years. Meadow's already dropped off at school. He's in the car by himself. At BlueChew.com.
When your grandfather came here from Avellino,
Yeah.
all he knew how to do was make his dick hard.
What part of the boot are you here from? Are you trying to fuck me, Mr. Soprano?
No, I'm just saying. Because you came in here because your penis isn't working. Shut the fuck up! You fucking bitch!
Motherfucker, penis your word.
I came in here because I'm fine. Because I'm perfectly normal.
It works.
I'm only here because I'm trying to fuck you.
Tone. Is it
That's
true your
how the
penis
show
doesn't work? Tone.
Yeah, the final episode of Sopranos, when it fades to black, it's actually Tony gets a phone call from Melfi, and she's like, "Come over to my apartment." And then he fucks her.
Finally gonna let you fuck.
And then he fucks Melfi, and then David Chase said all this, by the way.
Yeah.
He fucks Melfi, and then she's like, "Were you gonna come in on Monday?" He's like, "Nah, I never really needed therapy.
I was playing the long game.
I was trying to smash.
I was trying to get my fucking dicks.
Thousands of dollars on therapy."
Very smart, T.
BlueChew.com affiliated physicians work with you to find the dosage and active ingredient that is best for you.
Mm-hmm.
Chewables can work faster.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't say then what. It just says chewables can. I think that's
They can.
They can work faster.
They can work faster than whatever you're thinking they're going to work. It's kind of its own thing.
Yeah. That is such like Lionel Hutz. Fucking, Chewables can.
They can work faster.
Work faster? It wasn't a statement, it was a question. Your Honor, I'm not, there's no way you can find me in contempt. This isn't false advertising.
Your Honor, I'm not gay.
In fact, I'm gay. Case closed. I rest my case. Your Honor, I'm gay. I rest my case.
Yes.
The online physician consult is free, so it's cheaper than the other two. Viagra,
which it is.
It is cheaper than the other two. It only takes a few minutes to connect with a BlueChew.com affiliated physician. If you qualify, you get free dick pills.
Absolutely.
For life.
For life.
Well, yeah, if your dick is cute enough.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But if it's not, you have to pay.
You have to email them pictures of your soft penis.
Yep.
You say, hey, you ever see something like this?
Yeah, go to BlueChew.com and then go to the help section.
Go to the help section.
And then without anything else, email them a picture of your penis.
That's what they want. No in-person doctor visit. You can do this. You can get Blue Chew, and then you can just mail pictures of your penis to different doctors around the area.
Yes, sir. Yep.
And show them your dick hard and be like, guess who doesn't need your
Fuck
help?
you, doctor.
Yeah.
Wouldn't give me fucking dick pills. Well, guess what? I found a website on the internet that will.
Yeah, we got our own thing going on.
Yeah, this thing of ours. Circumventing actual in-person doctors that won't give us dick pills.
The chewables from BlueChew.com are made in the USA by Bruce Springsteen himself.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So Blue Chew
Suck the dick in a small town.
Well, I make dick pills, and my own dick doesn't work. And I don't make enough money at the factory to get my own dick pills to use. And so, I've been sucking off my landlord for cash. I don't have the money for rent.
Guys like us. Baby, our dicks don't get hard.
Reminds me of when my dad would take me out of the garage and show me that his dick didn't work either. Back in the 50s or some shit. Back in 50s New Jersey. When everybody had a radio. Listen to the fucking radio. Drive through diners and fucking before Guy Fieri ruined it. Back before we saw a mirror and realized how gay this looks. This kind of culture. Just cruising down to the boardwalk with your broken dick. That's who's making the pills.
So Bruce, the boss himself,
has
had his fingers all over this.
It's weird that he's called the boss when all of his music is about guys that have never been boss.
Well, he wants them to be to see him as their boss.
It is the irony.
The
He
working
is the boss.
man.
He's the king of the working man.
Blue Chew gives you confidence in bed every time. You and your partner will love it. Chew it and do it.
That's right.
Here's a great deal for you guys. Visit BlueChew.com and get your first order free when you use promo code Cometown. Use PayPal on shipping. That's BLUE. Why do I fuck that up every time?
BLUE?
Yeah. I think it's because my mind does it in alphabetical order.
No, it's because you think of blue cheese.
Oh, yeah.
Blue cheese, yeah.
Bleu. At the boudoir, I put the britches in his ass and I fuck him.
That's BLUEChew.com, promo code CUMTOWN.
Mm-hmm. Promo code pussy.
Yeah.
/cock.
So if you're trying to get your dick whered,
Mm-hmm.
to have sex.
I
can't wait to have my penis whered to have sex.
I went to the Costco yesterday, and
oh boy, here we go.
Man threatened to beat me up.
Really?
Yeah.
For what?
I don't know what I did. And, my face was covered in a mask. Normally I would be like, oh, I
you
just
really
have
put
one of
that
those
energy
faces.
out there, man, that you're a bitch.
Yeah. But it was funny because he did have a similar voice to like a Jean-Claude Van Damme. But he was like...
Yeah.
But he was...
Hey, you with the faggot face over here.
No, he said...
why don't you come fuck me in my ass, tough guy?
I think he was trying to say... take a picture, it'll last longer.
Take a picture of my penis, ass.
But he said, I wasn't looking at him. But he said,
Adam was beating off to this man in a
why
tank
don't you
top.
come photograph my penis?
What he said was, do you want a picture of me, motherfucker?
I mean, he got you pretty good.
Do I want a picture of him?
Were you looking at him?
I was really confused what he was even trying to say, or what was, I think,
hey, here comes a Christmas card from my ass.
yeah, but he said, do you want a picture of me, motherfucker?
Maybe it was
Stupid.
maybe it was Jean-Claude Van Damme.
No, it was a bigger
fat
than
guy?
him. Yeah, it was a big fat guy.
Okay, you can say it.
It was a fat
Okay.
ass.
You can say it, man.
He
Don't
was
tiptoe around
There should be a
it.
good
He was
slur
big-
for fat
a
people.
big boned.
Just say he was fat.
Jiggler.
Jiggler.
We got a couple of jigglers.
Couple jigglies.
Jigglers.
Couple jiggly puffs.
Yeah.
So he was a fat
Tired of these fucking jigglers.
He was a big fat guy too.
Yeah.
Okay, say that.
He was tall
Just big
and
as-
fat.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I don't know what I did. It was very confusing.
Maybe he was self-conscious.
Look, jiggler's gonna jig.
Yeah.
So they're gonna jiggle.
Yep.
I mean, there were a bunch of Orthodox Jews around him. He could have picked on any of them, but he chose me.
Mm-hmm.
It's your vibe. It's
a vibe thing.
Hey, Santa Claus, nice curly ears. Yeah,
Maybe I
Jean-Claude
dip
Van
them in
Damme.
ranch and eat them.
Jean-Claude Van Damme was at Costco bullying Hasidic Jews.
That would be cool.
Hey, why don't you come make me out of clay, tough guy?
You know what would be really disrespectful is if Jean-Claude Van Damme did a split right above your face and then his nuts dropped just so gently on your nose.
Mm-hmm.
That would be ultimate disrespect.
Yeah, that would be if he gave me the Arabian goggles whilst doing the splits.
I remember after like the
God damn, that is such a good phrase.
The Arabian goggles. Well, you know those Arab guys.
Arabian goggles. Hell yeah, dude.
You saw that scene in Aladdin.
I remember after the
Jafar, hangs his nuts on the parrot's face. Oh my God! Get your nuts off! That's my Gilbert Godfrey, by the way.
Do Arabians have goggles? Or they just pick the one culture that doesn't have goggles?
I mean, they should
the
have
sand.
goggles for the sand. Yeah,
They
for
don't,
all those
though.
sandstorms.
Only
No,
Maybe they do.
The British guys that would go there to bugger.
Yeah, they need
all
the goggles
bugger
to
and-
fuck in the
yeah.
sand.
Mm-hmm.
Just
I
big
say,
mustache
old chap.
and fucking Nigel Thornberry teeth.
Damn, imagine how much
Yeah.
sand they got in their force.
Oh, I say, what do I need to have guys sex?
Dude, their fucking foreskins must have been filled with shit and sand.
Who, the British?
Yeah, having sex in the
I
desert.
think the British are coming, dude. Dude, getting high and saying that to yourself is
It's
so
awesome.
Just kind of just walking around your apartment doing that, it becomes so fun.
It feels excellent.
I think the British are coming, dude.
Clip,
Dude.
clop,
Yeah.
clip, clop.
The absolute king.
I've smoked pot.
Yeah, dude, he will forever just be a symbol of my beautiful youth. Dude.
I've tried.
I've
pot.
tried pot. That's what he said.
That's why I'll always love Tom, because I associate him with starting stand-up comedy.
Yeah.
So it's nostalgia, and he's the best on his own.
Yeah.
Damn.
I hope
I don't
he's
know.
having a good
I don't
quarantine.
miss those days.
I do.
When you just suck at comedy and you have no idea where it's going to go. And
Nah,
you're just
but
like,
you're getting better, and you're not worried about a career. You're just like, this feels good to level up.
yeah.
It's like the beginning part of a video game.
Yeah.
Before you have to you can just do side quests. You don't have to worry about the gay ass plot. You have to worry about feeding yourself, and you're not a 31-year-old man.
Yeah.
With a fucked up penis that needs medicine to work. You know what I mean? That kind of stuff.
No, that doesn't apply to me.
That does.
It does.
I know for a fact.
It does not.
Even though you're not as fat as me. You're not fat at all, but your penis still doesn't work.
It works.
It works
24/7.
In that you're always pissing a little bit.
I'm always pissing.
You got a diaper on.
I'm always busting.
Yeah, it's one slow little fucking drip.
Yeah.
I sucked a dick in a small town.
I sucked a dick in a factory. It was a dick sucking factory. And now they're closing the factory down. And I don't know what to do because they've made it illegal to suck dick outside.
Damn, dude. I hate draconian fucking government oversight.
I hate draconian government oversight of the underground dick-sucking industry. It reminds me of my Uncle Ted sucking on my dick and saying, son, one day you're gonna do this as a job.
So that's why I'm technically not molesting you. This is jobs training.
Yeah. Spring the boss.
I'm not molesting you.
The boss.
And then just a nice 15-minute sax solo.
Mm-hmm.
Shouts out, by the way, to Silvio. Pretty nice run.
Yeah.
He's in Bruce Springsteen's band,
Mhm.
and then he's on the best show of all time.
Yeah, it's true.
Mm-hmm.
He must have gotten all types of pussy. Oh, he's probably married, I guess.
He was a hairpiece guy.
He was the guy that danced in the Bruce Springsteen band. He was the guy that...
I think that was Clarence when he was.
Shout out to the dancing guy in the Mighty Mighty Boston's, the Adam of the Mighty Mighty Boston.
Yeah. I just watched Clueless, and they're in that movie.
It'd be funny to see like
yeah.
an Adam equivalent of a band, and it's just a guy on stage with his hands in his pockets.
You clapping every like 4
That's
songs.
cool. That's nonchalant.
Just fucking, like, who is that?
That's a style.
Who is that
choice.
other guy in Stone Temple Pilots that would just be standing there on stage?
Yeah, it's
just every 30 seconds being like, yeah.
No, I think that guy people would think he's chill.
Yep, by the skin of his teeth.
And technically on his paycheck in the band.
I sucked the dick in my asshole. I got my dick fucked by a guy. I am gay, and you can't stop me, Uncle Sam.
I think it'd be funny to use Glenn Greenwald's encrypted email address to send him pictures of your cock. Just unsolicited pictures of your asshole and cock.
Yeah.
At his P2P private Edward Snowden.
Tell him you have some leaks for him.
Yeah.
Well, I got something that leaks all right.
I got some nice leaks
He has
for
to
you.
check it on a 200-pound laptop on a plane.
Yeah, satellite connection.
I got important details coming in.
He's in Brazil, right?
Yeah.
Damn.
People try
So that guy keeps
City of God.
That guy keeps getting fucking corona.
That's what they call Brazil.
The city of God.
Who, Bolsonaro?
Yeah, that man loves corona.
Well, he always almost dies. That's his
He
thing.
rocks. I
Even
mean, he
before
sucks,
Corona, he almost died.
He's so hilarious. He always looks like shit.
Yeah.
He looks like a henchman.
I think it's cool. I think being a world leader in a neck brace is cool.
Yeah, absolutely.
But, like, that's the kind of vibe where it's like he's just always going to survive.
Yeah, which sucks.
Yeah.
It would be funny if he died.
Ball
Ball suck narrow.
That's. They should try that.
They should try him dying.
Maybe he'll stop tearing down the
Rainforest.
rainforest if they call him ball suck narrow.
Yep. He sucks some. You have some narrow balls, Adam. That's actually a great.
They're
way
not
to describe
narrow.
your
They're
balls.
just. I have a
Narrow.
lot of scrotum.
Yeah, actually, that's exactly right. Your balls are narrow.
I mean, sometimes they're not a lot. Like after a bust, they're pretty normal.
They're
balls.
narrow.
They're
I'm not going to say it again.
Why is it?
Don't make him say it again, Adam.
I'm not making him say it.
It sounds like you are. You're
You
provoking
really are.
Stavros,
and you're fucking pissing me off.
and it's
as a matter
pissing
of
me
fact.
off. In
And you see what that does to
in
the whole
kind.
dynamic.
I don't want
in
either.
kind.
We were having a nice time on the
I don't want
podcast.
either
Now
of
I'm
you guys.
fucking pissed
Now we're
off.
pissed because you're gonna make me say it again.
You're
and I don't
making
want
him
to.
make him talk about your narrow balls.
They're not narrow.
Okay, what the fuck did I say?
All right.
They're narrow.
All right.
Are you happy? I said it one more time.
I'm not
Jesus
happy.
Christ.
God damn, dude.
Why do the balls
Jesus Christ.
after you bust, right?
Jeez Louise.
Stop.
It would
Stop.
make more sense if the
New topic.
if the balls themselves would get small and
New
not the
topic.
sack itself. Do you know what I mean?
New topic.
Why do you have?
I'm not talking balls with you, Mr.
Why does
Narrow.
the skin go in, but not the? Why the size of the balls are the same?
They're not.
What do you mean?
I don't have to fucking tell you anything.
The size of your balls diminishes significantly after a bust?
The actual balls,
Yeah.
the organ versus the thing, the juice. What are you talking about?
You know, I used to have a shirt that said,
It's a camelback. Think of
said,
your nuts as a camelback.
"Eat my
That's not
dust."
how it works.
That I
Yeah.
got at Kmart. Eat my
Right.
dust.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought it was funny because it's
Yeah.
just such a dumb shirt to
Of
wear.
course.
And I donated it, and now I wish I hadn't because I'm just remembering how often I was complimented by homeless people specifically on that shirt.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it probably only happened like 3 times, but it was a
That's
weird.
significant.
It was a weird thing that homeless people
They
loved
love
it.
Eat My Dust.
Yeah, I walked by this one guy one time, and he goes, "Eat my guts." All right, man. Yeah, I like that. Eat my guts.
That's a shame, man.
Yeah,
You imagine what you could have done if you gave it to one of them.
I know. Well, I did technically.
No, it probably went to some fucking asshole.
That's where homeless people shop at Salvation Army.
Mm-hmm.
I like the whole premise of Salvation Army is like, donate your clothes so some hipster can buy them.
Of course.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah.
dude,
So anything cool can go to a dickhead.
yeah, right.
And then all the shitty fucking free T-shirts will go to the homeless. Maybe.
Yeah.
Suck the dick in the smoke. I can't stop thinking about that.
I sucked a penis. Good night, folks.
Woo!
Yeah.
Encore!
I'm
Yeah.
gay.
That was the first, I think, parody song you ever heard me do, Adam, was Springsteen in the car.
Yeah, when we were in New Orleans.
And you were so amazed by the concept of
Yeah, you were
changing
crying.
No, now you got to turn it into
You were
me.
crying, dude. You called me. We weren't even.
I thought
I wasn't on
like,
that trip.
You did. Hey, little girl, is your daddy home? I want to suck his dick.
Yeah, hey, little girl, is your daddy home? Tell him to come outside. I want to suck his dick. Oh, I'm a fag.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm fucking gay.
I'm a fag.
Damn, the fucking boss.
Yeah, I was getting myself good imagining like CSI or, you know, fucking like NCIS, one of those shows. There's like, yeah, we got a handwriting expert coming in from Quantico. But then you just got that, like, just a quick shot of the letter, and it's just from, like, a teenage girl.
Right.
Being like, if the money isn't in my account in 2 weeks. And just
Yeah.
some guy in a suit being like, yeah, this guy's a fag. You can tell from his gay-ass handwriting.
You can tell by the loops.
You can tell this is a gay guy.
Mm-hmm.
This guy's gay.
He puts hearts over the eyes instead
I'm
of
thinking,
dots.
Where'd you get this guy?
I'm thinking he wrote this after he kissed his boyfriend.
He's one of the best.
It's one of the gayest handwritings I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's Millennium. It's fucking Lance Henriksen. This guy's a fag.
He's got one of the coolest voices, that guy.
Yeah, you'll never sound like that.
Like Lance Hendrickson?
Like me and Lance.
You don't sound like Lance.
Yeah, I do.
Who's Lance Hendrickson?
Daniels.
Oh, that's not his name, is it?
No, you're thinking of...
What's his
you're
name?
thinking of Lance Reddick.
Lance Reddick.
Lance Henriksen is a different guy.
Oh. Who's Lance Hendrickson?
Lieutenant Daniels is just a black guy that speaks like...
No,
his voice
No, he's got a nice deep voice.
No, he's...
McNulty, you're crazy.
He uses, like, theater voice.
I think all of the guys on the wire were professional theater actors,
Mhm.
or they were literally
Mhm.
drug dealers.
I think Bunk owned a mini mall.
Bunk?
Yeah.
Dude, that'd be awesome.
Yeah. I don't think he was an actor.
No, I think he was.
I think Davis...
I know who you're thinking of. The something. That's a mini mall.
No, that
Living rooms, bedrooms, dinettes. Oh, yeah. We can find them at the market. We talking about flea market. Montgomery. It's just
David
like
Simon's song is like, I
mini
gotta have him.
mall. Hey, you heard me. Come shop with us.
I'm gay.
What a hilarious generation to be like a black guy that was too young for like R&B or soul.
Yeah.
Like
Totally
Curtis
missed
Mayfield,
rap, though.
right? But still like old enough for the worst era of rap music.
Early hip hop.
You could just erase the entire 1980s.
Yeah,
and it wouldn't fucking matter.
I don't recognize Lance Henriksen.
Yeah, you do.
I'm looking at him right now, motherfucker.
You're looking at a picture of a man's penis.
No.
And the man.
I was, but not anymore.
The man is wearing underwear. And guess what kind of underwear it is?
What?
Guess what kind of underwear it is?
I don't know.
Guess what kind of underwear?
Gay underwear?
Guess it is from a Majueldo.
Oh, Majueldo?
A Majueldo.
From Majueldo.
Yeah.
Majueldo.
Yeah. Sorry, I am looking at the
It's
guy's
great.
penis. You're right. And can I say something? His dick looks even bigger in these Mack Weldon underwears.
Mm-hmm.
Jeez, I wish there was a way for me to get the kind of underwear that makes my dick look huge like Mack Weldon.
Mack Weldon is, they had a simple mission, is to make sure that your dick doesn't look fucking stupid.
Yep.
In the gym. If you're like me, you go to the gym and you spend about 6.5 hours in the locker room.
Always.
Slowly trying on every pair of underwear.
That's left out there.
Sizing everyone up.
Wearing a Hamburglar outfit from the neck up. And breaking into all the lockers and trying on everyone's underwear.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And what I've found personally is that Mack Weldon underwear is the best underwear to steal and prance around in silently in the men's locker room, twirling around like a woodland fairy.
Yep. If you were in a cartoon, your feet would go diddle-diddle-diddling.
Yes. Completely silent, twirling and spinning, dancing beautifully in the moonlight. In the locker room at Equinox.
Yep.
Wearing someone else's pair of Mack Weldon. And then somebody's like, bro.
What the hell? What the fuck?
Are you wearing my fucking underwear, bro? You're like, you'll never know. Thrice the moon cursed thee. And then you get beaten up.
You get beaten up.
And it's not technically a hate crime because the finance guy was able to secure a good enough lawyer to explain that he meant the other kind of fag.
Cigarettes from London.
Yeah, London cigarettes.
Because he did a semester abroad.
His great-grandfather was English.
Yeah.
And so when you were just brutally beaten and called a faggot a million times in the locker room,
he was referring to the other kind.
But you know what? You do it all again just for a chance to wear those Mack Weldon underwear.
Well, good news. That doesn't even have to happen anymore.
You don't even have to deal with that.
You don't have to steal and get hate crimed by a beefy finance bro.
Beefy finance.
Unless that's what you're into.
Unless that's the only reason for having the gym membership in the first place.
Unless that's...
Our mission is simple, to make sure all of your basics and beyond are smartly designed and shopping for them is easy and convenient.
I hate when shopping is not easy.
We're back with Mack Weldon.
Nice to be
underwear.
back.
They actually gave me another little credit, and I got some underwear. I already used it up, so you guys can't.
Okay. I like the taste.
No.
I like to wet my beak with
No.
some underwear.
I already got myself.
Maybe we could share them.
We absolutely cannot share it, Adam. That's a good question.
Can I share it?
No, I'm already
You wore
wearing
all of them?
I'm already wearing 6 or 7 pairs of underwear that I got for Mack Weldon is that comfortable that you can wear multiple layers of it, and I'm ready for winter.
That's true.
You know,
you don't even need extra. Yeah, your dick is the only thing you need to keep warm is your cock.
Is your
Everyone knows
penis?
that.
Yeah, is the mind's brain
the brain of the body.
The brain.
Penis.
The brain
is what they call the penis.
The mind of the groin.
Most underwear is shit.
Totally.
I literally threw out all of mine. Some of it I gave to Ian when he came to my apartment and had shit himself.
You gave him some, or you gave him one?
I gave him some pairs of underwear.
That's very nice of you.
That I was getting rid of. That weren't Mack Weldon underwear. It was the other underwear that I don't want anymore now that I have Mack Weldon underwear. Oh, god damn. Yeah, no, sorry, I got like indigestion or something. I ate probably half a jar of salsa this morning.
Respect.
Yeah.
With chips?
With egg whites.
Wow, nothing crunchy.
I have probably 16 gallons of egg whites from Costco that I need to go through.
Okay.
Yeah.
You should make fancy non-alcoholic drinks for yourself.
I will. I'll make egg white drink.
Egg cream.
Yeah,
Egg cream version martinis.
Yeah. Boston stepdads. That's what they call them. It's Yoo-hoo and egg whites. So Mack Weldon, they wanted something more out of the basics, and always questioned how something so essential could be such a pain in the ass to buy. Damn, you know what? I'm wearing you can look. I'm wearing Mack Weldon underwear right now.
Oh, those look very fetching.
I'm actually not wearing underwear. You can see my balls.
From my hips, oh, nice, yeah. From my hips.
Let me see. Oh, nice balls,
He's
bro.
got no underwear
Thanks,
on. From my hips down to my thighs. This is actually the only area of my body that's not in just excruciating pain.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
It's the only part of me that's comfortable, and the rest is just burning.
Just
Like, almost there's
absolutely.
acid in my veins. My bones are disintegrating.
You feel them crumbling.
Turning into some sort of like caustic powder.
But not your pelvic bones.
And my mind is bleeding. It's seeping
Yeah.
blood into my mouth, and I'm decaying.
Yeah.
But everything from
With
my
your cock, balls,
Dude,
ass,
this
gooch,
area,
your penis.
dude, it's like in fucking Aruba. It's
Yeah.
Cabo San Lucas.
You got a vacation happening in the
dude,
pants.
My dick has got a little lua on.
A little a mini umbrella stuck in your urethra.
Yeah, a little umbrella in there. There's a guy. My balls are sitting in a coconut, a hollowed out coconut. They're on vacation.
Oh yeah.
The rest of my body, though, it feels like I've been thrown into the gears of Big Ben.
Mhm.
Just excruciating.
Yep.
And if you live in constant pain, if you have chronic fatigue syndrome,
Yes.
which because it's technically not a real virus, it's fake. We can say that Mack Weldon is officially the cure
For coronavirus.
for not cure coronavirus, but for chronic fatigue syndrome.
Okay.
Fibromyalgia, Lyme's disease, and
Yes, anything fake like that.
and vitiligo.
If
All
only
four-
Michael Jackson.
All four of which are just universally accepted as malingering.
Yeah,
As
absolutely.
malingering fake diseases for bored housewives.
Yeah.
So if you're a bored housewife, probably try on a pair of Mack Weldon
Oh
underwear.
yeah, wrap your pussy in some of this fucking
Yeah.
silver antimicrobial
Put your
fabric.
bitch in them and take a stroll.
That's right. That's right.
I
Stroll your
forgot
bitch
about
out.
that.
Mhm. So Mack Weldon's frustration was real.
Oh yeah.
He was a frustrated ass guy.
Yeah. There was a guy named Mack Weldon. He worked in finance, and he was tired of
Some
having
gay guy kept feeling his underwear.
Some guy at the gym.
Some guy at the gym kept putting on his underwear, and twirling around like a woodland fairy, placing pagan hexes on him.
Right.
Playing a pan flute.
Yeah.
Mhm,
If you're
his
tired
ass.
of the moon being hexed
Oh, I
by
hate
underwear
that.
stealing woodland fairies,
Yep.
maybe you should try out Max Weldon underwear.
Yeah, Max Weldon.
Well, that was what it started as.
Yeah, Mack Weldon underwear. We started from scratch and engineered our own fabric. They did, not
Yeah.
we. We didn't do anything.
I did.
Absolutely
I don't
nothing.
want to give the
I
wrong
did.
impression that we know how to.
I used to work there.
We know how to make underwear.
I don't know.
I used to work there. I know how to do it.
I don't know much.
It's not just underwear. They actually make bibs if you're a big fat guy
No,
like
they
Stav.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they don't. I asked them to, but they don't.
Yeah.
But I don't need one of those. Thank you. It's like I do. I do get stains on my shirt a lot. We should bring bibs back, actually.
They do. You
I've
go
done
to
a 180 on
Brooklyn
this.
Crab, you get a little bib.
Yeah, why is that the only acceptable bib environment? Is seafood.
Thank you.
They should
Speak
have that
on
at more restaurants.
Speak on it, my brother.
Surrounded by a mind-numbing assortment of underwear and socks, we realized consistent fit and quality became a game of roulette.
I hate that
The
shit.
deer hunter.
Petit Mao!
Yeah.
I hate when some fucking Vietnamese guys yelling at me while I'm trying to
some
fucking
fucking Chinese guy. I'm
put
trying
on
to
some
just
Hanes, some shitty
steal underwear at the gym.
Yeah.
And some Chinese guy is screaming at you and putting a gun to your head.
Mm-hmm.
They started from scratch and engineered smart designs, premium fabric, simple shopping.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're better than whatever you're wearing right now.
For sure.
What I didn't even know underwear existed until I got Macweld, and I used to just have a small top hat I'd place over my penis.
Yep, for a cotillion.
Yeah,
I would stuff
And I have-
leaves down my pants.
I have all the words to the Gettysburg Address tattooed on my thighs,
Interesting.
and then my penis wears a top hat.
So kind of an homage to Abraham Lincoln.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
because look, if you're wearing Mack Weldon like me, you're hooking up with a lot of black girls.
Yeah. Okay.
And you want them to know you're on the right side of history.
Certainly.
So you have to have an Abraham Lincoln tattoo on your penis.
Yeah. And you have to support the Lincoln Project.
As an homage. What is the Lincoln Project?
It's a bunch of gay-ass Republicans pretending to be good.
Yeah,
I don't know. I just see people mad about it, and I've never looked into
they're like never Trump Republicans.
Oh.
They're like there's a pack against Trump that they started.
You know, guys that were like, the Iraq War is tight.
And what the fuck does it have to do with Lincoln's?
Because he was the only good Republican.
He was
because he
freed
so,
the slaves.
It
and
was
he
so
was a
old
Republican.
ago that he's not even fucking technically one of them.
Yeah, it was a completely different political party at the time.
Yeah, fucking. Who's another good one? They all suck off him or Reagan.
Eisenhower, I thought.
Ike was cool.
Yeah,
but he had the gat on him. He was fucking.
It'd be fun to do that with the politician that's still alive, like the Obama project.
Mhm.
And then every tweet is like, we need to put Chinese people in jail. It's like respecting the heritage and the foresight that Barack Obama had in deciding what he would say today.
Right.
He's like, actually,
Oh, the psych.
I've been in the locker room stealing underwear.
I've been taking underwear and twirling around.
I've been wearing other people's underwear.
I put on Mack Weldon.
Yeah, you can't.
And I get fucked in my ass.
I wear Mack Weldon underwear, go in the locker room, and I twirl around like a fairy. They're better than whatever you wear. They does indeed. Mack Weldon does indeed offer industry-leading underwear.
Okay.
That's a weird sentence.
Yeah, they does indeed.
They does indeed.
Yeah. Yes, I diddly does it. I does indeed. They're really one-stop shop for men's basics of all kinds. Their basic sock shirts, hoodie, underwear, Vesper polos, and 4-way active shorts.
Wow, Vesper polos.
Damn, 4-way active shorts.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect
They suck
for
your dick, they fuck your ass, they lick your balls.
Well,
they
I'd say
tickle the gooch.
it's like a lemon party. So.
Yeah.
The fuck are 4-way active shorts?
I'm gonna say it's a stretch type of thing.
I
They
guess
stretch 4 ways, but
I
also
get so many targeted ads for like kettlebell shorts now.
Yeah,
on
yeah.
Instagram. It's like, I know you thought you were exercising before. What's been holding you back is the shorts.
Right, right.
Just a million of them. But I get a bunch of targeted ads with that skateboarder. Did you get those?
Yes.
The dreadlock guy.
Dreadlock guy who's like light skin. You can't tell what
So
ethnicity
yeah,
he is.
he's the light skinned guy with the David Koresh glasses.
Yeah.
But his ads, he like likes the shorts too much.
Yeah.
And they're kind of weird. Like the latest one I got, it's him like opening the box. It's weird because for whatever reason, that guy's targeted ads feel way more personal, and not that they seem more authentic.
I think it's
clearly
you and him used to hook up.
it's clearly a targeted ad, but it's like it feels like you're like. The reality of that person existing as an individual somehow comes through more. Not that it's like he really believes in this product, but you're watching a human being.
Or something who exists.
Yeah. And I don't really know exactly what I mean, but
I think you want to fuck him.
No.
And it makes you uncomfortable.
I mean, you're the one that's saying all this, and you immediately knew who I was talking about and pretending like you didn't. So it seems
didn't
like
pretend at
you're
all.
like, oh, yeah, I think I know
No, this
he's
is-
like light-skinned, and you can't tell. He's maybe half Asian, and you've like looked into it. You're like, yeah, his
I
star
have
sign
not
is
looked
Leo,
into it.
and
Look,
and yeah.
you're good. You're great. You're good at deflection, and you're good at having.
You're the one
insults.
deflecting. I'm being specific, talking
I
about
think
the
what's going on
exact
here
thing that I've
is
identified.
You want to kiss this guy.
I don't want to kiss this guy
Adam,
because
you
I
wanna
was.
weigh in
Yeah,
here?
it sounds like you.
Adam's
there's
trying
something
to-
weird
Adam's
going
trying
on
to
inside
say
of
yes,
you.
say he's gay.
Nick is gay. I mean, we've established that Nick is gay, but it's why is this guy triggering
That's true.
Nick?
Well, you're right. You're
Yeah.
right. Why is it this guy specifically?
It's a well-established fact that Nick
That's
is a
true.
homosexual.
This is full projection from Stavros.
Nope.
I don't know.
Who has been even before the show, and I don't want to do this.
Okay.
But he was saying, hey man, when we do the Mack Weldon read, Can you bring up that skateboarder guy? I want to kiss. I don't.
I
If it's in the read, then I can kind of play it off like it's just I'm joking around.
Okay,
But I want to. Stav's like, I want to put it out there that I want to kiss the mixed race skateboarder.
Okay. First of all, we took a pact that whatever goes in the pre-production meetings doesn't come out
it's
on
pretty
the
messed
show.
up for you to bring that up.
That's
yeah.
okay.
That's against our
now
that
people know
that was the nuclear.
That's against
option.
our bylaws.
Mack Weldon believes in smart design, premium fabrics, and simple shopping.
Yes.
Mack Weldon will be the most comfortable underwear, socks, shirts, undershirts, hoodies, and sweatpants that you'll ever wear.
Wow.
They have a line of silver underwear and shirts that are naturally antimicrobial.
Oh yeah.
Which means that they eliminate odor. They don't stink. If you're like Stavros, you smell bad from letting cum dry in your ass.
Like somebody is a little self-conscious.
You got
about
stink lines
wanting to
coming.
fuck the Chinese
Yeah.
Who? You?
You for
you
attacking me.
I'm not attacking
for saying
you.
truth.
Who started this?
You did.
No,
Adam.
I'm just trying to read the thing.
I'm
just trying to read the thing. If there was an opportunity, look, you could have called me gay when I was doing the thing about the locker room. That was way more revealing about secret desires.
I don't think so.
And you could have said that's real. That's not a joke. And I would have been like, touche. But I bring up the skateboarder, and you're like, you're gay. I'm not right. You must be gay for that guy.
No.
You would have been like touche.
Here's the other thing.
Yeah.
This is another beautiful example.
Not to you, obviously. You would have been immediately destroyed.
No, you would
I
have
would have
never.
said, you know what? Why don't you go get me a coffee?
All right,
Why don't you pipe down while we try to get through this ad?
You have a coffee in front of you, and you know that I ran
riff.
out.
I like the other riff. This is a classic example of history judging me correctly.
Oh, hold on. The folks at Mack Weldon have created, because we do actually have to get through this. They've created, because we got it, now they have this loyalty program.
Oh, nice.
Which is something Adam could learn. Is a loyalty program.
Is loyalty.
We should have a loyalty program for Adam where he no longer gets paid from the podcast but gets points.
Yes.
Where we've traded in his money
A social credit
for
system.
a point system.
Right.
Yeah.
We keep all the
And
money.
you get certain prizes if you hit enough points.
He gets $15,000 worth of points every month that he can spend at either Dave and Buster's or Sheets.
Right. And then we get a kickback on that as
And
well.
then I have to go gamble at all at Dave and Buster's and then sell the
merch.
The merch that I get from the prize stand.
Mm-hmm.
I got to sell my Chinese finger traps. I got
and that way you feel like you earn the value of $1.
That is a hard day's work right there.
Mm-hmm.
Gaming at Dave and Buster's.
DMBs.
The folks at Mack Weldon have created their own totally free loyalty program called Weldon Blue. Level 1 gets you free shipping for life, and once you reach level 2 by spending $200, Mack Weldon will start giving you 20%
Got it, man.
20% off every order for the next year.
Wow.
Damn, I'm telling you, with this, I haven't had to talk since Sunday.
That's true.
I isolate myself and just fucking chewing into my goddamn lip. The shit is excruciating.
I'm sorry.
Thank God I got Mack Weldon underwear on,
Yep.
which they're antimicrobial, so they release a small amount of OxyContin into your body as you're wearing
Yeah,
it.
that's how you deal with your pain.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, but you don't talk when we're not doing the show?
Shh, let's get to the
No, why would I talk?
You like live a monk-like existence?
I'm in my apartment locked down like everybody else, and I don't have roommates. I mean, what the fuck do you think? I'll text people, but yeah, I'm not speaking. There's no reason to.
What if you get a phone call?
I mean, yeah, if I get a phone call, but I mean, it's like when I say I haven't been taught, I mean, you know what the fuck I mean.
I don't know. I was just asking.
God damn it.
Why?
Fuck.
Why are you mad at me? Right?
Because you're making me talk more. I already told you I chewed into my lip eating a pear.
But you said that this is the time that you have to talk. All right, let's move on.
What's those promo code?
Nick, you're still chewing your lip. Stop chewing your lip like that.
Well,
it's
I'm
not
chewing
good
on
for
the,
you.
I'm chewing on the outside.
I know, but it's
it's
not
because you
good for
pissed me off.
I know, but it's not. I don't
It's
want to
'cause you
see
made
you
me-
hurting
What fucking
yourself.
dick does
I don't want to see you
God.
hurt yourself. I don't want to see you hurt.
You made
Who
me-
fucking told you that?
Yeah, it's cool to do. Both our sponsors are kind of competing. One, Blue Chew to make your penis come out of your pants,
Right.
and Mack Weldon
To keep it in.
to keep your penis in your pants.
Mm-hmm.
It's the beautiful yin and yang push and pull
Yeah,
of
it's
the world.
Personal experience required. It says to talk about. I
Okay,
got the
so
blue,
you're wearing them.
I got the blue
You've
underwear.
been talking about it.
I guess I already did. So we already did that. Okay, here we go. For 20% off your first order, visit macweldon.com/cumtown20 and enter promo code ComeTown20.
Lot of steps, folks.
There's a lot of
Don't
So it's
fuck it up.
ComeTown20 twice.
It's MacWeldon.com.
It's in the URL and it's the promo code.
And the promo code is ComeTown20.
Okay.
If you fuck this up for us, we're going to find you and we're going to fuck you in the ass.
Mhm.
We're gonna fuck you.
You cannot fuck this up for us.
We're gonna fuck you in
Please.
the ass. You're gonna get fucked in your ass.
So if you don't want
Here
that,
we go. Fabric explanation for host reference only. No need to voice. Let me see if I can figure out what this active short thing is.
I think it just stretches, dude.
That puts Stav into a gay sex fugue for the Chinese gymnast.
Nice try. Everyone listening knows who wants to fuck the Chinese gymnast.
Yeah, the only reason you don't want to fuck him is because he's not 4 years old.
That's not true. Why would that be a reason I want to fuck
It's
him?
you want to have sex with a 4-year-old.
But
Chinese
he's the
skateboarder.
size of a 4-year-old.
Is he?
As a gymnast, they have a lot of shock on their joints from tumbling. So they're oftentimes, 5 feet tall.
I would wonder if that was because nobody ever makes that argument for basketball players. People are like, "Oh, well, gymnastics made that guy
It
tiny."
stunts your growth.
Interesting.
But which is retarded. That's not
Well,
what happens at
basketball,
all.
they don't really do intense shit until you get to be 12
No,
or
but I'm saying
13.
nobody's like, well, that guy's 7 feet tall because he played basketball and shooting the ball stretched him out.
That's true.
Well, I think it's
The reason gymnasts are fucking tiny at the elite levels is because they have better leverages.
That's the body
the
type that makes sense.
It's the one that makes sense. It's like the people that did gymnastics that fucking grew to be like 6'3" had to just stop doing gymnastics.
Yeah, they just became flexible.
Yeah.
They just became people that when they fuck can put their legs over their
that
head.
girl Simone is like
I love doing that
4'5".
as a guy. You know?
Me too. Yeah, that's
You put
my
your-
move.
yeah,
you
put
know who
your-
literally could do that is Eldis.
He can?
Eldis can put his legs over his head.
I can do it.
He's just doing that to women.
Yeah, then they eat his
Yeah.
ass like that.
Why did you come eat my ass?
Can you eat my ass?
Why did you eat my ass?
Oh fuck!
Damn. I'm thinking about a little croissant, a chocolate croissant from Myrtle and Marcy, the best chocolate croissants in the neighborhood.
Interesting.
Where's that? Myrtle and Marcy?
Don't tell him. Don't tell him where that coffee shop that's named after where it is. Don't tell him where it's at.
Is that Myrtle and Marcy?
Adam's not allowed to have any.
All right, I don't want one.
Yes, you do.
I have to go do my sport.
Oh yeah,
after
you're gonna
this.
go surf after this.
Yeah, I gotta go do my sport because I'm actually devoted to athletics.
I bet you suck dick at surfing.
Yeah.
I'm pretty bad.
Where are you going surfing?
Rockaways.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I didn't know there was even waves.
They got 5-footers.
They got waves.
They had a storm yesterday.
Oh yeah, the storm was scary.
I wish I had a fucking boat, dude. I'll go out on the
scared
Atlantic.
of it.
A boat would be nice. The Stugats.
Mm-hmm.
La Bella Stugats.
Go fishing.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be nice.
It would be.
I'm gonna suck on sucking safari. I'm going sucking a
Sucking
penis.
safari.
Barbara, suck my cock. Fuck me in my ass and fuck me in my. Oh, go for it. Go. Sorry. Excuse me. After you.
Okay, she was a sucking and a fucking suck my dick. You know, some
You could have just ended it at Barbara.
and all right.
Suck.
You just put me on the spot like that.
Bro, did I?
Yeah, you did. You did that after.
Didn't I?
It's called ISO.
Yeah.
We ran an ISO play for you, Adam.
Well, I should have waved you guys out. You know, at the top of the key.
That's
I
not
should have
always
said,
how
told
it
you guys, get
happens.
out of the way.
That's not always how it happens.
All right.
You gotta fucking take your chance and you gotta grab it by the fucking balls.
All right. That's next chance I get. I'm sure to grab it by the balls, folks.
I'm fucking gay.
Fellas.
Who fucking told you my dick doesn't get hard?
Who fucking told you that?
It was nothing, T. I didn't even say nothing.
Yeah. T, the pills that make your dick hard. Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! Nah, it just gets my fucking dick hard.
I'm just
T. I
saying,
don't,
T.
I don't want you to get so fucking mad
I
about
don't
it.
have to get mad. I just want your dick to get hard.
Chrissy's taking fucking pills to make his fucking penis hard now.
It's a fucking disgrace.
It's my fucking nephew.
My fucking
I seen his
blood?
penis. I saw his
My flesh
penis
and
when he was a
blood?
baby. I saw his penis when he's a fucking baby, and now I gotta think about this fucking shit. I gotta think about his fucking penis getting hard.
Tone,
You're right.
you don't have to think about it.
You're right, T. You're right.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, yeah, you're right.
You're right. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, T.
My fucking nephew, he's taking pills now to get his penis hard.
Tony, how is that any of your business?
The fuck is the matter with you?
What the fuck is the matter with you?
I sell pictures of his penis on the internet.
God damn, I love this. I just finished my rewatch.
Oh,
I miss my friends already. You know what I'm listening
So
to? I'm
sad.
listening to Talking Sopranos though.
Oh, how far are you into it?
Barely.
They do one episode each
each week.
episode each week. Wow,
I'm only 4 in.
that's a pretty big project.
Yeah, respect to them.
Yeah, good for them.
I love Imperial, and Sharippa's funny too.
For the parts that I've heard, it's funny that Sharippa is like kind of loud and obnoxious.
Yeah, well, Sharippa just
But
like
in the show, he's like kind of shy.
it's a total flip. Absolutely.
Yeah, yeah. And he's
well,
like
Sharippa
sweet.
always just wants to talk about the like clear plot points, and anytime Imperial is like trying to talk about like symbolism or anything, he's like, "Wow, yeah, I didn't even think about that." He's just like,
It's clear a lot of the guys on the show had no idea.
Well, they had on the one I listened to. They had on guy who played Jackie Aprile, who before he died, and he's clearly like a good act, but he's just like such a fucking Italian, just purely an Italian fucking. He said he pronounced Amish, and like that's the next level Italian. The fucking Amish guy.
The fuck are you doing having a podcast?
Tone, I mean, it's just me and another guy. And I didn't think you'd be mad about it.
I'm trying to start a Patreon. I'll kick up every week, Tone. Well,
just figured there should be more WLC voices. Because we're saying we gotta have more fucking WOCs. That the mafia is not diverse enough. I'm just saying, maybe a trans woman of color.
Is there maybe a 20-year-old that's been doing mafia for 6 months that we could give a job to?
Maybe she should be the boss. Maybe she should be the fucking boss. Are you out of your fucking mind?
Maybe somebody that's done about 6 mafia open mics could, have her own show.
Tone, she went to Princeton. She's a fucking genius or something.
Oh, fuck.
Isn't the whole idea of smashing these hierarchical institutions that we then immediately embrace things like Princeton? It doesn't make any fucking sense.
Oh, fuck. What the fuck are you talking about, Chrissy?
Yeah. We're trying to steal batteries. Not fucking do the French Revolution.
God damn. Oh, I miss my friend Tony already.
Yeah. All right, well, I have to piss, so.
Well, that's going to do it for us. Listen.
Come.town to buy shirts, everybody. If you want to check it out, we have the same designs that were up before, and you guys can end the episode while I go piss.
I myself have started.
Don't forget to hit the
shirts.
button.
Which one? The red one. Yeah.
I started selling some shirts. Go to stabby.biz. I have a Dream to Imagine shirt. I have a Can I See Your Penis shirt in the style of. I'm tired of Nick making all of the money off shirts.
Yeah, well then I've also got a couple shirts on the way.
Wow,
So
fucking copier.
no, but I know that's my job, right?
But go to stabby.biz. Buy some T-shirts. They're cute. They look awesome.
Definitely go check those out. Check out Nick's shirts as well. Nothing else to report. Sav, you're doing your Twitch show on Fridays.
Yep, Stabby Solves Your Problems. We got Joe List this Friday.
Okay, we can.
That's gonna do
you
it,
can ask
folks.
him a lot of pointed questions
Yes,
about some
his lifestyle.
some atrocities that he's committed. All right, bye.
So everyone's been complaining about Stav's cackling on the show. Numerous complaints. Adam, we already started recording. So
Shut up, Adam.
Please don't speak if you're not speaking into a microphone.
Shut the fuck up.
Shut up, dude. So, Stav's trying out a couple new laughs. That's number one. If you like number one, please text FAGGOT to FAGGOT6. That's the classic one right there. That's number two. That's not one of the voting options.
You can't vote
if
for
you,
that
so you
one.
can't vote for that one.
No, the other one is...
That's Japanese schoolgirl. If you like that one, text FAGGOT to 202-288-3031.
This next one, ha ha.
That's black guy. That's middle-aged black guy. It's a black guy.
That.
That's black guy old enough to still have a white guy name. Laugh. So that's like a black guy. A black guy named Richard or something. So nice middle-class black man. Worked hard his whole life.
Yes, absolutely.
He's got a job at a credit union.
He's been called the N-word a couple times in his life, but you know what? He just forgets about it.
Absolutely.
Because there's more important things in life.
Exactly. And he doesn't do reverse racism.
He doesn't.
No.
He's the best
He knows
kind.
better.
Yeah.
He's... and then we also have...
That one's real good. That one's got a good...
like a smoky resonance.
Yeah.
It's like old jazz man.
Yeah. Well, no, we already did old black guy.
Oh, fuck.
I thought we did middle class, middle-aged
We
black
did.
guy.
There was a 10-year period where black guys had names like William and Richard and then, but prior to that, they were all like, you know, Thelonious or
That's such a
or
good one.
Jelly Roll. And then after
Arthur Beetlebug Jenkins.
after William and Richard, that's when they went kind of goofy.
Yeah.
In the 80s. It started off.
What was the beginning?
Well, it started off with like traditional African names and like Arabic names, like Rashad and stuff like that.
I see. I know a lot of black Demetriuses. Which
Yeah,
is
it got a little crazy.
Shakespeare, yeah.
It got a little crazy towards like the 90s, and then now it's just it's literally obscene. It's vulgarity. Some of these
Barkevius
names.
Mingo is my favorite.
Yeah.
Barkevius
DeBrickashaw Ferguson.
Ferguson.
Hold on, Barkevius Mingo has a brother too. Hold on.
Ha Clinton Dix.
Fuck. What's Barkevius' name? Brother's name?
Oh, this tea is really bad.
It's bad.
Yeah.
I haven't had any yet.
Yeah, it doesn't have any real flavor to it. It's just like
oh, gee, dude. Barkevius Mingo has a brother named Hugtavius Mingo. He has a brother named Hugh Mingo.
all right, dude. It's okay if we're like doing, you know, a conceptual like racist thing, but if you're pointing out actual black men and demeaning them, black men have accomplished a lot, by the way.
That's true.
You know?
Thanks,
I
Nick.
agree, dude.
Yeah.
I agree that they have.
We can't be racist anymore. It's our fault for being.
You think it's we caused Trump?
Yeah, I think Irony did it.
Is it but us specifically?
Yeah, we did. You know, we actually have a decent amount of listeners. You think we don't because not many people who listen actually have the money to subscribe, but a lot of people listen to the podcast.
Yeah, you sent us the numbers finally.
We have 5 million people listening.
I was very surprised.
Yeah.
I must say, pleasantly surprised.
We have as much people listen as watch Good Morning America.
That's true.
Yeah,
so,
that's true. We should have like the window, like Good Morning America, where people can look in with posters.
Well, we do
and
have
stuff.
a window.
We have a window.
Yeah.
Should
You
we
can see
give
the
people
guy
the
who
address?
wets himself outside the bodega.
And that black lady in the white sweatsuit.
The one that called me a bitch?
Who called a bitch ass something else. Do you remember, Adam? Do you want to say the word?
No, I already did that. One time is enough.
It was awesome.
So we got to talk about this. I saw Arrival the other night.
I heard that
We
it's
have Arrival?
You know what? They should call it removal, as in I wish they would remove this film from theaters.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Yeah, Will
like
said it was really
departure as if I'm leaving halfway through the film. The arrival at the concession stand was the best part of the movie, folks.
Oh my god!
When I got some Reese's peanut butter cups.
Wow,
I'm
you're really going full
pre-diabetic,
force.
extremely high estrogen levels, and I watch movies.
Man, you're like a mean Sandy Kenyon right now.
yeah. I'm Sandy Kenyon. My skin is held together by cum. I'm 800 years old.
I'm Sandy Kenyon. I
The
died
rest-
of AIDS 15 years ago.
Yeah. I'm a zombie, and the rest of the news anchors come on me to keep me alive. That guy looks terrible.
Sandy Kenyon. What for non-New York listeners?
Yeah, I know who
the
this
Cabs. the cabs have like video screens in New York, and they have like the ABC film critic, the ABC News film critic, who has never not liked a movie.
Yeah.
I'm Sandy Kenyon.
Well, I also, my favorite thing in the cabs is like how they easy Jeopardy to trick people into watching Jeopardy.
Oh my God, the
They have
easiest.
like this movie featuring toys is also quite a story. Like, just the dummies are like, oh, I know it. It's Bug's Life. And, all right, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. And then they watch real Jeopardy, and they're like, what the fuck is a state bird?
Yeah, why do people have state birds?
There's state birds, state flowers, state dogs, state
Bodymore,
insects,
Murderland,
state
Orioles, motherfucking Black-Eyed Susan,
Chesapeake Bay Retriever,
Chesapeake
the
Bay
White
Retriever.
Cal Ripken.
You know what our
Jr.
sport, state sport, jousting.
Yeah,
I thought it was football. And
do you know the Maryland state motto?
Get head or die trying.
No, it's actually pretty terrible. It's manly deeds, womanly words.
Ooh.
Yeah,
I like
that's
that.
awesome. That's me basically. That's my life, dude.
That was
that's where you talk like a bitch but hit like a man. It's like a Steve Harvey quote. Is what the
No, I was gonna say
motto is.
it's I couldn't think.
Yeah,
I couldn't think of his name because I smoked too much weed. But it sounds like the shit guy from
Yeah,
The Wire.
Clay Davis.
Clay Davis, yeah.
You got to stop doing the podcast high, man.
I'm not high right now.
None of the big podcasts do that.
No,
what are you talking about?
No one's high.
Rogan's on DMT.
What if
every
the
episode.
police are listening to
He's
this?
taking Alpha Brain though, dude. We gotta start taking Alpha Brain, dude.
What's that? A steroid?
It's fucking makes you fucking sharp, dude.
Yeah.
Makes you smart and sharp. It's like a fucking supplement.
Testosterone?
It's like a fake supplement that Joe Rogan
Anyhow,
like peddles.
Arrival was so bad, you would have thought Mike Pence walked in. And folks.
I bet. Hey, I bet if he did, the movie would have booed him.
yeah. Wait, I don't know if that joke works. We're talking about how bad the movie is.
No, it works. It works.
It was fine. Yeah. And topical.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that movie sucks dick, dude. It's really bad.
Who's it? Rachel
people saying it's
McAdams?
good?
Who's the girl scientist?
It's
What
what's
is
her
it?
face? No, it's
a
Amy
lady?
Adams.
Amy Adams,
Amy
not Rachel
Adams
McAdams.
and Skarsgård.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What happens in it? Do you see her?
First
titties?
of all, let's get some POCs up in the mix, folks.
Uh-oh.
Why does it
Okay.
still have to be a white couple? We got aliens on planet Earth.
Well, the aliens were
Why
black.
can't it be that the screaming disabled woman I saw on Twitter the other day? She would have been great. To be That's why, did we talk about a Ghost in the Shell that was coming out and everyone was like mad that
That it was
cast
Scarlett Johansson instead of a
and they're like, oh,
Japanese
here's who you
woman?
could have cast. Oh yeah, we definitely did talk. about that. Yeah. But no, I mean, Forrest Whitaker's in it, and then he's doing this bizarre. I guess he's like the character is like a background character. You know, he's like
Forrest
not-
Whitaker's character?
Yeah, he's like a general or whatever. You know, and so they have him doing this weird accent. Like he's like the aliens are gonna be here for another 20 minutes. Like he's supposed to be
Boston?
from like Boston or something, but it just sounds like awful.
Black guys from
But it's
Boston
like
don't talk
nobody's
that way, by the way.
They don't
Nobody's-
because
have
they
this
were in
weird
their own
mix.
shtetl.
Yeah,
They got
I've heard black people from
They got a
Massachusetts.
weird mix, though.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
comes out every once in a while.
Yeah.
Gangstar is from Boston. I don't know why I said that. Okay.
Are they?
Yeah.
Huh. That's
Guru
crazy.
is from Boston. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
They're like the only successful Boston rappers besides like House of Pain or
House of
whatever.
Pain, baby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jump around.
And
Suck my dick.
and Patrice O'Neal. Does
And
that
Patrice,
count?
yeah.
Anything black people do is rapping.
And jazz.
Yeah.
It's jazz. I think one time my grandma, someone said something about Snoop Dogg, and she's like, "Is he a jazz singer?"
Jelly Roll, Snoop Dogg. No, yeah. So he's in it, and he doesn't really do anything. But I'm just gonna ruin the movie because I don't see it. You know, so I don't care if I spoil it.
Yeah.
Isn't that?
Don't.
Didn't people say it was good?
Yeah, a lot of
that's
people
why I
say
went
it's
to
their
see
most
it.
anticipated movie of the
I
year.
kind yeah. I
Who's
thought-
anticipating movies?
I anticipate a movie.
I don't anticipate shit. Except maybe a
fucking
sandwich
miter
that
saw?
I've like just purchased and I'm unwrapping it.
Sandy Kenyon.
What about a fucking? What about a fucking?
He just anticipates death. It's a minute away.
I don't know, man. I want to. I want to see that boxing movie because I saw Creed last year and that shit was tight.
The Miles Teller movie?
Yeah, I don't give a fuck what it is.
Was it? Is it a Boston movie?
I don't know. I'm not shitting on Miles Teller. He seems like a bit of a dickhead in interviews.
Yeah, I
but
don't
he's
fuck with
not
him,
a bad.
actually.
He's not a bad actor.
I don't like his face.
Whiplash was tight.
Yeah, nobody likes his face. He looks like he got mauled by a dog as an infant.
You know who's incredibly hideous?
They made his fucking nose out of his elbow.
Yeah, it looks like that, but it's been so long that the stars
it's smoothed over.
It's like kind of
you know who looks real bad? I don't understand how he keeps getting work. Jeremy Renner. He looks
Yeah.
like the dog from Men in Black. He looks like a pug straight up.
Yeah, well, Renner and Skarsgård I confuse all the time.
Really?
That's That's who's in Arrival is Jeremy Renner. It's not Skarsgård.
It's Renner.
It's Renner.
Isn't Skarsgård sexier than Renner?
Skarsgård looks way better.
He does, but
Yeah.
I forget the difference between them. It's like one of those weird like Gary Busey, Nick Nolte sort of things.
Right.
Well,
doesn't
Amy
Skarsgård
Adams,
have a
I
hog
was-
too? Have a nice fat hog on him?
Does he?
I think that's what I heard.
I don't know,
What's his
man.
name? Does fucking?
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm talking
I know
about.
who you're
Jeremy
talking about.
Renner. They have the same penis. That's
Yeah,
why
they
you confuse
share
them.
dicks.
Busey, Nick Nolte, same dick. Anne Frank, Helen Keller, same dick.
Huge hog.
Yeah,
I bet you Busey has like a big goofy dick.
yeah, with teeth. That dick, that's not my dick. But yeah, no, the movie sucks.
Yeah, I guess don't see it. I haven't seen it, but don't.
Wait, what happens with the aliens?
Well, the plot
Is there titties in it?
The movie opens and there's this woman whose like daughter has died of like cancer or some shit.
Oh, she has a past.
She has a past.
Oh, shit.
Or does she?
Or does she?
So the daughter has
Oh,
a cancer,
shit.
and then so the aliens come, and she's like the best in linguistics or whatever. So the aliens arrive, and the army needs her to talk to the aliens, you know. Because it's, you know, one of those movies where it's like, look, I just know how to shoot a gun. I'm a general at the Pentagon, and I'm dumb, so I need you to explain talking to me. You know,
That's true.
And then they bring the scientists in, and the scientist, it's her and this other. No, she's like the linguist, and then she meets Renner, who's the scientist, who's just. You know, I forget that they're like, oh, he's a theoretical physicist, but they never tell you what he does exactly.
Right.
Yeah,
He's
just
a science. Yeah.
He uses the
Even though what
laptops,
she,
graphs.
what she does is science. So, you know, and so then they have this dumbass scene where they meet in the helicopter, and he's reading her book, and he's like, oh, language is the cornerstone to all civilization. He's like, that's very good. Even though it's incorrect. And then she's like, it's incorrect. And he's like, yes, the cornerstone to all civilization is science.
Oh, my
nice.
God.
Yeah.
Also, I love that
to
it's
say
like
math.
one sentence boils down everything she's ever fucking written.
It's like the first page of her book. Like, imagine if someone actually did that.
Wait,
to you.
isn't
You've
that
written
the
a
same?
book
Isn't that the same as Contact with Jodie Foster, where they were like, they sent the aliens math because that's the universal
language is prime numbers. They also have a prime number scene in this movie.
Oh, really?
Do they?
Where they're like, yeah, we gave the prime numbers to the aliens. So basically,
What?
they meet
Fuck
the
prime
aliens,
numbers,
and it's
dude.
like an hour and a half of her trying to figure out how to communicate with the aliens who have some, you know, weird circle language or some bullshit.
Oh yeah, cool.
And then they find out that you know, the aliens, you know, the aliens have like a weapon or whatever that they want to give humanity.
Yeah.
There's like, you know, all the other countries, particularly China, by the way, they place a lot of blame on China for almost
Really, I thought you can't do that anymore because they're such a big film market.
well, in this movie, they're accusing China of, you know, being
Well, that's good.
trigger happy.
I appreciate it. Like the new
Well, they
Red
probably
Dawn.
like that, dude. China probably likes that shit.
They remade
wanna be
Red
bad-
Dawn
bad
and they
boys.
made China the bad guys. And
I didn't even bother watching it. The
they-
original
in
Red
post,
Dawn
they
is perfect. I don't know
yeah,
why
it's-
you would fucking.
Why would? Well, that's all they do is remake shit.
Yeah, yeah.
But like in post, they changed it to North Korea because they didn't want to alienate the film audience in China.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that's how shitty movies make all their money back.
International.
Yeah. Well, anyhow, so it turns out that what the aliens do is they teach Amy Adams she can just see time as like a nonlinear thing, so she can see into the future and the past or whatever.
Whoa.
And it's like, you know, the daughter that died of cancer is actually, that's in the future. And so had been seeing like the kid that does the cancer.
Shit.
So it's like some kind of dumb. But then it's like, you know, she's like, ask the aliens, like, why are you helping us, or why are you like, what's your purpose here? And they're like, we help you now with this so that you can help us in 3,000 years. And so then the movie ends. It's like, well, help them how? Or like, why how are you even helping them? You're just telling this one woman how to see into the future?
Yeah.
How does that help humanity?
You almost destroy the entire fucking world just to help one woman learn how to see in the future. And then she doesn't even stop her kid from dying of cancer. That just has to happen because then I guess it's predetermined or something. They don't explain that.
The space.
So what's the point of even seeing in the future if you can't change
it's
that
a
shit?
shitty movie for people who liked Inception and like, not much
What's
thought went
the
into
Chris
it. And the
Nolan
script was dog
space
shit.
one? It was
Inception.
so bad. No, Inception.
Oh, yeah,
the dreams.
Interstellar.
Interstellar. What a piece.
I didn't see that shit.
So Interstellar at least had, first of all, I don't think McConaughey has ever not delivered at least a decent performance.
I love getting head.
And so I think he can take a shitty A Time to Kill is a shitty fucking movie.
Oh yeah, sure.
And he's great in it. That script sucks.
Well, he's very charismatic.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of charisma. He can fucking carry a shitty ass script.
There's one thing I love about elementary school is that I get older, they stay the same age.
What?
Elementary school. Oh, he fucks children in this bit.
Oh, yeah.
And Dazed and Confused. Speaking of, we got to talk about Pizzagate, which I'm starting to believe is real.
What's Pizzagate? I was awesome. Oh, the Podesta emails?
Yeah, so there was one Podesta email that the alt-right
Comet Ping
guys
Pong
sent.
follows me on Instagram.
Do they?
Yeah.
Holy shit, dude.
I think they
Wait,
might
the
follow
Stabby
me.
Baby account?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
I think they might follow me on Twitter because I knew the girl that was the booker there when we were in DC.
Ask her if they rape children, if that's a satanic
You
rape.
want me to?
Sasha?
I think her name's Sasha. Well, I'm not going to say
call
her.
up. Let's call Sasha now on the podcast. We'll plug her into the fourth mic and ask her if they rape children.
Should we just call them? Just call their regular number?
Yeah.
And be like, hi.
They'll
just wondering if we
probably
could fuck
tell
children.
you. Yeah. That's how it works. So anyhow, there was one email that said something like,
oh, fuck, they unfollowed me. Anyway.
They unfollowed you probably because they have, spies listening to the podcast.
They know we're onto them.
Yeah. So it's mostly just alt-right bullshit.
Right.
Conspiracy theory bullshit. But then there's one or two things that are like, well, hold on.
Yeah.
The guy who owns the restaurant just likes nothing but pictures of almost naked infants on Instagram. It's like
Comet Ping
Pong.
For real?
Yeah. The guy that owns the place.
What's his name?
All his Alafiente or something or some shit. But I forget his name.
Where is it in Cleveland Park? It's Upper Northwest.
It's Friendship Heights or Friendship
Heights.
Yeah.
It's on Connecticut.
So there's a couple of things that are okay, this does raise an eyebrow, and I'm so hoping it turns out to be real.
We should just call them and be like, hi, I'd like to order a sausage pizza.
Yeah. I'm
With
trying to have
extra
a
tight asshole.
pizza party, if you know what I mean.
Wink, wink.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, if those alt-right guys were really good at deciphering codes, I mean, that would be a huge asset for President Trump.
They accused him of
wind
posting
talkers.
they were he posted what looks like child pornography on his Instagram. And then they're we can't even repost it here. That's how bad it is. And then I finally found what they were talking about, and it's just some Jeff Koons shit. So it's not
Jeff
even.
Koons does suck dick.
Yeah.
He sucks, but it's not child porn.
Yeah, it's not child porn.
Yeah, but it's like if Lisa Frank did
But I want to
art
believe, dude. That should
and
be
spent a lot of money on
Yeah,
it.
there should be
so
dog,
much money.
dog flower bullshit.
There should be a show like the X-Files, but they just investigate powerful pedophile rings.
That'd be great.
Mulder was molested as a kid, and Scully just doesn't believe victims.
Wasn't that what?
That's the new X-Files.
I was very upset about True
Mulder.
Detective
There wasn't even a party at that frat that night.
Well, Mulder, what was she wearing?
That'd be a great show.
This doesn't believe any victims whatsoever.
Yeah, she's the skeptic, and he's the guy that was molested.
I don't know, Mulder's not adding up. What were you saying, Adam?
No, it wasn't funny or that good.
Oh yeah, that tea tastes like chemicals.
I don't know how it's tea if there's no leaves, right? It's just like crystals.
It's crystals.
It's like hot
crystal.
what's
Did you guys ever drink crystal?
The champagne.
Have you ever had Cristal?
One time I did.
Man, I've drank
yes.
nothing but Cristal when I was.
I drank Cristal when I was 14.
I'm talking about Remy, you know,
Moet.
Yeah, Remy, you know,
Moet,
Hypnotic.
I used to drink a lot of Hypnotic. In high school.
Yeah, Malibu.
And
dude.
Malibu.
I was off that Malibu.
Yeah,
Malibu and orange soda, bitch.
Southern Comfort is so disgusting.
It's just
SoCo
whiskey
Amaretto.
with
I had
like
one night I got drunk off Di Serono, and I drank an entire bottle of Di Serono, and I was having to chase it with Jack Daniels. The fucking Di Serono tasted so good. I was having to you drink cups of Jack Daniels after the Di Serono.
What's Di Serono, like some bullshit liqueur?
Yeah, it's like an amaretto liqueur.
I could fuck that shit up though. SoCo Amaretto Lam, bitch. Did you guys ever go to that bar in fucking right by Brass Monkey in DC in Adams Morgan where they just put shit in like squirt bottles?
Madam's Oregon?
No. They just serve you. It's just some shithole bar.
Oh yeah, it's like at the top of
of that hill, of that area.
Of the hill. Yeah. I think they closed that place down.
Probably. It was illegal as fuck. It was all cash, and they just like served you liquor in a fucking ketchup bottle. You just squirt it in your mouth. It was awesome.
The first place I ever bought like a glass bowl was right there on 18th.
Oh yeah,
at that newsstand place.
I know that place. Yeah.
Like
Adams
15.
Morgan used to be cool. I think now it's kind of.
Does it suck? What's cool now? Petworth
in DC.
Nothing's
I think
cool.
Petworth is fancy now.
DC sucks, dude.
Yeah, DC does suck.
DC sucks.
Yeah, but basically everything that isn't New York sucks.
That's true.
It's true.
I mean, like you go to any other fucking city.
No, I
and
fuck
it's
with
like,
Baltimore.
Oh, this is okay. Come on.
Yeah, Baltimore's fun, dude.
No, it's not.
It's shitty and nice, and the fucking everything is everything's cheap as fuck. You get fucked up at like the Crown is funny. It's an old Korean mall.
How easy it was to like just drive drunk everywhere. And it's like, fucking go out and spend like $20 on drinks, and I somehow like made only spent like I got trashed. It was very easy to get
Off
drunk.
$20. Yeah.
Oh my god,
that's cool. Yeah.
Yeah,
and people
Baltimore's
being
tight.
like, "Are you okay to drive?" I'd be like, "Not at all."
Well, that's the thing with DC. It's expensive and it sucks dick.
It's and there's no cheap, quick food to eat.
Did you see that shitty article that was like, I think it was in the Washington Post. That was like, people are worried that Obama made DC cool and like the real estate market might suffer under Trump.
Like gentrification might get reversed. Trump might liberate DC.
It just becomes a thriving black community.
It becomes Chocolate City again.
All those people that were displaced.
All those uncool people. All these uncool black single mothers.
Yeah, that's why they kicked the blacks out. Was because
how
they
funny
were
is
hip.
it? White people were moving to DC to be close to Obama. That's so much worse than gentrification.
Well, they'll still be around. Isn't he staying? So his youngest daughter can finish school?
No, he's moving back to Kenya.
No,
He said, I'm going back to my birthplace and hometown, Kenya, Africa, population 20,000. Gonna get a job at my dad's spear shop.
At his gay prostitution shop.
My dad, who was born there and lives there. I'm gonna work in his spear shop.
Shouts out Malik Obama, though.
Malik Obama is
my man.
Awesome.
Oh, fuck. I hope he's the fucking ambassador to Kenya. Just with his fucking Make America Great Again.
Who's that? His brother?
It's his half-brother. Is Kenyan. His dad's other son.
Yeah.
Just hates everything. Clearly just mad that his brother's so much more successful than him.
He loves Trump.
He loves Trump?
He loves him, dude.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, he's
his
like,
Twitter's
on election
great.
day, he's like, we did it.
We made America great. We will become the best
Obama's
country.
dad was like a deadbeat, like piece of shit, right?
Yeah, he was raised by his grandparents.
Yeah.
His Kenyan grandparents. White Kenyans.
White Kenyan grandparents.
His Rhodesian grandparents.
White Kenyan.
White. Yeah, Malik's tight, though. I wonder what he's up to.
That's a better name than Barack, too.
Malik is a good ass name.
Yeah.
Barack's tight.
Barack's
Dude, now
cool.
people are naming their kids
like Baraka.
This kid,
Yeah,
Josh.
Malik's middle name is Reagan, too, which is a weird twist.
It's wild.
Yeah.
So they got one Hussein and one Reagan.
Yeah.
This
Wow.
kid I know that we call Chopper is naming his son Barack.
That's
So
awesome.
It's just like some fucking kid in Baltimore.
Did I ever tell you about that retarded Greek kid I went to elementary school with?
No.
There was a retarded kid who was Greek.
Uh-oh.
And his last name was like Economides or some shit.
Yeah.
And his